Fine bred from a man in Brussels. He was 6'4", full of muscles. I said, "Do you speak my language?" He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, "Do you come from a land down under?" Can't you hear? Can't you hear that thunder? You'd better run. You'd better take cover. All right, we live out here, man. We live. Not a lot going on. I got another video I'm about to upload after this live is over. I don't plan on being on too long with this live. In the meaning between time, let's hear some classic Beanie Siegel. Beanie Siegel rap gorilla. I rap for the Skrilla. Tone was good. Gabriel was good. Lance was good. Kevin was good. Ahmed was good. Devin Whitkins was good. Well, yeah, man. I see Mikey Garcia is trying to convince people of all kinds of cool stuff, like that he'd fight Sean Porter. Yeah, right. Nobody believe that. Look, he fought Errol Spence, right? And that was a dangerous fight for him. So how you treat the situation, you have to treat it with some kind of consideration that, you know what, don't doubt him, because he did fight Errol Spence, and Errol Spence was perceived as a very credible threat to him. But when I see him talking about Sean, the reason I find it laughable is you don't have the financial incentive to fight Sean that you had to fight Spence. With Spence, at least you knew that you're going to make some money. With Sean, you know you're not going to make the same money that you made fighting Errol. And because you ain't going to make the same money, and because you just made $7 million for Jesse Vargas, I don't believe for a second you'd fight Sean Porter. Sean Porter is a long night, dog. Sean Porter is the equivalent of knowing, damn, man, this is going to be difficult. Do I really want to do this? We got to get Sean Porter on the show. He seems like a really nice guy. I got to start interviewing people. I should reach out to Jessica McCaskill and Rick Ramos. They're really nice. They've always been very gracious with me in the past. Maybe I could interview them, pick their brains, ask them a bunch of questions. They are being, what's good? I appreciate that, D-Sing. They're being called out by Brian Cohen. I just made a video about this, feel me? And I'm just going to put it in plain English since we doing the live. I don't have nothing against Jessica fighting Brian Cohen and Lou DiBella's fighters. I've actually advocated to see some of those fights. I want to see McCaskill versus McGee or McCaskill versus Leonardo II. I like those fights. The problem is she's fighting a more credible threat of ducking. She's fighting Cecilia Brækhus. Which one of them girls is as accomplished and revered as Cecilia Brækhus? She's going up in weight to fight her. All right. So you can't say she cherry picking just because you can't get what you want. That's because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to say they cherry picking just because they ain't giving you the time of day. And that's not right. You're not going to do that to Jessica. Shout out to Jessica. Shout out to Chicago. Rick Ramos. Shit. They're nice people, man. I like those people. You know what I'm saying? A video game about golf. Yeah, but you know what the problem with making a boxing video game is? And I don't blame the fighters, but the fighters they likely want some compensation for their image being used. And I have a solution. You have certain fighters as downloadable content, maybe $1, $2, $3, or $4, and a portion of that, a good portion of it, will go to the boxers. That way they get a form of residual income. That it's, you know, all your money, it's not just coming from the pay-per-views or the fight purses. You're going to have money coming in because of the video game. If you do that, it makes it that much more feasible to get a boxing video game out there, because I heard that a part of the problem is that the fighters want certain compensation. I don't know how true it is, but if that's true, what you can do is make certain fighters downloadable content. I'm not going to talk about it, Kevin. I got a video about that coming up. We'll talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the live, but I do have a video. After I get off of this live, Kevin, I'm going to upload the video. Iron Fist was good. Actual facts boxing was good, yo. It's good, yo. Yeah, I should start doing interviews. It's just that the reason that I don't want to, nah, you can't charge. Do they charge $10 or $15 for downloadable content now? What are you talking about, dog? Like, you have to make it reasonable. This is why I say that a lot of people, they not reasonable. Like, you can't tell somebody I gotta pay $15 to play as this character. You know what's gonna happen? They're not gonna download shit. They're gonna be like, man, fuck out of here. $15. You got to make it to where the person is likely to spend their money and the boxer is likely to get something out of it. Because if they don't spend their money, nobody gets nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to put this link in here for Mark. You're going to get Mark on here. Going to ask Mark questions, hard questions. I have questions that need answers. A season pass on pub. Bro, you're not talking about a season pass. You're talking about per character. Do you think people are going to pay $15? Let's say you want to play as Javante Davis so that Lomachenko could beat his ass. You think they're going to pay $15 a character? No. You make it $3, $4 a character. Now you're cooking with rice. So you make it $5. You know, 2 could go to the video game developers and 3 could go to the fighter whose image they're using. You make it $15, ain't nobody gonna download that.
And then you can do limited edition characters and shit like that.
Yeah.
And they'll be a slightly higher step price or whatever.
You know, like your default characters could be characters that are fucking dead and can't complain about money. You get Valero on there, Monzone on there, Robinson on there. They ain't worried about residuals. They're dead. Tapia, they're dead.
Although families could sue for naming rights, probably. You never know.
Yeah, maybe, but unless they have situations already orchestrated that would allow them to pursue that legal route, you can't sue them for using your image. You have to have made it illegal for them to use the image.
Exactly. All right. How's it going, Professor?
I ain't shit, man. I'm just over here. We're not going to talk about Dubois versus Wilder because I have a video after I'm done with this live. I already did a video on it that I'm going to upload afterwards. So we're not going to talk about that. What we are going to talk about is why Mikey Garcia expects people to believe that he would fight Sean Porter or Terrence Crawford. Nobody believes you, bro. Nobody. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't believe him, but I mean, he's doing what a lot of fighters do. They say things we don't believe. And then some people start pushing it as though they do.
Let me let Truth Seekers, because this dude, you know what I hate, Mark? Honestly, I hate talking to childish people. This clown thinks that the conversation is about him. $15 ain't a lot of money to me. Like, bro, the conversation is not about you. What is with these people that have inferiority complexes that they try to make everything about them specifically? Because that's where that comes from. All you hear is me, me, me. I'm talking about the best avenue of opportunity for boxers to make money, make things affordable, and more people will buy them. Make them less affordable, and less people will buy them. And all $15 ain't a lot to me. I wasn't asking about you, dog. Jesus fucking Christ.
I like my cigar with hundreds. Good for you, bro. I like my cigarette with matches.
Yeah, like he acting like I'm saying $15 is a lot of money to me or to you. I'm saying the average motherfucking kid that's playing a video game is more likely to pay $5 for some shit than they are $15 for some shit. Don't talk money. I rarely ever talk money. I really do. I rarely ever talk about my finances. My finances are very much in order. And in all honesty, my finances are probably in better order than Truth's, to be honest. I'm very financially okay. And I'm sure that you are too, Mark.
I have savings. I lost my job because of COVID, but I have savings, so I'm doing okay. And I got my own place, so I'm doing fine. I don't really have much worrying about. But I will say this though, you know the $15. $15 up front isn't a lot of money. It's not really. But if you look at it like this, what happens if there's 30 characters? that are
That's the point I
downloadable.
was making, bro.
And then all of a sudden it's $450 plus the game. It's
That's
$510 for a game, or a year's supply of boxing on pay-per-view between two nations.
Put it this way, bro. If you start off, let's say you buy the game. So the game comes with certain characters that you expect. Like it's gonna come with a Sonny Liston, it's gonna come with a Larry Holmes or somebody like that, right? Somebody to where it may not be an issue for their God, what do they call that shit now? Intellectual property. I think that's what they call it now. So you start off with a default stable of guys when you buy the game. But if you want current boxers, current guys, like, all right, well, I want Yordenis Ugas, and he doesn't come with the game. You can't charge people $15 a boxer, because then how much is that going to cost the person when they want to download 10 fighters? And bear in mind, you're talking about kids and young adults that may not have as much disposable income as an older person that doesn't play video games. You want to make it accessible. Now, if it's $5, motherfuckers sit there and spend $5, $10, $20, $30 on some bullshit. But if you making it to where motherfucker might have to spend $200, $300, $400 on a video game, they not likely to do that.
No, I agree. I'm just reading the chat, man. Oh my god, guys, yo. Oh, hold on, you got a super chat.
Thanks, Fireman. I appreciate that. Respect the ring IQ and unrivaled. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I inherited him.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Now he's
I
telling
inherited $1 million from my dad when he passed in several buildings. Good job, bro. You did so well.
Yeah, I know, right? You're really cleaning up out here, man. I hope you're bringing in millions if you're going to brag about millions, because if you're not bringing in millions, odds are they're taxing the shit out of you year after year.
I don't even care about that. It's just like, yo, I achieved this by my dad dying.
Yeah, I know. I don't even understand how that's. Yeah, I mean,
that's not a bragging point.
Yeah, like, oh, my dad tripped on a curb in New York City, so we sued the city and we got a bunch of. Well, congratulations, dog.
I'd rather have my dad than the stuff he left behind.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, Mikey's trying to convince. I see that Mikey's going hard with this kind of talk. That's what he's doing. He's talking about, oh, I'd fight Crawford. I never talked to Bob. I never priced myself out. Bro, they just gave you $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas, right? So obviously you're going to fight. I mean, really, though, they gave him $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas. So obviously you're going to drive a hard bargain if they step it up and say, okay, what do we got to pay you to fight Terrence Crawford?
He ain't going to take 1.5 million for Crawford, bro. Of
course not.
He ain't gonna take 1.2 million to fight against Sean Porter. He ain't taking $1 million to lose, bro.
Think about it this way, bro. Shout out to Leighton Evelyn. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Think about it this way. Sean Porter was only guaranteed to fight Errol Spence. He was only guaranteed $2 million. Amir Khan was guaranteed more money to fight Crawford than Porter was to fight Spence. So what would the PBC have to give Mikey Garcia's fucking ass to get him to fight Sean Porter? You ain't going to fight him for $2 million guaranteed. Don't kid yourself. They offered you more than that to fight fucking Spence. More than $2 million. They guaranteed you, I think it was 3 or 4.
He got $7 million to fight a guy who they actually dragged down in weight, who was a more than winnable fight.
I mean, now Truth is saying Crawford doesn't want to fight anyone. He wants to fight Spence, but you don't want to talk about that. I'll shoot you a link so you could come on here. You don't want to talk about how before Errol Spence had that car crash, he literally said out of his own mouth, I don't want to fight Crawford next. You don't want to talk about that, but the quotes have been up there for months before the car accident. You don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, Crawford don't want to fight anyone, man. You know, like how many belts has he picked up? 6.
Shit.
3-weight world champion, 2-weight lineal, undisputed. Yeah, doesn't want to fight anyone.
That's why we gotta grow unrivaled boxing talk. We gotta grow ring IQ so that boxing fans will stop being the most ignorant, stupid fucking fans of any organized sport. Soccer fans or football fans across the world, they know their sport. NFL fans know their sport. MLB, NBA, they know their sport. NHL, they know their sport. Boxing is the only fucking sport where the fans don't know shit about the fucking sport. They don't know shit about it.
I have a theory on that though. I think it starts with the brainwashing because I think all of the networks, the first network you watch, and if that's the one you have, it brainwashes you to those select group fighters. You know what I mean?
Hold on. You see, now he's saying all right, yo, Truth Seeker, here's a link. Ain't nobody gonna bite you if you come on here. Have a discussion with me like an adult, and we could talk about it because you don't want to admit, and I don't know why you don't want to admit it. Errol Spence said it on camera. He doesn't want before that car accident, he wasn't trying to fight Terrence Crawford. He said, I want Manny Pacquiao after Mikey Garcia, not Terrence Crawford. Talk about that, dog. Stop being a child. Talk about that. Talk about how Errol Spence out of his own mouth said, before Mikey Garcia stepped up, I didn't even know who I was gonna fight. So if you didn't know who you were gonna fight, why didn't you go fight Crawford? That's when they was calling you out. He was already there, and you didn't go see that man.
Mm-hmm. Also, I want to add this in because Julius will never do it. Hit the like button, show support. It promotes the visibility of the stream, guys.
I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those. I can't do it. But what I can do is I can ask Truth Seeker to come on here and have a. If he has, you know what kills me about that dude? That Truth Seeker dude, right? Also, now you saying they have a plan. The plan is to not fight Terrence Crawford. That was always the plan. And Errol Spence admitted that when he saw Terrence Crawford and told him, Al Heyman gave me 4 names and none of them were yours. So, yes, they have a plan, and it's to not fight Terrence Crawford. That was always the plan before the car accident and more so after the car accident.
Julius, you know you're not allowed to use logic on YouTube.
Nah, I want to get him on here because I get it. It fulfills my soul to force these kinds of people to hear themselves talk. That's why they don't want to come on here, because they don't want to hear themselves talk. Because if they do, even they will notice that, damn, yo, I'm a real fucking dick rider. They don't want to hear themselves talk.
He won't come on. He won't come on. Don't forget, he's probably chilling on one of his buildings with a cigar, lighting up hundreds.
Yeah, supposedly he has millions and millions. You know what kills me about Truth Seeker? That dude literally comes here all the time just to complain about this channel. Like, literally.
Really?
Yeah, all the time. He's been doing it for well over a year now.
Wow, you have him in his feelings.
I think I do, because why would you continually go to a channel that you don't like?
That's feminine.
Yeah, it is, though. That's some shit a girl would do. Like, oh, this motherfucker don't like me, so let me just keep going to his channel. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
Like, throughout things, like the girls who hate me the most, they're the ones who always look at my Snapchat story to see what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
No, that's real shit. That's real shit. If you, I've always practiced this, even in my adolescence, even in high school. That if I'm feeling a joint, I'm not gonna give her no attention, because that'll get her attention. But if I give her attention, how's she gonna think I'm a lame? Fuck all that. Motherfucker named Truth Seeker that can't admit the truth to himself, that your boy wasn't trying to fight Crawford before the car accident. And he said that. Like, he said that. I'm not paraphrasing it. He said that. So what the fuck is it gonna take for you to get that man schlong out of your mouth? Like, he was not trying to fight him, bro. I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
Yeah, Julius Crawford don't want to fight him because Crawford obviously said wrong side of the street, didn't he? Oh wait, that was the other dude.
Yeah, that was Spence that said that. He's the one talking about sides of the street, but Top Rank and PBC got together to make a fight that we just saw.
Crawford don't want to fight him yet. Spence said, "I'm the A side. I'm the A side. I'm the
No,
A
now
side."
he's saying, I listening to the lies and delusion of this little cult. Also, I'm lying when I say that Errol Spence said all of that, even though I literally post the videos and the quotes for you. You $1 million idiot. You $1 million. Nah, I gotta roast him. Bro, you a fucking coward. You will not come on here and say nothing, but you will stalk this channel every day of your miserable fucking life. What you won't do is find the balls to click the link and come on here. You won't do that, bro. On the life of somebody you know, you won't do that. I promise. On the life of somebody that you know, you won't do that. He won't. He won't watch. He's gonna sit here. If I stay live for 2 hours, that's 2 hours out of Truth Seeker's life, because that motherfucker ain't got nothing to do.
Maybe you should go sweep up one of his buildings.
Doc, I have a question.
Yo, what's up,
What
guys?
is it going to take to get Truth Seeker on here? We need solutions, real solutions.
Chloroform and a rope.
Apparently he's got millions of dollars, so you ain't gonna bribe him.
Oh, that's true. Money's going to be he's fucking
Look.
J.D. Rockefeller.
Hey, let me just say one thing real quick before I forget. I'm not even saying, dude, don't got money like that. I'm just saying this. If it's me, and you guys are way cool. I enjoy this shit. But if it's me and I've got 7+ figures in the bank, I got way better shit to do than to be on YouTube. You know what I'm trying to say right now?
No, I get it. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I were that well off, I'd probably still do it because this is a hobby. Remember, for me, it's a hobby. It's not a profession. It's a hobby. So I actually.
Okay, let me ask you another way. But could you find better things to do with your time?
Of course, but the thing is,
there we go.
Of course, I'll be. You know what the difference? I'm gonna tell you the difference, Mark, Doc. This would be the difference. Instead of doing the relay live from the United States, it would be the relay live from Greece.
There you go. Oh yeah.
Julius would be coming in from the top of Mount Olympus.
Yeah. Shout out to that guy. I appreciate that, bro. Shout out to that guy. But yeah, it'd be the relay live from Sydney, Australia, where I could be closer to the air that Ebony Bridges breathes.
There you go.
That woman is, oh my God.
She's bad, bro. She's
bad. Something else.
Yeah, what color are you? What color are you voting on for our next fight? You know what I'm talking about. I'm voting purple. I'm voting purple.
You know, I try to be mature because I try to be mature. Like I don't want to sexualize her, even though she's mature enough that she knows the game and she knows how to play the game. And I respect her that much more because of that, because she's not being childish about it. They're like, yo, you got to do what you got to do to sell tickets out here, B.
Hang on, guys. What do we mean when we? And I'm not trying to be funny. What do we mean when we say we're not trying to sexualize it? Are we not trying to get, too out of hand, or are we pretending like that's not part of the scenery?
I'm going to give you an example, Doc. I'm going to give you an example. Sugar Neeks, right? If you look up Shanika Johnson, also fights from out of Australia. The woman is gorgeous. She's just head to toe, perfect, gorgeous, amazing. It's like she looks fantastic, right?
Right.
But if I'm talking about a fight that she had, I cannot allude to how, she's so fucking sexy. Oh my God. Like that's sexualizing it. Like, yo, if I'm going to talk about your fight, I'm going to talk about your fight. That's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to focus on your fight.
Right. But we're not pretending like we don't notice how fine she's looking, right?
You can mention it like, yo, the woman's gorgeous, but if you spend too much time on it, or if that's the focus of the
you don't even have to. I'm just saying we're not pretending like it. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to pretend like that. Like we're all like monks over here or something.
But I always address it in passing. Like when I first seen Shannon Courtenay, I said it in plain English. That girl is gorgeous, and that's going to help her marketing strategy. The fact that she has a very pretty face, that many more people are going to pay attention to her. But I'm not going to do that I'm not going to do that or say that every time I'm covering a fight that she had or I'm talking about it, because after a while, you're taking away from the professional fighter that she is, and you're just focusing in on how attractive she is, and that's kind of disrespectful. Like, man, she ain't grinding in the gym just so that you look at her fucking ass like she trying to beat a bitch up. So you got to talk about that.
It's a little thirsty too. It gets a little. It can get, once you get past a certain point.
I'm gonna put a link in here for He Who Greets with Fire because he thinks Doom has entered the chat, and all he's gonna do is come on here and say shit that a teenager would say. Bear in mind, he looks older than me and Mark. I'm much older than Mark, by the way. Mark is a very young, smart individual, but he's very young. I'm old.
I'm very young. You've only got a decade on me, motherfucker.
That's a decade. That's 30 professional fights. Deontay
30 professional fights in what not nowadays. It's 10 professional fights.
Yeah, the link is right there. He Who Greets with Fire. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna set the precedence.
I will just to help you put him at ease. I will mute myself so he don't feel like he's gonna get ganged up on. Nothing like that. We don't do that over here.
We're not gonna I don't ambush people. If you're so fucking smart, come on here and show me how smart you are. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna stop you from talking and speaking your mind. Because every time I let him on here, he don't say nothing. He don't.
And I'm well behaved. I'm well behaved too. Like I'll sit there and I've cut Julius off to let other people talk.
Now he's driving. He's driving. They're always driving. Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing, because he who greets with fire is driving. Like, dog, like, that's the most used excuse whenever I give somebody an open invitation.
I always think it's interesting that they're texting while driving rather than going onto the phone, which is actually, you're not actually looking at a screen.
Exactly.
Either he's a delivery driver or odds are he's full of shit.
He's full of shit, bro. That dude is not driving nowhere. He's in his fucking house and he doesn't want to come on.
Just like the rest of us are in our house.
Yeah, like, oh, I'm driving. Oh, you're fucking driving.
That's not true. That's not true. Not all of us are in our houses.
But no,
some of us are in our buildings.
There
like,
you go.
That's true.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But like, I'm in downtown Tacoma. I'm looking out my window. Not one fucking car. Not one car.
Oh, he's going to the market. He's going to the market, my friends. He is going. He's going to buy some papaya. You trying to be healthy, dog? What you gonna
going
buy?
to the market, bro? You're going. If you're going anywhere, you're going to like the local 7-Eleven.
Going to no fucking market. He ain't going to no, he's lying.
What fucking market's open right now?
Yeah, he ain't going to no fucking market, dog. He just thought he was gonna get to hide in the chat and talk shit, and nobody was gonna see him. I'm like, yo, dog, for all the shit you got to say, just come on here and say what you got to say. That's it.
Coming in and being like, doom has entered the chat. Like, that was an impending doom for yourself. Like.
Yeah, like, what the fuck I got to be afraid of? Last time I let the guy on, he could barely conjure up a fucking sentence. He couldn't say
Oh, you've had him on here before?
Bro, ask Lennox. He been on here. And when we was asking him regular questions, no ambush shit, no disrespectful shit, regular boxing-related questions, the man could not come up with a fucking sentence. That's why I'm like, what is this childish need that these grown... I'm from a different generation. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Look, I'm even a little further downrange than you, Julius, but like you said this a while back, we came from a generation where we got smacked when we were kids.
Yeah.
All right?
We came from a generation...
Hang on. The men in our lives smacked the dumbass out of us as part of our, upbringing.
Yeah, that's part of the coming of age. That you gotta get smacked or you gotta get beat the fuck up. But
you do. If I did something stupid, it was, what the fuck are you doing?
Like, yo, Truth Seeker is saying all I do is recycle the same lies. I'm not the one that told Errol Spence to tell Terrence Crawford that Al Heyman gave him 4 names and none of them was Terrence Crawford's, and that's before he got in a car accident. Mr. Millionaire, Daddy Warbucks, that has nothing better to do with his millions than listen to me.
What strikes me, and this kills me about modern boxing fans, is one of the first things I've seen that dude say is they have a plan. Are you a business fan or a boxing fan?
Bro, they don't. You know what the shit is? He's not wrong when he says they have a plan.
I'm not saying he's wrong.
No. In other words, he is having an episode of cognitive dissonance because I'm not giving him an opinion. It's not an anecdote. It's not even a perspective. Errol Spence literally said that. So if you cannot accept that they had no intention of fighting him, and they probably still don't now that he's recovering from a car accident.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm getting at though is the impression I get from people like this guy in comments like that are they don't even really care about seeing Crawford versus Spence.
No, they don't want to see the fight because
that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say.
They don't want to see the fight, bro. They don't.
When did this shit happen? That's like. Oh, I don't want to see Hagler versus.
Bro, Truth Seeker. Why you think I've been saying? Shout out to Mo. What's going on? Why you think I've been saying that PBC fans are not boxing fans? Because it's not about boxing to them. It's not about seeing certain fights involving certain fighters, they think it's something else. That's why Truth Seeker does not want to see that fight, because in his heart he knows Errol Spence will lose, and he will lose bad. He knows that. Like, you think they don't know that Wilder was on borrowed time? They knew that shit.
It's in his choice of words. He the first thing out of his mouth was he didn't say nothing about whether him wanting to see the fight. He said they got a plan. Like, he's good with the fight not happening.
Exactly.
And that's like I said, that would be like in 1980 in the late 70s saying, I don't want to see Sugar Ray Leonard versus Tom Harris. What the fuck are you talking about?
They're not boxing fans. I've been saying it since I started this channel, because this is the shit, right? I'm new to the YouTube boxing community. I'm relatively new. I only been around for like 3.5 to 4 years as far as uploading videos and discussing boxing on social media. And the only reason I did it was because a couple of years ago I moved out of New York, so I wasn't around my people to keep talking about the sport the way we always did. It used to be a small circle. So I took to social media to start doing it. And I noticed that it's like, yo, these guys that's out here, they don't really want to see these fights, and it's on some scary shit. Like, you don't want to see the fight because you don't want to know what will happen. If what happens, you don't get to talk shit no more. You're gonna look stupid. You're gonna look stupid.
It's like people are more into some kind of weird high school clique, you know what I mean? Type shit than the fights. It's like, boy,
look at He Who Greets with Fire, right? This dude has been coming on this channel for well over a year now. And he comes like, bro, you are literally a fan of me, whether you want to admit it or not, because you keep coming to my channel to see what I'm doing, to hear what I'm thinking, to keep up with me. If you don't come here, believe me, I won't come to you. You're a fan of me, but you're on some high school shit. So I go as far as letting you come on here, giving you a platform to speak your mind, and you don't even say shit. And you're 35 years old. What's wrong with you?
Just like you were talking about women earlier. If a girl is going out of her way on a regular basis to converse with you,
yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
No, really though, really, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Because you know how it is when you're young, right? Like, junior high school, you don't necessarily pick up on that, right? Or maybe you don't have, it doesn't completely click in your head. Oh, they're talking to me because, you know what I mean? They're interested in something.
Exactly.
Because dudes, they're not like dudes. Dude, we'll just talk to fucking anybody.
Exactly. It's like that's one of the first lessons you learn once you start pulling joints. Say, yo, she ain't talking to you for nothing. If she came of her own volition, unless she got a genuine reason, she ain't talking to you for nothing. So just the act of her talking to you, you start to pick up, all right, what is this? Is there a reason for this? Da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? Whereas
you got yourself some points already on the board, is what that means.
And what I'm gonna say is, when I see a person that behaves like He Who Greets with Fire, what I see is a person who is infantile. Like, you childish, bro. You childish. That's not gonna seem insulting to someone who is childish, but to somebody like me, yeah, that's a big insult. That you a baby brain. You're not smart. You don't have nothing to say. You should not talk to anyone because you have nothing to say. You tried to do your own thing and it didn't work. So all you could do is come here and act like you accomplishing something, when really all you doing is getting me views, getting me AdSense, and giving me someone to clown, which makes my channel even funnier. That's all you doing. You helping me. If you wanted to do something against me, here's what you do. Stop coming here. That's what you do.
Well, call me crazy and old fashioned, but if I'm not interested in something, guess what? I don't watch it. Thank you. You got it.
Yeah. Like, motherfuckers was talking shit about Mayweather versus McGregor, right? I had nothing against the fight because why? If I don't want to watch it, then I'm not gonna buy it. I don't have nothing against, like, Mayweather versus Broner. They're talking about that fight being a possibility. Do I like that fight? Hell no, I don't like that fight. That fight sounds like it's gonna suck if they make it. But I got nothing against it because it doesn't cost me nothing. I'm not buying it. Period.
Yeah. I ain't paying to watch. I'll probably, because I'm a degenerate, I'll probably watch it, but I ain't gonna pay for that. No,
stream it. I got you.
Yeah, I do not. I've said this for years now. I do not pay more than what I think is a reasonable price for bread or milk. You know what I mean? If they're charging too much, I'll chill on that shit until they fucking figure out. That's how free market economics works. That's the role of the consumer. The consumer's job is to go, okay, you're charging too much, asshole. I ain't buying that shit. And until you bring the price down, I'm going to continue to not buy it. And that's when the businessman goes, oh, shit, ain't nobody buying my shit. I better lower that price.
I do that with fucking hot dogs, bro. What
exactly.
the fuck am I going to go to Walmart and pay y'all that for hot dogs when Aldi got a pack of Franks for under $1? Or they got
go.
Exactly.
It's
like I mean, you know, I'm not that old, but I was here when the whole dollar menu fianza came out with restaurants, because McDonald's was like the first people to come with dollar menus, and then everybody started doing it. It was Burger King, then it was Wendy's, then it was I don't know if Whataburger got a dollar menu, but they got like Chic had a dollar menu.
I get you, Battle. Yeah.
Look. I do the same shit with the dollar menu. Like, when I was a gym nut, right? I love Big Macs, right? But I'm like, man, I can't buy a Big Mac every fucking time I go. That's retarded. But I want to get at least 1,500 extra calories. So I was getting like 3 Big Macs, and I would champ them down. I'm like, damn, though, that's like $10 on top of every time I go. I'm paying like $10, maybe $15 every time I go. So I'm like, you know what? To get the same amount of calories, I'm just gonna get 3 cheeseburgers and a chicken sandwich. Same amount of calories, and it's under $10.
And let me say real quick, but the reason the fast food restaurants started coming up with the dollar menu things, why? Because they weren't selling enough shit. They wanted to sell more shit, so the price came down.
Yep.
If fans, I'm speaking specifically to my fellow American boxing fans. If you refuse to pay $80 for a pay-per-view, guess what? They will stop. Eventually, they will stop charging $80 for a pay-per-view.
Well, you heard what Bob Arum said.
Yeah, that exactly. Case in point, it's starting to finally get to that tipping point because of the lockdown and all that.
Honestly, I think the problem with that is most people don't have a problem with it. It's just the guys like us that have a problem with it because
I'm sorry to cut you off. Battle. There's I don't know if it's ego or pride or some mixture of that and something else, but there's something about a lot of people in America specifically. I'm just going to speak for America because that's where I'm from, and this is kind of an international thing. Boxing on YouTube in America. People, a lot of people have a problem, saying I can't afford that or not, or you know what I mean. They gotta act like they got the money. You know what I'm trying to say?
No. I'm gonna say this, Doc. Let me captain this shit for a minute. Okay. Americans do not have a problem saying that. We're talking about a specific group of people that we deal with on a regular basis on a particular platform. It's certain boxing fans because
I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I was speaking not just about boxing. I'm just, you know what I mean. Whether it's cars or what the fuck ever. There's lots of people, you know what I mean, that live beyond their means.
Okay, now what I'm gonna say is there's certain individuals that lie about their economic standing. He who greets with fire, for example, wants us to believe that he's okay paying $80 for Wilder versus Ortiz 2. But he's sitting here laughing at people pay for DAZN. Like, literally, I didn't cancel my DAZN subscription. I'm still paying them. Believe it or not, right? There's people like me. There are some. It's not a lot of us. But I want the boxers and the platforms to stick around. So I'm going to keep giving them my money the same way. The reason I do women's boxing, for example, the reason I cover it is because I want to see these fights on major platforms. I have to create the demand. That is why I do it. So you're going to see that on my channel. The reason I still give DAZN $10 or whatever it is they're taking now, because I forgot. It's not a lot of money at the end of the day. It's not a lot of money to me, period. But the reason I give them that is because I want the platform to stick around. So I'm going to patronize it and I'm going to support it. I'm not you, he who greets with fire. $15 don't, like, I don't even know what to say. Like, is that a lot of money for you or $10? Is that a lot of money for you? I'm sorry. I don't know what your economic standing is. But the idea that you think that's funny tells me that you're broke. That's what it tells me.
The reality for me is this. for that $80, I get 8 months of DAZN, and in that 8-month span, since the time I've had any given 8-month span, I've gotten multiple pay-per-view quality fights.
I agree.
For the same price that I would have gotten a maybe pay-per-view quality fight. Because I'm sorry, Mikey versus Spence, not pay-per-view quality. I don't care how much money it made or didn't make.
No, it wasn't, and neither was Broner versus Pacquiao.
Mm-hmm. I just I just feel like
can I jump in, guys?
The World Boxing Super Series, Prograis versus Taylor, great fight. Hooker versus Ramirez, great fight. Those fights delivered, and they didn't cost them.
Donaire Nui.
Those fights delivered.
I was gonna say that.
Go ahead, Mo. You ain't said nothing.
Even the AJ loss.
Yeah, that's a paper. That was a big fight.
Yeah.
Even the AJ loss, that was a great fight. I mean, as an AJ fan, I wasn't happy with the result, but the show to complain about, the Katie Taylor fight was good.
It was a good fight.
But think about that. We've named off about 5 different fights here. Would you rather have those 5 fights for your $80, or fucking, and I'm an Ortiz fan before I say this, or Wilder versus Ortiz? Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's simple. It's just simple math.
For a fight, bear in mind,
all of those cards were better than the Wilder Ortiz too. All of those cards you mentioned,
they were. Every single like this is what kills me about them. Like I noticed this doesn't really happen with the Brits. This doesn't happen with the Brits. Americans, Americans, we have individuals out there that are like the guy in the comments, right? They think that by acting like ignorant, stupid, petulant children, they're accomplishing something. But the only reason they do that is because they know in the greater scheme of things, they don't contribute anything to the conversation. They don't contribute finance. They don't contribute insight or perspectives.
Yeah.
So all they can do is make noise the way that a 5-year-old would when they don't get their way. That's all you doing. Because I know in my heart, that guy, he don't buy no pay-per-views. He who greets with fire, that dude don't buy pay-per-views. I know this. I know the truth seeker. That dude is not buying pay-per-views. They're not. Because as a consumer, logically, you want to get your money's worth. So you look at those fights and you ask yourself, yo, was Pacquiao versus Broner worth $80? No, of course not. Broner didn't do anything. Was Mikey...
Let me be honest as well. People who have a high income tend to have like a decent education or a decent trade, some sort of like way to have income constantly flowing in, right? They tend to be, people who are money savvy or, money responsible, right? What rich childish person do you know? I mean, there are some. But people who make their own money. What rich, childish person makes his own money and doesn't have a silver spoon and then reacts like that?
Well, look at the difference. Look at the difference between how he who greets with fire acts in the comments versus how he has to act versus how he acts when he has to actually talk to people. I let him on here more than once. I let him on here, and if you go back and listen to those lives, they're posted to the page. If you go back and you listen to those lives, you'd swear we were talking to a 12-year-old. He doesn't even have nothing to say. And when I told him that Adrian Broner was not happy, and this is on camera, Adrian Broner was not happy with the check that he got the night of the Pacquiao fight. And he's seen saying, damn, I'm going to go back to selling coca. I'm going to go sell coca, whatever it was. When I asked him, have you seen this? And I asked him, why do you think he said that? This man had nothing to say. And you're 35 years old. You're 35, bro.
I never even knew about that. I never knew about that. So Adrian Broner rejected Eddie Hearn's offer to fight. Who was it again? Was it Vargas?
Yeah, he was offering him something like, at first, the first fight would have been $3 million, I believe it was. And then every fight thereafter was supposed to be like 3.5, something like that. And he rejected that. And bear in mind, context is key. That was for Jesse Vargas. It's not like that was for fucking Regis Prograis. or somebody dangerous.
Yeah.
Nothing against Jesse, because I don't want to disrespect nobody. But I'm saying, let's be real. Like, let's be real. Like,
people ain't looking out for Jesse Vargas fights like that. Like, oh, you know.
like shit, man. They gave Mikey Garcia $7 million. Think about this. I appreciate that. Speak Your Mind Sports Talk. Thank you very much. Think about this, that Sean Porter was only guaranteed. The guaranteed purse from the network was only $2 million to fight Errol Spence. Only $2 million. Mikey Garcia got $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas. To fight Jesse Vargas, bro.
That's amazing, bro. That's amazing.
Wow,
Well,
by the way,
this inevitably. Go ahead, Mo. Sorry.
1 second, guys. Sorry. 1 second. To fight Jesse Vargas after a loss, just to highlight. He didn't just fight Jesse Vargas. He's
off
on
a
a
bad
losing streak.
a one-sided beating, not just a loss.
Because that's what puts it in perspective. You just looked like shit at $80 to the consumer. You just look like doo-doo. Not only did you lose, you can lose, bro, and still people might want to see you fight. I didn't want to see you on pay-per-view no more, ever again. Behind that, ever again. They give this man $7 million after looking like shit to fight Jesse Vargas, not Regis Prograis or somebody like that. No, not nobody like that. For Jesse Vargas, bruh. It's like, come on, dog. Like, you gotta grow up. You cats out there, y'all gotta grow up, man. Beats.
Well, this is
Everybody say
what are beats? Real quick. Yeah. This is gonna inevitably come up. So here's my opinion based on what I've seen on, admittedly, the internet. So I'm not, reading too much into it. But my opinion is this: it looks to me like all these. And this ain't me hating. There's plenty of PBC fighters I like, and in PBC fights I've enjoyed. But when they come out and say they're their own boss, blah, 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 I think they're full of shit. I think that Al Heyman has right of first refusal, and if he tells them no, they're fucked.
Well, remember, I'm gonna give Beats the floor after this. Remember what Jamal Charlo just said. He said he got approval to move up. It's in his own words. He had to get approval to move up in weight. Approve. You got to get approval. Well, what if you fucking outgrow 160? Would you have had to get approval? Who did you get approval from? Who had to approve it? Because I thought you were your own boss. That's what you told me. You told me you're your own promoter. Lions only. All that bullshit. Beats, you got the floor.
Let me tell you this, yeah. You see what you're saying there, right? They were saying AJ was the slave. And while it was whatever in the PBC fights was so free, Eddie Hearn comes out and says, Joshua's the boss. Joshua the boss. I ain't heard no PBC, Richard Schaefer, or Shelly Finkel say, Wilder's the boss. In fact, when they turned down the DAZN deal, what did Shelly Finkel say? Oh, we're not going to let our fighter do this and that. And Richard Schaefer was saying, what about its obligations? Come on, man. Them guys are they're in captivity, bro.
I'd rather be with PBC than Bob Arum, obviously, but
Lisa Ball,
Battle.
I'm gonna say this because I think that a lot of things really get lost because sometimes, honestly, I've posted the purses to a lot of these fights, right? So what if I told you that Terrence Crawford has been getting paid more money guaranteed from the network than most other PBC fighters, if not all of them?
I think you're lying, but I like to,
Okay,
I like to hear it.
Now, God, what was the last example I gave? What did they pay? Here's an example. What did the PBC pay Yordenis Ugas to fight Sean Porter? Do you know?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna guess $1 million.
No.
750K.
No.
Am I close?
No. Way south.
100K
or 75K. I bet you.
All right, I'm gonna tell you.
Way south.
I'm gonna tell you. They paid Yordenis Ugas $300,000 to fight Sean Porter in a world title fight. Now,
I mean,
now, let's see what Igis Kavaliauskas got for fighting Terrence Crawford, because I just looked at it and it surprised me. Like I'm like, everybody has this perception that Bob doesn't pay. No, he pays, bro, but you got to work for it. He does pay, but you got to work for it. Ain't no freebies. No motherfucking freebies. Like, bro, these are big fights. This is other people's money that we're using. I cannot give you all this bread and you just want to take it easy.
Bob has to pay Terrence Crawford.
Let us know. Let us know. What did Mean Machine get?
According to reports, it was in around $1 million.
Yeah.
wow, it's crazy.
Yeah,
3 times what Ugas got.
$1 million.
Yeah, here, look, it's here. I'm reading Forbes. Forbes says it's unclear exactly how much Kavaliauskas is making, but according to the Athletic,
Crawford will make $4 million, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a right. So if you there was an article done by fucking Sportex. Sportex put it up, and they say, hold on, Crawford versus Kavaliauskas purse payouts. Hold on. Terrence Crawford ready for his next big fight against Kavaliauskas on the 14th of December after winning his previous fight with Amir Khan. Crawford hopeful get good result versus Kavaliauskas. Massive rise in purse payout for Crawford. His purse money increased from $3 million to $5.5 million a fight. Crawford to get $5.5 million. Igis Kavaliauskas $1 million.
Yeah. There you go.
Look, Adam Naki is one of their leading contenders. He turned out $1 million last year. How much do you think he got for not getting knocked out by Elenius? He got 100,000.
He got 100K against Elenius. That's true. Yeah, he got 10 times less than Igis Kavaliauskas, and Crawford's a B-side, making $5.5 million a fight.
Yeah, dog. Like,
that is crazy. Because
think about it this way, right?
Wait,
it hurts me.
He headlined the fight and only got 100K.
I gotta get this off my chest. Sean Porter deserved more than just $2 million flat as a guarantee, because that was his guarantee. I don't think that pay-per-view had an upside, by the way. If it did, it was very small, and he likely didn't see very much money. But if Top Rank got Amir Khan $5 million or $4 to $5 million to fight Crawford, and all Sean Porter got on the PBC side in a unification match, and he's a champion, and he only got $2 million guaranteed, Brody, stop telling me Al Heyman pays. The days of overpaying fighters are over. He don't have it to overpay them anymore. Look at the purses. I do regularly. That's where I'm coming from. I see what they're getting.
Ring. I contend. This is just real quick, Beats. My opinion. I don't think Al has to overpay them. He can pay them whatever he wants because he's got the final say in all of it. In my opinion. You get me?
That's true. That's true.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying from what I've read and heard, that's what I gather from it. Is Al?
Doc, let me interject.
Al has the final say. Go ahead.
I want to ask Beats. You did it. I think you had a video where you got the it was a PBC contract.
Beats did a great bit on that.
You had the contract. What was it that it said? It said Al Heyman signs off on all decisions, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
For anyone who doesn't know, you can check. Beats actually has the contract over on his channel.
And he shows the paper. He doesn't just read it. He shows you what it says, you know what I mean, on screen share.
No, look. Who breathes the fire? This is what he says. He says it's lies. Bro, this is reported to the commission, dog. All right? All these, what we're talking about is the news that your lazy fucking ass doesn't want to look up and read. So shut the fuck up. Seriously. Shut the fuck up. Shut all
This guy knows more than everyone else. He knows more than everybody else who's reporting on the sport and releasing numbers. He knows more than they do.
Exactly. That's what kills me, that you're so fucking lazy. How lazy do you have to be in this era to where the news is in your fucking hand and you're so fucking lazy that you cannot be bothered to read it? But what you can do is come here and pretend you know what you're fucking talking about. Shut the fuck up.
And the only reason we're even having this much conversation about the money is because people want to bring it up to excuse fights not fucking happening. We have a plan. There's no need to fight Terrence.
Yeah, exactly,
you know what I mean?
Doc,
I wouldn't
exactly.
even. I'm not speaking for anybody but me. I have zero fucking interest at my old age. I don't give a fuck what any of these dudes make. Right? I want to see Hagler Hearns. I want to see Crawford and Spence. Right? But these people keep bringing this shit up for as a reason why the fight doesn't need to happen or some crap like that. That's why we're having these conversations.
Well, look.
Well, the reason.
Go ahead, Battle.
Well, the reason I'm interested in Mr. Doc, because I'm kind of like looking at myself like, man, I might need to, put on the gloves. I might need to go to HBO, because I'm thinking about it. I'm just like, why in the world have I never, decided to do that? But go ahead, Ring.
Battle, this is what I'm gonna say. It's a perception. The perception that the PBC pays more than anybody is based on Floyd. That's what it's not. And it's like motherfuckers got to stop thinking of Floyd as being PBC. One, Floyd predates PBC. That's the first thing. He predates all of that. He was doing what he was doing before there was a PBC. Now his success is not attributed to Al Heyman. Like, I'm sorry that y'all think that. But no, Floyd is successful because of Floyd, not because of Al. All right. Why you think Al don't have another Floyd Mayweather? Why you think he don't have another one?
You're not wrong, Ring. But I'll demur a little here. Al had something to do with him getting paid as much as he got paid. I don't think he makes as much without Al.
I'm not going to dismiss his role entirely, but to say that he is the cause, no.
Let me be clear. I'm just saying he don't make as much without Al. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'm not going to go there. Right? What made Floyd rich is the last Showtime contract. None of them guys had no Showtime 6-fight contract. You didn't see Floyd fighting on bounce.
Right. But Al was instrumental in the Showtime contract.
Hold on. Let me finish. You didn't see that, right? Floyd didn't have the same situation as the PBC fighters because Al couldn't treat him like none of them PBC fighters.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And that's my point. I brought this up several times already that the PBC stable of fighters don't have exclusivity contracts, not for their benefit, but for the PBC's benefit, so that they can move them around to whatever network they have a partnership without any legal ramifications. But they don't get the benefit of an exclusivity contract to where you get a big cash guarantee, the kind of guarantee that Floyd got. Floyd was guaranteed an obscene amount of money under that Showtime contract, and that's not counting the upside of pay-per-views.
Well, Ring, as an example,
situation like that.
As an example of your point right there, what was it? You probably know this is why I'm asking. What did he get paid for friggin' Robert Guerrero?
Oh, he got a. I remember. I can't remember the exact number, but he got an obscene amount of money for that fucking fight.
Would $5 million? Would $5 million be way off?
No, it was. I think it was more than that.
More than up $5 million plus for Robert Guerrero. Think about that.
When he fought Maidana, I think he made
Robert Guerrero probably got $5 million.
When he fought, it was kind of weird because I think Maidana deserved a lot more money.
No, but the Maidana fight. Hang on, Beats. The Maidana fight. To me as a consumer, you know what I mean. If we're gonna have this conversation and we're having it, him getting paid to fight Maidana. That makes way more sense to me than him getting $5 million plus for Robert Guerrero.
But the basic premise that I'm saying is everybody associates Floyd with the PBC, not realizing that Floyd's situation was nothing like, let's say, Errol Spence's situation. It wasn't nothing like.
It's a Floyd. Let me. Maybe is it more like this than Ring? Is it? That was a Floyd and Al thing, not a Floyd PBC thing.
You want to know what?
Right? Because Al, hang on, because Al was doing his thing with Floyd before the PBC existed. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He was, but I don't think this is the look of it.
That's what I'm trying to say. You're getting your point. Your point is the relationship between Al and Floyd ain't the same.
The situation that Floyd Mayweather had, he had an exclusivity contract with big cash guarantees that while they inhibited his movement, were at a great cash value. No PBC fighter, none, has that kind of situation. Not even Wilder. and they rested all their hopes on Wilder. But Wilder had no exclusivity contract with Showtime, no exclusivity contract with Fox. But as a favor to Fox, y'all won't let him go nowhere. He's a slave.
32 million each fight, guaranteed on Showtime. He got 32 million for Beto. 32 million. And that's the guarantee. That's not with the add-on.
That's what he got for the Guerrero fight, by the way, it was 32 million.
He got 60. He got 60 for Maidana.
You guys right? 32.
He got 32. He got 32, and Guerrero got 3.
He got 60 for Maidana, and Maidana only got 4.
Now think about this, fellas. Think about this, fellas.
I think Maidana got 2.5 in the first fight and 4 in the second.
He got 4 in the. He got 4 in the rematch, and that's why they were so upset. They said, but it's a lot of money in nigga.
Now think about this. The virtue of an exclusivity contract, that if a network is going to go as far as saying that we don't want you going nowhere because of your content for us, you supposed to compensate me for that, bro. You supposed, like, if you want me to be on your network, okay, you got to make a commitment to me, a financial commitment. Now, Floyd had one of those, the way that Crawford got one of those. Crawford got $4 to $5 million for fighting Negas Kavaliauskas. What was Sean Porter guaranteed for fighting Errol Spence? $2 million. Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Crawford.
You want to know something funny, Reem? You know, there was one person, and I'm not trying to rag on him. I was convinced for the longest time that he wasn't making money because he just didn't have a fan-friendly style. I looked up this guy's network. I was really surprised. It's not. I think it should be much higher. But Bernard Hopkins was getting paid, bro.
He was getting paid.
I was convinced that he was not getting paid, because he wasn't a fan-friendly fighter. But he was getting paid, bro.
Do you know what it is? Going back to. Go ahead, Beats.
Let me just say quick. Let me tell you why Bernard was getting paid. Because Bernard ain't a bitch. When he fought De La Hoya and De La Hoya cleared 30 mil, he didn't say, I should be getting more. No, he took his 5 mil, bro. He took his 5 mil.
Yeah, honestly, and that's the constant. The guys that paid the cost to be the boss ended up making money. Floyd did it. Bernard did it. Anthony Joshua gave Charles Martin $5-6 million, right? $5-6 million, paying the cost to be the boss. You make the sacrifice, all right? You're the champion. We want what you got, so we got to compensate you. We will do that because in our heart, we know we can beat you. All we got to do is get you in that ring. Once we get you in there, your ass is mine. That's how winners operate. People see fighters.
Yeah. After he folded Oscar up, then he would start getting paid. Again, you guys know that stuff better than me. Correct me if I'm wrong on my timetable there. Right? Mm-hmm. I'm guessing he made a lot more money after he folded Oscar up than before, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, he was a man. He just needed that one last belt.
I tell you what, to be honest, after he fought De La Hoya, I don't think he was clearing 5 mil each fight. But listen, he couldn't get that money nowhere else. So he didn't get no big head. I'm a champion.
Yeah. I guess. But Beats, if you had to guess, Beats, wouldn't you say his average purse, the average purse that he was getting after the De La Hoya fight probably was higher than before the De La Hoya fight?
Sure, he's not a big pay-per-view draw.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Exactly.
Yeah, but, I just want to chime in a little bit, guys. Sorry, I'm about to shoot off. But like you were saying, Al Heyman isn't the reason Floyd is successful. Floyd's talent is, because I'll tell you now, if anyone just keeps winning and keeps fighting the best opponents, they're going to become big and famous, just like Floyd and just like Pacquiao.
Yep.
They were the two superstars at that time. They were the only people making tens of millions. And the heavyweight division was quiet because the Klitschko's dominated. They were the only people making money.
So, that's not the only reason they became big, though. It's not just
they know how to promote themselves because these flyweights be dominating. We don't even know it. So I mean, a lot of casual fans don't know it.
Well, look, me and Mark is
but those
Mark?
Those flyweights are big in different countries. Different territories have different interests. You know, Wait,
let me just shoot something down. First off, he who greets with fire. First off, he was known when he was under Bob, and he was known after he left Bob. You want to turn Al Heyman into the patron saint of whatever, all right? Floyd was famous, dog. When he fought Gaddy, motherfuckers showed up to the crib to watch that fight. Was he as famous as he went on to be? No. But was he known? Yeah, he was known. We used to have
He was in the building phase of his. He was in the building phase of his stardom.
Yeah, like motherfuckers.
Didn't he?
Yo,
Didn't he fight?
I swear to God, sometimes certain motherfuckers make me ashamed to be American because
Listen,
this.
bro, when he fought Gatti Ring, we were all marching down to the snooker hall to go see Floyd, right? In England.
And this was lightweight Floyd, right?
Yeah, this is Pretty Boy Floyd.
Lightweights. Whether it's Duran, whoever, lightweights have never drawn like the welterweights and the middleweights and the heavyweights in America.
Funny enough, my favorite.
So Floyd was, for his weight class, is all I'm wanted to point out. For his weight class, he was known.
As a lightweight moving up and all of that, motherfuckers knew him, dog. So when I see this guy saying the shit that he's saying, I'm like, yo, dog, why don't you just shut the fuck up, bro? You don't know what you talking about. You wasn't, keep it a bean. That dude was not watching boxing.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, because George Foreman is one of my favorite boxers of all time, and I used to get mad at him for doing this because don't get me wrong, George Foreman, he's a great fighter. He's just a bad commentator. He used to criticize Lennox Lewis every single step of the way during his career. Like he didn't box as well as he think he should have. And what person did he just ride like all day long? It was Floyd Mayweather Jr. It was not.
Bro, this is why I said that, like, Lennox had an underappreciated career because when he came to the States and started beating everybody up, motherfuckers was not giving him no love. Dog on the street, motherfuckers did not like Lennox Lewis. But was he great? Yeah, I didn't come to appreciate his career until after he retired because as far as when he was fighting, motherfuckers didn't like the commentators ain't like him. He wasn't getting no burn, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And at that same time, George Foreman was, he was riding Floyd Mayweather. Like he was like, yeah, look at that lateral movement, that jab to the body. Yeah, hit him to the stomach, hit him to the pit. Like I swear you should hear it. Like I can't I literally went back and watched like most of this George Foreman's commentary. I don't think he did that with anybody else.
Bro, like all I'm gonna say is as an American, right? It's people that make us look like we're fucking idiots. He who greets with fire is one of those people. They're like, yo, you just don't want to shut the fuck up. And it's like, yo, go do something with yourself, bro. It's like, for real.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I gotta stop.
Hey,
I'm not giving that guy here. That's what I got.
In the comment section, yeah. He's not understanding, man, that boxing in America, like you had more gyms, more cars. You had the casino culture where basically what they used to do, right, is hold fight parties, but not for one day, for 4 or 5 days running up into the fight.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Ringing off money, bro. Ringing off money. You don't have that no more. Them fighters ain't getting paid like that guy in the conversation. You don't have that, but he's probably a youngster. You can't tell him anything. He invented the wheel.
Yo, go ahead. He want to come on. Somebody drop off. He want to come on. Please let him come on. He's saying.
I'll drop off. Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor? I'll drop off. Can you put me backstage so I can lock my phone and go out and carry on listening to the?
Yeah, Julius will do that for you, bro.
I got you.
And Beats, when you say fight parties, they're probably thinking like people at your house parties. No, dude. People the high rollers would roll into Vegas is what Beats means.
Hotel orgies, bro.
Yes,
up in the penthouse.
Yes,
40 people in the
floor,
elevator going up and down with fucking rings and everything.
For 3 days, and in some cases up to a week, on forget into the fight.
People forget that, if you ever went to high school and you was never big in sports, people just didn't, just show up to the football game just because of the family. They just like football. A lot of them didn't even watch the game. It's an event. A lot of people are going to be there. A lot of people are trying to meet up with the best celebrities. It's the same way. When it comes to the biggest fighters, a lot of people just met up just because they was going to meet up. They're going to be sitting right next to each other.
Who wasn't watching boxing then, dog?
The same way. When it
Who
comes
wasn't
to
watching
the
boxing
biggest
then?
fighters, a lot of people just met up. You got feedback. He who greets with fire.
Who wasn't watching boxing then, dog? Who wasn't watching boxing then?
Yo, he who greets with fire. Do me a favor, bro. Mute your YouTube background, bro.
Hold on, wait. Everybody stop, because this child is not listening. Stop coming on here with your fucking browser.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
He's still doing like he unmutes himself because he refuses to fucking listen. Stop coming on a live with your browser open because you're causing feedback. Can you hear that? Jesus fucking Christ. This shit is stupid to me. He's so like, yo, like what is so hard about and mute your fucking browser. That's it. Nah, who was you fucking watching? Like, bro, you wasn't. You just told me that nobody knew Floyd when he fought Gaddy.
Yeah,
they said he was famous.
You telling me he was as famous as he was?
I didn't say he was as famous. No, stop. I didn't say he was as famous as he would ever become. I said he was famous. People knew him. Stop playing games.
Nah, you playing games, dog.
That's fucking playing games.
That's you.
Fucking playing games. You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Fucking dumbass.
How about did he get ejected?
He's in a fucking bag.
How about this? I'll debate him on it.
escalated
I'll
quickly.
debate him on it because it's gonna be hard. I'll debate him on the topic.
Go ahead.
Why not Doc just do it since he actually was up during the time? Like,
Pretty sure all of us were watching Floyd except maybe you, Battle.
I was watching it.
well, excuse me, Doc. Excuse me.
I was watching Floyd in 05, bro. Battle, just because you were still learning how to use the toilet potty doesn't mean I wasn't watching
I want to ask you one question, right? If there isn't a PBC fighter currently on that roster, who's been a million pay-per-view, where do you think all this money is getting them paid like you're saying they're getting paid? Where's it coming from?
Can't answer that question.
Who you talking to?
Who else? You.
He's talking to you, bro.
Repeat your question.
If none of the current PBC fighters can clear 1 million pay-per-view fights, just 1 million, right? Where do you think all this money is coming from to get them paid like you're saying they're getting paid? Where's it coming from?
I don't know. I'm not privy to all of PBC's financial information. I'm not privy to all that. I'm not at PBC's accountants' offices. I don't know. It may come from back end money from the gates.
What is back end money? Define back end money. This is your explanation.
It might come from revenue from the
do you know how pay-per-views?
I don't know. I don't know how they set it up.
Do you know how pay-per-views work, dog? Simple question.
They get money off of the amount of people that buy the pay-per-view. Right.
But you know how they work, right?
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question.
No,
It's a yes or
you
no
know it. You know it, right? You're running everything. So you know
wait. Let's not turn it into Let's not turn it into a shouting match. I'm gonna ask you. It's a yes or no. Dog, it's a yes or no question. It is a yes or no question. Don't get cute with me on my fucking live, idiot. It's a yes or no question. Do you know how they work? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us, how do they work?
Oh, I don't know. You.
Wait. So you don't know or you do know how they work?
I just told you they get paid off of the people that buy the pay-per-view. Period.
So what's a break-even point? What is that?
Come on, man. Yo, get the fuck out of here.
What is it, dog?
Yo, stop playing with me, man. That's what I'm talking about. So you be on some pussy ass shit, dog. Stop fucking playing with me, bro.
Pussy ass shit. Like, I'm asking you a simple question. What is a break-even point? Every pay-per-view has one. What is that?
2, coon ass nigga.
What is it? Simple question.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
He's just asking you simple questions. If you don't want to take questions from him, because obviously you're hostile, I'll talk with you.
I don't want to take questions from you. Fuck that.
I'll talk with you if you like. Would you prefer to talk with me?
No, I don't want to talk with you either.
Why not? Hold on, Julius, Battle. Let me go. Why don't you want to talk with me? Are you upset?
Hold on. If this dude don't want to talk to me, but he's on my live, and he don't want to talk to Mark, what the fuck are you here to do, dog? What are you here to do?
You trying to rumble? What's up? That's what I'm trying to see. What's up? Because you got a lot of shit to say.
What's up?
You only 2 hours away, bro. I'm in Philly, bro.
What's up with what? What's up with what?
You, nigga? You got a lot to say, dog. I'm trying to rumble. What's up?
punk moth. Also, you trying to knock somebody out on the internet because you're so fucking tough?
Tough guy.
Really? Really? You digital gangster? Fucking clown.
Said, nigga, matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be up there.
Hey, shut the fuck up,
dude. It's not worth it. You might as well, unless you want to have a rest.
I'm being childish. I'm letting this idiot take me out of my zone. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get on my Zen master shit, and I'm gonna let him make a fool out himself. That's what I'm gonna do.
You really
make a fool out himself. Get ahead, Brody. Talk your tough shit.
I said what I had to say, bro. You don't know what the fuck you be talking about. Fuck out of here.
Well, what points do you disagree with?
Battle.
Don't interrupt him. Let him talk. Don't interrupt him. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Well, he said that you don't know what you're talking. Did he just drop off again?
Yeah, I didn't drop him off that time.
What I was doing on Rival, I just asked him what points did he disagree with. He said that he didn't know what he was talking about. So I was asking, which points do you disagree with so we can talk about it? Because, you know, you might have been in the comments while we said something. You might not like what we said, so we can actually clarify what we said.
Well, Julius doesn't know what he's talking about because Julius said that was Pretty Boy Floyd, but he said he was fighting at 140 pounds against Gaddy. He was still Pretty Boy then. It wasn't until 08 when he became Money.
Yeah, and
but I mean, we don't know what we're talking about, right?
Nah, I mean, look, this is what I meant. He came on here for that. He don't know what we talking about. Like, he don't. He does not know what we talking about. But what he knows is he wants to come on here and say absolutely nothing.
How many fights did he have at 140 versus 130, 135?
I mean, look, do you mind if I stop you for a second?
Go ahead, Beats. Go ahead, Beats.
I'll tell you this, right? If you want to know somebody who's bad at maths, just say Beats. And I want to have no really bad at maths, right? But I know enough to say to know this, right? If you are going to be getting $10 million purses, because that's a big purse, right? That revenue has to come from either gate or the pay-per-view buys have to be, you know, on the up. This guy, like, oh well, I don't know how they're getting it. They're getting it.
Not Beats. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, not necessarily Beats. It could be.
Hold up. I'm gonna tell you what it is. There's certain people that they can't accept that there's other people that know more about a given subject than they do. That's literally what it is. It's childishness. For example, if D know a lot about cars, he know a lot about changing calipers and rotating tires. I'm not gonna pretend that I know more than him. I'm gonna listen to him. This guy's problem, he who greets with fire, he represents a group of petulant children that they can't understand. Yo, there's people out there that know more about stuff than you do. And just because you don't know, that don't mean they hating. That's just the truth, and you can't handle it because you're not mature enough to handle it. It's simple shit. It ain't.
I mean, let me tell you where he let himself down. You asked him a question. Do you know how pay-per-view works? Yes. No. Yeah, I mean,
and he's 35. He's 35 years old. He's 35 years old playing games.
But actually, Beats, I think it's a little bit. It might be a little bit more complicated than that when it comes to pay-per-view, because you know there's fights that we obviously seen that didn't really have all that great pay-per-view buys, but I think when it comes to certain pay-per-views, they might get money from the back end and you know in gate and whatnot. But it's also
dude. What happens? Like, look, Terrence Crawford tried to do pay-per-views, right, against the likes of Postcol and right, and they bombed. But he got a guarantee. That's an incentive to keep him there, right? That's an incentive to keep him. They're overpaying him. They're overpaying him, right? Right? Top Rank and HBO could afford to pay him more than what his pay-per-view. But to actually see guys like Joshua and Floyd and Canelo, they don't have to be overpaid. They're actually generating it on the pay-per-view buys. They're actually generating.
No. I was disagreeing. You said where's all this money coming from? I don't think it always necessarily just the buys.
I'm gonna break this down, then I'm gonna give it over to D Jefferson because he hasn't had a chance to talk yet. But what I'm gonna say is, look, every pay-per-view is like every fight. It has its own characteristics. Pacquiao versus Broner reportedly brought in 400,000 pay-per-view buys, right? whereas Garcia versus Spence brought in about 350. You can't look at those two sets of numbers the same way because the guarantees were entirely different. Manny Pacquiao was guaranteed a guaranteed purse of $20 million. That's not counting what everybody else on the card had to get paid. That's just
that's two towards at the pay-per-view, boys.
So money, you know, when you look at that, you look at the guaranteed purses and what it costs to cover the expenses for a pay-per-view. You look at that one and you know that they lost money. Whereas with Spence and Garcia, no, they made money because the guaranteed purses wasn't that much to begin with. Right. You couldn't have lost money paying these guys. Now I'm gonna give it to D. Jefferson. Hold on, you muted, bro. I got you. You gotta unmute your mic, bro.
Yeah, that was my bad. I had noise in the background, but I was just kind of sitting back listening, and I was backstage before he came up, and I wanted him to get on because I wanted to see what he had to say. But it's basically what Jay was saying. People have a problem admitting that someone knows more than they do about a certain subject. Mark was just on my live the other night, and somebody put in the chat about my knowledge, versus Mark's. I said, fuck no, I don't know more about the guys in history and all of this about Mark. Hell no. And I will easily admit that. I've told people before, hell no, I don't know as much as Julius do about the fucking politics and shit. It's not about that, bro. If you don't know more about somebody, you don't know more about. But don't come up here and make a fucking statement, and then the basis of the statement you make, they ask you, oh, I don't know. If you don't know, then what the fuck are you talking for if you don't know? You don't even fucking know how it works. You idiot.
Exactly. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna pass it to Beats after I say this. That's exactly what it is. It's like, yo, it come from a childish need to talk, but not have nothing to say. Like, bro, if you don't know what we talking about, then why do you even want to talk to us? That's the shit. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what it is. Like, yo, you don't know what we talking about. You can't contribute nothing to what we talking about, and yet you want to talk. It's retarded. Now I'm gonna pass it to Beats. Go ahead, Beats.
It's like if I'm talking to Unrivaled about old school, I'm a lot older than him, right? But there'll be sometimes he'll bring up some old school stuff that I don't know. Now I could be, well, I'm old, I should know. No, I listen because I'm gonna learn. And I'm a lot old, but I'm not that ignorant to think, well, because he's younger, I have to do. No, I let him talk because I know he's researched what he's done. And like you can't grow. Them conversations like that guy, you're never gonna grow, man. You're never gonna grow.
You're damn right, bro.
Man.
I sit back a lot of times, especially like this panel here. I fucking love it. Doc, I've never had the pleasure of talking with you, but Beats, Unrivaled, Ring IQ. A lot of times I sit back and I listen to you guys. I don't interject because it's a learning experience. Yeah, I know a lot about this sport, but you guys always come with some shit that I don't know, and I don't have a problem admitting that. So I sit back. It's not that I'm being quiet on the lives, but when I don't know, I stay in my fucking lane. So I sit back and I listen to what you guys talking about. Now, often guys will talk about what happens in the ring or which fighter would beat another fighter and why, and then you'll hear me jump right the fuck in because, Doug, that's my specialty. That's what I do. I know what the fuck they doing in that ring and why they doing it. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what I do. But I'm not going to challenge any of you guys, Jay, on the politics or boxing, beats and rhymes or Unrivaled on the history of this. I'm not going to do that, bro, because it makes no sense. I don't fucking know nearly as much as you guys do. So it'll be ridiculous to jump up here and start talking like I know this shit.
No, exactly. And it's so many guys that
absolutely
they'll hear something, and because they in disagreement, bro, you don't even know what it is you're disagreeing with. You don't even know. Like, that's how childish it is. You just want to disagree. You don't know what the fuck you disagreeing with. If I ask you a simple question, what is the and not for nothing, this, like, I'm not trying to be funny, but that's how you know motherfuckers is some bums. Because if I ask you what break even is, you should know what the fuck that is off top, even if you don't know pay-per-views. If you've ever sold anything in your life, everything has a break-even point. If you
even a budget.
Everything.
Selling trees, you gonna break even.
If I spent, hypothetically speaking, if I spent $50 on an OZ then that $50 is the break even. I gotta make that because ain't shit in life free. Now, this bum, I asked this bum, yo, do you know what a break even point is? Nah, you do. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is, bro? What the fuck are you?
He said you're pulling some pussy shit, like ultimate. Look,
it's just like this. When I put siding on houses ring, right? You like you're saying, there's a break even point. I would get told, Doc, I'm gonna pay you because I was a subcontractor, right? I would get told, I will pay you X amount of money for putting the siding on that house right there or whatever, right? I got my employees under me that I got to pay. I have a break-even point, right out. You get me? I can only afford to pay my employees so much money and pay my taxes and still bring in some bread for myself to keep and put in the bank. You get me? Break even. That's break even.
He's angry because he wanted to argue in favor of a lie. He wants to believe that these fighters are making more than everybody else. But if I show you what's being reported to the commissions, this is not my opinion. This is what's reported to the commissions. Terrence Crawford got paid more, guaranteed, for Kavaliauskas than Porter got for unifying 2 world titles. You don't like it, but you don't have to. It's still the truth.
How much is Arrow getting paid?
You see guys like Bernard Hopkins, right? And Larry Holmes, right? When he fought Jerry Cooney, he never made a $10 million person. When he fought Ali, he didn't make $10 million. He made $10 million when he fought Jerry Cooney. And Jerry Cooney earned $10 million as well. And he was the challenger. Holmes had to come out first like he was the challenger. But Holmes said no.
That's why I always equate that particular fight. That's why I always say Wilder versus Fury was not Cooney versus Holmes. Cooney versus that was disrespectful.
It was race related. It wasn't supposed to be, but it was race related.
Let's be honest about it. That's what it was. That was a fight where
that was the plan of King and Rappaport.
Exactly. Yeah. None of the fighters were racist at all, but they made it that way.
But that was the angle that they used to sell a fight. So when
you know why, right?
Nah, go ahead.
Because controversy sells.
No, of course. But the idea behind me saying that is, look, Frank Warren and Bob Arum and Al Heyman did not sit down and say, we're going to turn this into a race war. This is not going to be, they didn't sit down and say, we're going to go to Cooney versus Holmes route. So if anybody was making it that way with the shit that they was saying, it was Wilder, because it was not a conscious decision that we're going to use this angle to sell this fight. With Cooney versus Holmes, they knew what they was doing. They was playing it up because that's the angle that they chose. Wilder got more guaranteed for the first Fury fight than Fury did. So don't compare that to Cooney versus Holmes. This ain't one of those.
Dennis Rappaport and Don King, they were stoking up the racial fires, man. That's what they did.
Yeah, and if you look at that fight, I think the only thing you could probably say that that Larry Holmes kind of pushes he was so offended that it was just like you're just saying that he could just knock him out. And I think there was one interview, I think Curtis Anderson talked about it. He was like, what do you think, man? They think you can lose to this guy. They said he's the next great white hope, and he was like, they hope I don't kill his ass, something like that. And he just didn't like how they were saying that he could beat him.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say that the political environment and the racial environment at that particular time was not the same as the environment here today. But was Larry Holmes disrespected? Yes, he most certainly was. That is not a debate. Yes, he was.
Larry Holmes was disrespected his whole fucking career, bro.
Yeah,
Facts.
Well, I'm right, but I think he kind of went into a rut because, like, I think people were.
Look.
Wait.
Hang on, Battle. Larry Holmes is. I was there. Larry Holmes, and everybody knows who my dude is. Larry Holmes is historically underappreciated, and was historically underappreciated, particularly in his era.
No, I'm not denying that. I think there was a point where, because Larry Holmes, he was cocky. He felt he could beat people. It's just that, I think he kind of felt that people were kind of, not taking him seriously. Like after a certain point,
because they weren't.
Well, they weren't, bro.
No. I think no. I'm saying like at a certain point, like when he lost to like Michael Spinks and stuff like that, I was just like, nah, that's just I'm like Larry Holmes. Like I wasn't there, so I can only go off, what I assumed. I was thinking that he kind of made it kind of seem like the people was out to get him, but I'm like, you lost. It happens, bro. Like you had a good run. You was fighting for 10 years straight.
What was bitter about it for Larry is you have to remember Holmes did his real career, his championship career when he beats Norton in 77, 78, right? Yeah. He's already in his late 20s. He's not 22 like Muhammad Ali. He's not 20 like Mike Tyson. You get me? So he by the time he gets to Spinks, he in especially back in those days in heavyweight terms, he was an old man. Yeah. And especially for his style, he was an old man. So so I bet that was probably part of the bitterness too. He didn't get nearly as much time to make hay. Like some other guys.
He didn't get, for all the top defenses and all the people that he fought, he didn't get half the accolades that other fighters are getting. So when I see Wilder, which is why I made that correlation, when I see Wilder saying what he's saying, I'm like, bro, you bugging the fuck out. Because your career ain't even nothing like Larry. Like Larry was somebody who could say he was disrespected. You a petulant child.
Larry had to come after the quote unquote greatest. Who did no offense to Wilder, who did he come after that was so big over here in America?
Shit.
All right. Larry Holmes came after the most, and this is just me saying this, all right, being a little kid in the 70s, not just the most popular boxer. Larry came after the most popular human being on the friggin' planet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Who is and this is no diss. That's not a diss on Wilder. I'm just saying, who did he come after, especially in American terms?
If you're the following act to this guy, you're the following act to the GOAT, bro. You already starting off with a handicap because he's
right.
The GOAT. And you following up after him. You got to try to fill his shoes. Wilder didn't have to do that. Larry did. Larry got.
Dude, if you want to get technical about it, Wilder filled the void after a couple of guys that, as Beats likes to say it, got thrown off the network here in America. The Klitschko. We threw them off. We threw them off. That's when the Floyd's and whatnot rose to the pay-per-view floor because that was when the heavyweight division over here died.
I'm gonna say he had the ideal environment. Since we on Wilder, he had the ideal environment to resurrect heavyweight boxing in America. Because the act that you followed was a bunch of guys that Americans didn't like. They didn't like Lennox that much, if at all. They certainly didn't like the Klitschko brothers. So it's an open book for you. It's yours now. Like you following them, they ain't even like them. So you kind of got it easier than a lot of other guys, to be honest. So don't make like, Wilder ain't no victim, dog. He ain't no victim. Shelly was just scared to put him in there with people. That's all it is. That's all it ever was. Shelly didn't want to put him in there with certain people because before Al Heyman even came into it, Shelly was there. And Shelly ain't want to put him in there with certain people. He kept him away from everybody.
People said that the motherfucker was a baby during the Klitschko fight.
Exactly.
And then he doesn't chase, and this is speaking on the same point, and then he doesn't chase down Anthony Joshua. There's all these fucking reasons why the fight's not being made. A guy like Larry Holmes is going right at both of them. There's no questions. He's going right at Klitschko. He's going right at Joshua.
I'm going to ask y'all a simple question. If Larry Holmes was in his prime here today, right, do you think he going to fucking let Anthony Joshua hold 3 world titles?
No, bro.
No. Wait. Ring got cute.
He's dropping a macho man elbow on him off a car. He has to get the fight.
Even more so about Ring IQ, not only would Larry Holmes allow Joshua to hold those belts, Wilder had chances to get some of those belts before Joshua. Holmes wouldn't have wasted those opportunities. So Joshua would have never acquired all of those belts without Holmes sticking his foot in there getting some of them.
And look at what Roy, and I go back to what Roy said. It's one of my favorite quotes that he got. That's why I never had a promoter. If you got a belt, you ain't got to come see me. I'm going to come down and I'm going to come see you. That's the kind of fighters that they was. Wilder, I got to know what he getting.
Right.
100 mil. Like, bro, you don't want that fight. That's what you're telling me.
Man, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't want to really try to get into the whole AJ Wilder debate, but if you're sticking with D's topic, that he should have just went after Klitschko from the get go. I agree. That's totally 100%. I agree with you, DJ. That is a great point. But he seemed like he wanted that fight. I'll just say that. I'm just gonna put that out there. My thing
I'm gonna disagree to disagree battle because the body language. No, I got to. I don't want to open that can of worms, but I'm gonna say, look, bro.
It's gonna be open, right? He didn't want no Klitschko fight. Klitschko was mopping him up in the ring.
No. I'm talking about with him. I'm talking about AJ. I'm talking about AJ
on the floor like a mop.
Yeah, he was talking about Wilder though.
No. I'm talking about AJ. Like I said, if you're going off D Jefferson's point, that is a great point. I can't really argue with that. I'm saying it seemed to me from what he was doing that he wanted AJ, but there was a lot of politics involved. That was the problem.
This is what I'm. Now, the battle, to your point, right? Look, Jose felt he could beat Maurice. Jose felt I can beat him. Just let me at him. Get him in the ring with me. I can beat him. He went as far as going to his platform. I'm going to your platform in your neck of the woods. We in your town, but I'm gonna beat you. That's how you know. That's how you know. Terrence Crawford felt he could beat Ricky Burns in Glasgow. Errol Spence felt he could beat Kell Brook in Sheffield. When you want it, you gonna get it. When you want it. If you don't want it, you gonna do that bullshit. Oh, nah, that's not bro.
But Ring though, look. He said on numerous occasions, like I'm really not trying to go down that rabbit hole. I'm just trying to make it how it is. He said that, fine, I'll be able to fight in the UK, and he also said that he would take less money as long as he gets more, as long as AJ would take.
All right, now to your point that he said he would go to the UK, he did say that. Then they waffled. That's what nobody talks about. They waffled. The WBA exposed them. They're like, look, Ryabinski and Povetkin is pressuring us because they want their title shot. You have not signed a contract. You've had it for close to 2 weeks. What are you waiting for? This man already been waiting for months. He already stepped aside once for the Povetkin fight. He was going to step aside for y'all if you would have signed the contract. Why haven't you signed it? And then Wilder comes out and says, oh, well, I didn't sign it because it doesn't have a two-way rematch clause. Do you believe you're going to win or not?
Hey, Jay, you got some characters over here, dog.
I seen it. Pay that no mind. Pay that.
I ain't paying him no mind. I just gave him some smiley faces. I think it's funny. Oh, boy. These guys, man.
That's if we're going to go back that far to that. The WBA said Wilder didn't sign a contract, so we have to enforce the mandatory because Povetkin already been waiting a while. Most people don't realize that Povetkin not only stepped aside to allow them to make the Joseph Parker fight, but he was prepared to step aside to let them make the Wilder fight. Wilder did not sign the contract, and they had it for something like 8 days. If you agreeing to the terms, what are you waiting for? It takes 8 days to get this contract to your lawyer so you can review. Like, what are you waiting for? So you reject it. You come out after that saying, oh, well, I want a two-way rematch clause, and now I want 50%. All right, bro, you don't want to fight. You don't want to fight. If you feel that this is a one-round fight because you're going to knock his ass out, you're not going to do all that. You wasn't making 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. They offered you 12 out the gate. They offered you 12. If you believe that you can beat him, you're going to take it, and then you're going to be the man after that. Now, you might not get nothing. You might not get nothing like the shit they was offering you. You can't beat Fury in this third fight. It's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. He didn't want that fight. Bottom line.
Hey, man, at the end of the day, when a fighter, especially a fighter in Wilder's position at the time, when a fighter wants to fight, like saying against the Anthony Joshua, he put his fucking foot down and he gets to fight. Period. I don't care what no one says. He gets that fight.
When Wilder had that belt from Stavern, he had it from early 2015 into 2016. Eddie Hearn wasn't going anywhere. There was no Dillian White. There was no Dave Allen. No Derek Chisora. No nothing. Nothing happening in the heavyweight division. Nothing. Apart from when Tyson won the belt from Vlad. Right? Nothing happening. Right? Wilder was actually negotiating with Charles Martin, right, for that unification. And they didn't pay up the money. And they let Eddie in. They let Eddie sneak in and when they snuck in, It's always been a game of catch up for them. It's just been a game of catch up.
Honestly, because think about it this way, and I asked this in a video. If it would have been Martin versus Wilder instead of Martin versus Joshua, you think Charles Martin would have got $5-6 million? No. Wilder wasn't getting close to that.
But at the end of the day, we're trying to see, undisputed. So it just would have went in a totally different direction to what we originally seen. It just
you're not getting battle, right? It's if you believe in somebody. Heavyweight boxing is like high stakes poker. If you believe in your bet, that bet, you put money behind that bet. You say, yo, Deontay can beat Charles Martin. We get 2 belts. Give that guy 7-8 million, and we take that belt. They didn't do it.
Yo, beats the smile on D. Jefferson's face the second you said poker, man. He understood everything you were talking about from that point on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't even know how to play poker, man.
To answer Troy's question, Troy asked, why didn't Heyman match Eddie's offer to Charles Martin? Because for Al, it wasn't worth that. It's not worth it to put up that kind of money for that fight because you ain't gonna make that. You'll make more money. See, this is the way it worked, Troy. Al ended up making more money as a result of the money that Matchroom was willing to put up because he himself here in the States, Wilder versus Martin wasn't worth that kind of money. It was worth that money to the Brits in the United Kingdom because AJ already had fans. That's why they could afford to finance that kind of guarantee in the first place.
So you think basically Al Heyman wasn't as adamant as Eddie Hearn is pushing a heavyweight champion?
No, the only way Al Heyman was going to allow that fight to happen, win, lose, or draw for Wilder, but the only way that he would have allowed that fight to happen is if Showtime would have got it. And the problem is that Showtime didn't have enough money to guarantee Anthony Joshua. Put it that way. Guaranteed. Emphasis on guaranteed, not 10 million and an upside or 20. No, guaranteed, bro. This dude is making bank already. He's making bank. He's already getting paid more than the average heavyweight, and he didn't have a belt yet. Why do you think they was able to pay Charles Martin $5 million or $6 million? They already getting bank. Y'all not.
They had money, but the main reason they were able to do it is confidence.
Oh yeah.
See, there's real fast. Let me go on this. Like when you look at the Wilder situation, like you were talking about, Al would have lost money on it, and he didn't think he'd be able to gain off the back end like massively, right? He didn't think he'd be able to gain a massive fandom or whatever. He was already a world champion. Being unified on top of that, when it's the WBC title you've got, doesn't really matter too much in America to too much extension. It really doesn't to build fans, casual fans. But when you look in the UK, you've got the option of an Olympic gold medalist becoming the world heavyweight champion. You've got him having that opportunity. He's got the opportunity to go on to pay-per-view. You've got Fury coming down out of the whole situation with Klitschko. Britain's fallen off again. Then they're talking about, can Joshua beat him before he even fights Charles Martin, beat Klitschko? So Eddie, he put that money up knowing full well that Joshua would skyrocket, because Beats can even clarify in this. Before that fight happened, Eddie Hearn says you gotta spend big to win big. Whereas Al Heyman, he's willing to pay decent amounts to slowly build in a slow procedure. Whereas sky's the limit over with Eddie. Eddie's a big gambling man. Al's a mid kind of business guy. He'll take the modicum increase constantly. Whereas Eddie's willing to throw his fighters all over the fucking world and Johnson out to fight against Viterbiev and stuff.
There's people in the comment section saying, "Oh, Wilder doesn't have the fan base that AJ had." So it's not the same. Dude, AJ had to build that fan base. AJ fought about 4 unbeaten fighters before he got Charles Martin. About 2 or 3 unbeaten. Like Dylan was unbeaten. The Scottish guy was unbeaten. I'm not saying.
Emmanuel Leo was unbeaten in his debut, wasn't he?
Exactly. Right. You have to build. You got to build that market. Now, this is what I'm saying. Like, if they put Charles Martin in that fight, and if they could get 10,000 crowd, he'd have been on his way, and Joshua wouldn't have no belts.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it boils down. At the end of the day, it boils down to belief in your product. If you tell me, if I truly believe, if I believe in my chest, Wilder beats that man. And how much they offering 12? That's 12 we got because Wilder beats that man. Send him over there. He gonna come back with a belt. That's how you do it if you believe it. Now, if you don't believe it, you gonna be all worried about what happens if I lose. What happens if I lose? Bro, it's an opportunity for you because you don't be getting these kinds of purses. You wasn't getting $12 million at that time. And when they offered you 20, you wasn't getting that either. When they offered you 15 million guaranteed at 35% of the upside, which was a great offer, 15 million guaranteed plus 35% of the upside. Y'all ain't want to take that. Then they up to 35 to 40%. I ain't want to take that. They offer you 100 million guarantee. You don't want to take. All right, bro. You don't want to fight. You don't want to fight.
But let me just go to say, I know I don't want to dominate too much. But you know why this happened? This is because it goes back to when they threw the Klitschko codes off the network. They devalued the heavyweight championship in America right there. So when it was time for Wilder to be the next guy, they didn't want to invest in him because they lost respect for the championship. They forgot that like somebody should have knocked someone's head together and say, "Yo, you do realize this is our championship? We dominate heavyweight championship in America. We have to invest in our guy. What are we doing?"
They've gotten in the habit of welterweight, middleweight, maybe some light heavyweight.
Bro, it's because Al Heyman is not a boxing guy. Like it all goes, but like he has no concept that like, yo, heavyweight is our territory. That been our shit. We can't let somebody else. We've been letting this go on long enough between the Klitschko brothers and now this AJ guy. We got to stop this. Al Heyman don't know about, like, he don't got the context or the concept for that. So you just gonna treat it like this is Floyd and Pacquiao. This ain't Floyd and Pacquiao.
I don't think he even thinks that way. I like me and Beats have said for a long time. There's no way Don or Bob, right, in the 70s or 80s would have let that slip past them. No, regardless, even if they didn't think they had the best chance in the world of winning, right? They still would have gotten their spoke in there and been like, I'm not going to just roll over and let it happen because they think differently. Like to your point, in other words.
No, yeah. Because Al's a music guy. Shelly is a music guy. You got music guys that don't know how to groom and build fighters. That's why a lot of the stable is going flat like ginger ale. When you let it sit on the windowsill for too long, it goes fucking flat. That's what happens. That's what happens with they fighters. Ain't no way. Look, Adam Kovnacki, and somebody brought it to my attention that, you know what, I didn't make enough light of that Adam Kovnacki in the Areola fight, that fight shouldn't have looked like that. This is Chris Areola. Nothing against him. God bless him. But you need to wrap this motherfucking shit up. And y'all went life or death.
And a really downrange Areola, not like a prime Areola. Yeah. You know what I mean? This ain't the Areola that Vitali beat up, for example.
I mean,
go ahead, Battle. Go ahead.
You good, DJ? Just go ahead.
Nah, I was just gonna say the facts are, bro. Like, we have to realize that a lot of these promoters, they know talent levels of fighters. They know what these fighters are capable of and what they're not. And again, you're not gonna invest money into what you don't see. If you don't see it there, if you don't see, okay, this can make me a lot of money. And you got to believe, bro, these guys been around boxing a long time. They could see that Wilder lacked the skills. And they was like, it's too much of a risk to invest so much into this guy, period. Point blank, period. That's it.
I see.
I also think, I agree with that. I also think, though, that Don and Bob, whether it's because they're from a different era or just because, like Julia said, they're more boxing guys first. To me, they're less. They would have been less risk averse in the 70s and 80s if the same situation had come across to them.
I mean, even then, you have a bunch of guys that probably seem like they didn't have the skills on it to the plate, and they did. And they people pushed them, and they was like, "Yeah, he's going far." Like Carl Frock. I mean, I wasn't impressed when I first saw him, but he fought the best, and he ended up at the top.
All right, now we got Get This Smoke. He wants to join the panel. Somebody want to drop off. I think he wants to debate.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and step off. Jay, thanks for having me on, bro. I gotta take care of something anyway. All right, Unrival, Doc, good to talk with you, bro. Beats and rhymes, always a pleasure. Battle Rifle. Peace out, guys. Everybody.
Peace, Jefferson. You take care.
Okay, so I'm all right. Let me let him in now. All right, get ahead. Get this smoke. You got the floor.
Hey, what's up, Ring? So I was just listening, and I had some, I had a different perspective than some of the points that you guys are making, but I also agreed with some of the points. So I just wanted to come up and chop it up. I don't have like a point of debate or anything. I just wanted to come chop it up with you guys.
Okay, now go ahead. Just surmise the points that you did and didn't agree with.
Yeah, I would agreed with what Unrivaled was saying about the UK market being different and AJ's ascent to stardom, and how that isn't really comparable to what we've got going on in the States. I guess my point of contention that I can remember off the top of my head was the idea that Wilder has this wide open field in order that he can operate in. He's actually coming off the heels of Floyd Mayweather, and like you were saying, the heavyweight market has been depressed over a number of decades. So he has to not just bring interest back, but also build up the business for the heavyweight division. And still, the business side is still in the lower weight divisions, and that's where it's been since the Klitschko's.
Fair point. It is a fair point that at least the last couple of years, as far as the American boxing scene was being dominated by two fighters primarily. Motherfuckers wasn't even noticing Ward because of these two motherfuckers, and that's Manny and Floyd. Manny and Floyd dominated all the attention here for years. So as far as boxing in other divisions, motherfuckers out here really wasn't paying attention. I always said if Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao wasn't a thing, then Andre Ward would have been our guy because he was our last Olympic gold medalist. He was undefeated. He would have been our guy. As far as heavyweight boxing, we really didn't have anything going on. All we had over the years was who? Calvin Brock, Chris Bird, and who else?
Seth Mitchell.
The dude that got knocked out by a trainer.
Come on, champ. Yeah, we had.
Isn't that the guy that Jonathan Banks knocked out? Seth Mitchell.
Yeah.
Knocked out by a trainer, bro.
A fighter who was moonlighting as a trainer because he ended his career a little bit abruptly to become a trainer. The heir apparent to Manny Stewart. But the reason that I brought up how it was an open book for Wilder is there's still no reason that things shouldn't be happening for you because you don't have to follow Ali the way that Larry Holmes had to. That like, damn, dog, I got to fill those fucking shoes. You know what I mean? The last couple of years as Wilder stepped into the pro game, we didn't have a face in the heavyweight division. So these are ideal conditions for you because now it's fresh. It's almost like you're hitting the reset button. Certain things should be happening that never happened. Certain fights should be happening that never happened. So if you had to play catch up all the way up until 2015, having debuted in 2008, you squandered the time because your handlers were not confident enough in you to put them in there with the Vitali. Or if you couldn't catch Vitali on his way out, fine. What about Vladimir? Never got to fighting him either. Shelly.
Sorry. So you're still going. So I was just going to say that in 2015, that's actually when Mayweather Pacquiao fought, and that was like the biggest fight in boxing. Like, can you imagine Wilder breaking through the build-up to Manny Pacquiao, and then also what happened afterwards? Because that's the environment that he got his championship in. But also, Wilder doesn't have dance partners. It's not just, and Larry Holmes definitely. He had a handicap coming after Ali, but at least the heavyweight division was built up. Like what happened in the Klitschko era is basically the entire division went bankrupt, at least in the American market, right? So he has to rebuild the entire thing, and he has to build it from a place where there's not even dance partners here. Like
that's a really good. That one point right there is very good because Larry, when it was time for him to go for his title, which by the way I was wrong, it was 29 beats. Larry was 29 when he got a shot against Norton. Think about. I mean, you know what I mean? He had to wait. He was forced to wait. It wasn't because of lack of ambition. Anyways, but real quick, but before I forget, the Ken Norton, he had Ken Norton as a dance partner. You know what I mean? A very bankable name, as you like to say.
Which is fair. But at the same time, the reason that I don't look at it that way is because in spite of not being the centerpiece of boxing, that didn't stop Andre Ward from having an accomplished career, right? In hindsight, he had an accomplished career, even though Mayweather and Pacquiao was monopolizing all of the attention. Chocolatito and everything that he did was throughout this period. The 4 divisions that he climbed to, undefeated before he fought Saul Rumvisai, that was throughout that period. So you still have the chance to build the foundation of what would have been your legacy after Mayweather retired. But none of that done.
See, it's not the same situation with the lower guys because they can move up weights, and that's actually what Ward did. Because at 168, he was kind of languishing. It wasn't until he moved up and had the Klitschko dance partner that he got any kind of traction.
Well,
but
okay,
just going back to the whole he had a chance to fight Klitschko kind of thing. That was really for one fight in a few months, right? And both sides decided that they were going to let Wilder have a title defense, which I don't find unreasonable for a new champion. But for some reason, because Wilder didn't, in his first title defense, go for undisputed against Klitschko, then that means he squandered his career.
It predates that. Hold on. I'm going to make my point, then I'm going to pass it over to Beats. It predates that because if you debuted in 2008, that means you were around for the last 4 to 5 years of Vitaly. You never went after Vitaly. You were around for a good chunk of the Vladimir Klitschko era. Hold on. Then I'm going to pass it over to Beats. You were around for a good chunk of the Vladimir Klitschko era. He had 3 belts. You could have become a mandatory for any one of them. You were strategically navigated to a belt that he wasn't holding. That's not by mistake. That's by design. If this is the man in the heavyweight division, and this is the only thing semblant of a money guy, then you should be trying to fight him the way that everyone else from Chaigev to Pulev to Povetkin was trying to fight him. You chose to go another route. Now I'm going to pass it over to Beats.
Now look, right? Wilder won the belt in February 2015. I know that off the top, right? I could be wrong. Early 2015. And if you watch Klitschko fight Bryant Jennings in 2015, you can see the slippage. You can see the obvious slippage. This is the time to get him. He's got 3 belts. He's slipping. Fight him now. Knock him over. It's all yours.
Okay. So when it comes to Vitaly, Vitaly's last fight was like 2013. And Wilder, I mean, listen, if you want to bust his chops for fighting Vitaly, that's on you. For me, Wilder was not in a position to fight Vitaly. But no, I'm just talking about for rings. And I'll get to you, Beats, in 1 second. But just the idea that Wilder was supposed to position himself to fight Vitaly Klitschko when who is suggesting that Wilder was prepared to be a champion in 2013? He didn't challenge for the title until 2015. But to get to Beats, yeah, definitely the time to get him, was then like that. That he never won another fight. So like history bears your point out. But the issue at that point was that Shelley Finkel was both of their guys' advisors, and they were trying to marinate a fight. They were trying to build a fight so that he could go out as undisputed. If you remember, Vladimir had got kicked out of America for bad ratings, and the Bryant Jennings fight was his introduction back into America, and he was going to take that fight. And then Wilder was supposed to take a title defense, and then they were just trying to build an undisputed fight to make Vlad go out undisputed. But it didn't happen that way because Vlad lost his next 2 fights.
Okay, and be that as it may, you debuted in 2008. You don't fight for a title till 2015. That could be negligible. I could overlook that if the title that you were fighting for were one of Vladimir's titles. It wasn't. There were players, there were top contenders and champions to fight. You chose to fight the way lesser of two evils, and it seems that that's been the logic for your career for the entirety of your career. Like I said, you had 4 to 5 years to prepare yourself for a Vitaly Klitschko. I can forgive that you didn't fight Vitaly if you would have fought Vlad, but you didn't fight either of them. On top of that, you fought no top contenders, none, for 7 years. All right, now.
Okay, so it was 7 years before he fought Stavern.
Stavern, yeah, it was.
From debut.
Okay, so for context, Larry Holmes, who I mentioned earlier, he fought Norton 5 years in, and that was after the one belt had just gotten split into two, not when there was 4 belts.
Yeah, I think you guys are overlooking development in fighters, right? So he pro debuted in 2008. When did he actually first put on his pair of boxing gloves? Right? Was that 2 years before that? It was like 2 years before that. Right?
Wait. Let me just take care of this. Let me take care of this. The development period for Anthony Joshua is almost identical to the development period of Deontay Wilder. The difference is Anthony Joshua fought for a title in 3 years of becoming a professional. 3 years.
The difference is the amount of amateur tournament experience that they have. They're not the same.
That's also comparable. Anthony Joshua started. All right, hold on. Anthony Joshua started late, the same as Wilder. Anthony Joshua.
I didn't say start late. I'm talking about the amount of amateur tournament experience. They didn't develop the same way. You can talk about they both started late, and I understand that, and I'm not arguing that whether they, I'm not even arguing whether or not Wilder should have been moved differently. But you can't. But the idea that because Anthony Joshua was developed one way, that's now you need to compare Wilder to that. That seems to be like, for what reason? They're not the same guys.
Look, the standards are harsh. You're talking about world championship boxing.
Exactly.
When you get one of them sanctioning belts, training wheel and apprenticeships are off the table. They're off the table.
Yeah. And in all honesty,
we're talking about development, though, right? We're talking about. You said he debuted in 2008.
This is what I'm trying to communicate to you. If it's taking you this long to develop, do you know why that is?
Because he started late, and he started developing as a pro.
Now let me make my point. If it's taking you this long to develop, it's not because you started late, because Anthony Joshua started late. So it's not that. It's not that. If it's taking you this long, it's 2 reasons. 1, you're not that good. And 2, your people, your managers, they don't have enough faith in you to let you free and be out there because they know you will lose.
Listen, that's a reasonable assumption. To be fair, but listen, how long did it take for Canelo to develop? Right, he had like 30-something fights before he got up, and he started 15. He didn't really get his.
Now hang on, Smoke. Let me give you a more comparable. Larry Holmes. Go look up Larry Holmes' amateur record.
He started fighting at 19.
Hang on. Larry Holmes' amateur record on BoxRec is 1-2, and he got embarrassed. Did he not beat in the Olympic trials?
Yeah, didn't Dwight Muhammad Quali have like no amateur fights?
Dude, stop using other people as examples, right? You use Canelo. Canelo's younger than Wilder.
No. Let's get into it.
No. It's fine. Let's talk about it.
Did Canelo go to the Olympics and medal?
No.
So then there's no excuse for Wilder.
Because he got a medal in his first year of boxing. So there's no excuse.
All right. What if I told you that Deontay Wilder had a deeper amateur background than Canelo Alvarez?
What if I told you that Canelo spent more time developing than Wilder?
I would not agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that. You have
So when did Canelo get his first title? When did Canelo get his first title shot?
Did Canelo Alvarez go to the Olympics? It's a simple question. You're the one who brought
talking about development. I know we didn't go to the Olympics. I don't understand what that has to do with development. I know that you want to parse the argument, but the idea is about how you develop fighters.
Okay, your whole point is that it took Wilder an exceedingly long time to develop. Do you know why that is? It's because
that's your point that it's exceedingly long. I don't think it's exceedingly long. That's your point that it was exceedingly long. I'm just saying he developed the way he developed. I'm just saying he developed the way he developed.
All right, when I compare the amount of time it's taken him to develop with many other fighters that are still out there today, his took increasingly long versus everybody else.
Okay, how long was Julio Cesar Chavez developing before he got his first title shot. Like, I don't understand. Like, the dude had hundreds of fights first.
You're bringing all right now. What you're doing is bringing.
Since you guys mentioned AJ, who developed fast, now I'm mentioning other guys who are great who develop slow, but we don't say anything about.
No. If I'm gonna hang out, you don't get away with it. He didn't have no hundreds of fights before he fought for a title. That's not true. He didn't even have 50.
No, you're right. So no, you're correct. That's not factually correct. He just had a lot of fights. And took years to develop.
What's the difference between you brought up Canelo? No, hold on. If you're gonna bring up Canelo, who has a better resume, Canelo or Wilder? Simple question. Who has a better resume? Who has a better resume?
Canelo.
All right, now who has?
Hold
on, bro. Let me answer. I'm letting everybody talk. You gotta let me talk. It's my live.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Who's younger? Who's younger?
Okay, you're gonna keep asking me questions that you already know the answer to, because this is kind of tedious. Just make your point.
All right. Well, the point is that not only is Canelo Alvarez younger than Deontay Wilder, they have approximately the same number of fights. But Wilder actually has an amateur background. He's an Olympian. He medaled in the Olympics. So the developmental argument is no excuse, bro. You're just not that good, and they protected you. That's all it is.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying that what you're saying is unreasonable. What I'm saying to you is that actually what you're creating is straw man and tangential arguments, because the youth of him, the youth or his resume has nothing to do with the time it took him to develop and the different path that it took to develop. Yeah, one guy went to the Olympics, one guy went to the Olympics, one guy didn't. They both still spent a significant amount of time developing into the fighter that they became.
Can I talk though? Can I talk? Because I've been silent.
We're talking about world-class boxing here. We're talking about world-class ranked boxing and world championships. And you're arguing, he didn't get opportunity. No one gives a shit.
Yo, Beats. Wait.
If we're gonna be honest,
may I interject?
I'm gonna pass them off.
I didn't finish my point. And plus, that's just your opinion that he wasn't developed, right? That's your opinion, right?
Yeah. That's
everyone is just voicing their opinion. Why is my opinion being highlighted like it's like you're speaking facts, but I'm speaking opinion? We're all speaking opinion.
Let me say this. It's one man army. Let's just get Mark in it because he's a one man army.
Yeah, he's waiting, man. He waiting.
I just the Chavez point. Chavez had more fights than Wilder by the time he went for a world title. Completely agree with you. He was also a lot younger. He spent less time as a pro. He was actually 4 years in when he was 43-0 when he fought for that title. In 4 years, he had 43 fights, so he fought a lot more. He stepped up. He had a world title fight. A lot of people just say the dude didn't do much, but you know how old he was when he fought for his first world title, right?
I'd say he was about 24.
Well, he fought for his first world title in '84. And he was born in what? 19... What year was Chavez born?
23, 24. I can't remember that.
He was 22 years of age. He was 22 years of age, and he was a 4-year pro, debuting at 18. He had 43 pro fights, and he became a world champion.
So that's basically saying that it only took Chavez 4 years to fight for a world title, whereas it took Deontay Wilder 7.
Exactly.
And he has an Olympic background. Chavez is not an Olympian.
Okay,
that's why I thought Holmes was the better.
When you take into account when they both guys laced up their gloves and then fought for a world title, consider that position, that period of time, their development, right? Okay. So when you look at for some reason, other guys are allowed to develop however they develop, but for some reason, when it comes to Wilder, he is not allowed to develop however he develops. And Wilder's development is somehow linked to AJ's development. Or Larry Holmes' development. Like the guys.
Now hang on. Larry Holmes had 3 amateur fights, bro. He started late, just like Wilder. He was 29. He was 29 when he got his title shot. Only 27 fights.
Well,
so there's not. It's not like these other comparisons that we're talking about here. The numbers are actually, you know what I mean, right in line. In fact, Wilder. Hang on. Let me finish. Wilder, I would argue, had a deeper purely amateur background. Holmes only had 3 fights and got embarrassed in the Olympic trials. Wilder won a medal.
This is the point that I'm making. If Wilder wants to take 7 years to develop, you can, but that just means that you're not as good as these other fighters that we're talking about because it took them less time to develop than it's taken you. The slow kid is still the slow kid. He could be slow. He could be slow. Be slow.
Yeah, that's really all my point. For some reason, all I'm saying is, for some reason, even though it's the same amount of time to develop, it's not like he took it. It's not like he took some historically long time to develop from when he first started boxing to when he challenged for his first title. It's not really that long. If you look at Floyd Mayweather, the dude was boxing 10, 15 years before he got his first title because he started young. Same thing with Andre Ward. It matters what age you start. It matters how long you've been actually doing the thing.
And we factored all of that up. And basically what it shows is that Wilder took a longer time than a lot of other guys. That's what it shows.
Yeah, but it wasn't. But it's not like it's abnormally long. It's just not.
It's long enough that other things should have happened. It sounds like you think that it's not peculiar that he could have been around for 7 years and he never got to fight around, and he never got around to fighting certain people. So what were you doing?
No, it's not certain people. You're just talking about the Klitschko brothers, and the Klitschko brothers are not even like.
I've mentioned anyone from Pulevs to Povetkins, lots of those different kinds of guys that were floating around in the 7 years between 2008 and 2015. There were ample amount of top contenders that he could have fought if he wasn't ready for a title, and he didn't fight any of them either.
Tim Witherspoon had 10 amateur fights. Tim Witherspoon had 10 amateur fights, I think it was. He had about 13 or 14 pro fights on my right, Doc, before he challenged Larry Holmes.
Absolutely correct.
I got it. And you know what? And Loma had an entire career in the amateurs, and now he turned pro. Like guys develop the way the guys develop.
The problem with that. GTS, you are right. GTS, you are right. The fact of the matter is just that.
Hang on. Let Beats make his point.
I didn't say Lomachenko. I said Tim Witherspoon had 10 amateur fights. Why are you bringing Lomachenko up?
We're trying to find guys that have, are in a similar set of circumstances to what Wilder was.
You compare similarities, not differences.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to do.
That's the point. I mean, that's why AJ is used as a parallel for Wilder, because he laced up the gloves late too. The difference is one guy developed a lot quicker than the other. And the point that people make when they're saying that, when they bring that up, is that Wilder took forever to develop because he's not that good. That's the point. That's the mission statement.
I understand I understand it. And what I'm saying is that it's flawed. It's flawed on its face because they didn't actually have the same paths. All you guys are, for some reason, you're completely overlooking the fact that however long it takes someone to develop, if you want to ding them on that, sure. But what really is the ding? You're developing. You're still developing. Like you said.
Okay. Hang on. This is where
there's supposed to be some sort of comparative development. Like if you're in the developmental stage, you're in the developmental stage.
This is what I'm asking. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. We're not talking about your right to be slow. This is an organized sport. There's no stats, facts. All right. So if it's taking you that long compared to other fighters, no, you're just not that good. Because
and you just said something. You're saying that the path was different. Well, that's what me and Beats, at least, I think we're trying to say is what is so different about Wilder's path compared to Tim Witherspoon and Larry Holmes.
Yeah, that's what he was arguing. So it's not
very
really
little amateur background. They both started late in their teens. What is so different? And I'm not trying to let him answer on a battle. Let him answer.
Right. So,
what is so different?
So for me, my point had nothing to do with either Larry Holmes or Tim Witherspoon, those two guys. But really, it's about all three guys and their ability to develop however they develop. Instead of comparing one to another. I wasn't done with my answer. And then saying we're comparing one against the other, and then saying because of the differences equals Wilder's team wasn't confident in him or he's not that good.
So hold on. If we were talking about athletics and we're talking about sprinting, would you make the same argument if someone is running 9.0, right, and someone is running 10-point thing? Oh well, it's because he didn't get developed, would you make the same
No, I
argument?
mean, no, the most adequate parallel for Wilder's professional career is he's basically Konstantin Ponomarev, except he has a belt. Because Ponomarev's resume looked just like Wilder's. You wasn't fighting no world level people for a very long time. You had 30 plus professional fights, and the only difference between him and you is you got to fight for a title. He didn't. If
Right.
you haven't stepped up in competition yet, it's because of the same reason we always see. Your handlers are not confident enough in you to put you in those kinds of fights yet. That's
Right.
hang on. Let me finish my point.
Okay. I thought you were.
Shelly Finkel already said this. That's why this shouldn't be up for debate. This is not a debate. Wilder and his people were not confident enough to put him in certain fights, even after 7 years as a professional, even after winning a world title. Shelly Finkel referred to him as a prospect that is still developing after 7 years. So it's not a debate as to whether or not they kept him out of certain fights. Shelly Finkel already told you they did this. So what is the argument?
The argument, I think it's just about the linkages. I think that this entire argument is just about the linkages. Because he says a guy is still developing doesn't mean that, hey, you know what? I'm not going to fight this guy and this other guy. That's not what Shelly Finkel said. What Shelly Finkel said was, I want to get a title defense or two. Which is not an unreasonable idea when you can talk about a guy being a pro for 7 years. But the guy that you're talking about him fighting has been champion for 10.
So
and GPS, and I can respond to that. And I can respond to that, GPS. I don't want to just bring points saying that you wasn't trying to argue. That's a good point. The whole fact of the matter is, Ring IQ was arguing that the fact of the matter is because he wasn't as good and he wasn't developed as quickly, that came to the detriment of him in the end, because it did.
I mean, is it the detriment? Is it the detriment? Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If Wilder had fought Klitschko and lost, would he even be considered now as possibly a Hall of Famer?
All right. First,
was Kim Witherspoon better after he fought?
Too many ideas being thrown around, because this is the point. All right. This was the original point, and everybody got away from it. Wilder was kept out of fights by his handlers because his handlers did not feel he was ready for those fights. That is not subject to debate. Shelly Finkel has already said this, word for word. There is no debate here. If you want me to read his own handler's words, look, Wilder's a baby winning a title. It was his first title fight. There'll be a time for unification. There'll be a time for all those things. He could go and fight Povetkin, number 2 contender in Russia, and make 10 million. It's not the right thing yet. Give him a couple of fights. Maybe bring something back to Alabama. Let him develop. Just like any other athlete. They don't take someone who's a great college prospect and throw him right in. And this kid is a great prospect. Finkel is letting you know he does not believe that his fighter was ready for Vladimir Klitschko. And that was the whole fucking point. They kept him out of fights because they didn't feel he was ready.
Okay, so Vladimir Klitschko is one fight. That is not fights plural. That's one fight, and it's literally the fight for undisputed that for some reason Deontay Wilder is supposed to do in his first title defense. No other new champion is asked to go and become undisputed in his first title defense. But for some reason, that's Wilder's responsibility.
Well, how about I ask this instead? Hold on. I just want to ask a simple question. In his first title defense, he's asked to go for undisputed. That's what your point is, right? How about during the extra 9 title defenses he never went for?
Yeah.
Are you saying he never tried to unify in 9 title defenses? Because that's not true.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No. Okay, so he offered Joseph Parker.
I don't believe that's true.
He gave Joseph Parker an offer, and he gave AJ an offer. And he actually agreed to an offer from AJ.
That's not true. Joseph Parker's on camera saying they never received an offer from Deontay Wilder.
Okay. Should I put in the link where they talk about the $700,000 that it was offered and how Wilder was trying to get it, but Fury was the mandatory and all? Like, not only that, but when we're talking about this whole idea about when we're talking about black, I'm gonna go, we can circle back because now we have a point of contention over fact, right? Whether or not Wilder actually gave an offer to Parker. That's just a point of fact. We can just clear that up. We don't need to argue what a fact. But the other part of the idea that Wilder could have fought Vitaly and Vlad had mandatories. Wilder wasn't one of them. Wilder was mandatory for the WBC.
Why didn't he become one of them? He had 7 years to become one of them. Why didn't he?
Okay, because he was taking whatever path he was taking, which led him to here. Why does he have to take a path to Vladimir Klitschko?
Well, I could tell you. Well, hold on, wait. Let me talk, because I'm doing the least talking, and it's my live. If he didn't take the path, if he wanted to take another path, why was that? Simple question.
Maybe he's trying to take the path of Vitaly, because Vitaly was a better fighter.
He didn't try to take the path of Vitaly. He never became his mandatory either.
Right, it was because Stavern was the mandatory, and that never got taken care of.
Stavern was not Vlad's mandatory.
Vitaly, the route that he took. We're talking about the route he actually took.
He never fought Vitaly.
And no, he didn't. I said he became Vitaly's mandatory. The reason why
Stavern was Vitaly's mandatory
wasn't Vitaly's mandatory.
Oh, I thought he was talking
Stavern
about
was Vitaly's.
Talking about Wilder. Okay, well, he became all right, but I know Stavern was Vitaly's mandatory, which is why he was in line for the title. So they had the Chris Arreola rematch for the vacant WBC title. Cool. I'm talking about Wilder, not Stavern. Okay, you had 5 years to become Vitaly's mandatory. No, let me talk, dog. You had 5 years to do that. You didn't. You had 7 years to become Vladimir's mandatory. You didn't. Why? Shelly Finkel told me why. He's not ready for that fight. If you weren't ready for Vitaly, if you weren't ready for Vladimir after 7 years, according to your own manager, why would you have been ready for Vitaly after 5? Obviously, you weren't ready then. You're not ready now. So they didn't put you in certain fights, which is what I said, because they didn't believe in you enough that you could win them.
That's one way to look at it, or another way to look at those same words you just read. Another way to look at it is they want to build up his book to get for negotiating power, because they didn't say I want to have unifications against Vlad. They just said unification. They just said unification.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do the straw man arguments. You're adding things that Shelly Finkel did not even hint at or suggest. He didn't say.
No, you said 10 million to fight Povetkin. That is actually what he hinted at and suggested. That is literally in the words that you read.
Did he say the rest of what you're saying, though?
Okay. So because he didn't say the rest of, like you just said, I made a straw man argument. What I said was, I said it is reasonable for you to. It is reasonable.
You're saying a mouthful. Shelly Finkel told you what his issue was. Development.
Right, and you said, and you extrapolated from Shelly Finkel's words that they didn't have any faith in him. But what I'm saying from Shelly Finkel's exact same words is that they were trying to build up his negotiating power because they were actually building up a fighter.
Did he say that? Is what I want to know.
He didn't say either one of the things that we extrapolate. He didn't say that we don't have any confidence.
No.
He also didn't say we don't have no confidence in Wilder.
You're saying a mouthful, and what you're running is a spin job, because Shelly Finkel cited prospects, development. That's what he was talking about. That's what he said. I didn't extrapolate that. He said that. And you're turning this into an issue about bargaining power. Shelly didn't mention bargaining power.
Shelly didn't mention not having faith in him. You turned that into him not having faith in him. Just because he's developing doesn't mean he doesn't have faith in him.
Well, obviously he didn't have faith in him if he didn't want to fight him next. Like, how many hairs are we gonna have to split for what's obvious? Shelly didn't want to put him in there with Vladimir, and it's because he still used him as a prospect.
No, the issue is what. So the facts are the facts, but what we're now debating is the whys of the facts, right? You have a position about the why of it. You have a position about the why of it, and I'm saying the why of it could be what you're saying, could be, but it's not. But it's not definitely what you're saying, and it could be something else.
Shelly Finkel told me the why of it. He said it's because he views his fighter as a prospect and a baby winning the title. That's why he didn't do it. That's why he wasn't down to do it before or after.
Right. And how does that equal lack of faith in your fighter?
He's a baby. I mean, how much more simple does it have to be when you're referring to a 30-something-year-old man who's had 30-something professional fights? He's a world champion.
2015 was not 30-something.
You're cutting in on me, and I'm not.
Sorry.
You are. You're talking like you're removing all the context and trying to make it literal when he's telling you why he didn't put his fighter in there with Vladimir before and after. It doesn't need to be more clear. You're referring to a grown man as a baby. He's a grown man.
In the context of being a champion on his fight. But listen, he won the fight. He won the belt on Saturday. On the Monday, he had these words to be said about a guy who's had the belt for exactly 1 day. This is the second day of him being a champion, and these are the words that you're reading from Charlie Finkel about Vladimir Klitschko, who at that point had been a champion for 10 years. But at that point, Deontay Wilder was not 30-something years old.
I think you're wrong about that. But
he got 29.
He was 20. Okay, cool.
In 2015, what is he? 33 now?
You've been a professional boxer. Enough. You've been a professional boxer for 7 years. Before that, you were an Olympian who actually medaled. These are the things you're making are excuses. That's what they are. They're excuses. That's not the bar of standard. The bar of standard in boxing is once you get a world title, the training wheels come off. It's always been that way. Before you were born, it was that way. You're making
it's not that way now.
Enough. You're making excuses for him because of everything that he didn't do, everything he hasn't done, and what he is not about to do. Because over 7 years later, 11 years later, have you unified yet? You're telling me that everybody else was able to unify except you. How many unified champions have there been in the heavyweight division the last 11 years? I can count 5. And none of them are called Deontay Wilder. And you're telling me, oh, it's extenuating circumstance. No, it's a lack of action. You didn't want to be unified.
Okay, you know who wasn't unified? Larry Holmes. You know who also wasn't unified? Mike Weaver, Michael Dokes.
Did it take
there's a lot of guys who didn't unify. I mean, my point is the guy.
How long did it take?
If you want to talk this whole idea about prospects with belts is a fairly new one, right? Because you made a couple of different points. The concept of champions, prospects having belts is a fairly new one, but it's not like Wilder's the only one. As a matter of fact, that's the way AJ was described also by Eddie Hearn and Barry Hearn. But let me finish. It was also recently, just when Rosario knocked out J-Rock, his promoter said, I'm not going to rush into an undisputed fight. This guy's young. I want to have him have a couple more fights. That is the world we live in today.
Barry Holmes didn't have no Charles Martin. He could have unified.
You cannot use Anthony Joshua as a talking point and then refute him when I say that he fought for a world title in only 3 years.
That's not what you just said was a fact. I didn't refute that. I didn't refute the facts.
But bro, I'm making a point. You can't bring up Larry Holmes and then not factor in that it didn't take Larry 7 fucking years to fight for a world title.
Okay, now you're conflating points.
Hold on.
I didn't know you were done.
The point that I'm making is you're bringing in these names when it's convenient for your argument, but you're not looking at the whole picture. That all of these guys you're bringing up, they didn't take as long to develop as Wilder, and that was the point. That it's taken him much longer than them, and it's because he is not as good as they were. So if the question is, do I think Wilder is as good as Larry Holmes, then the answer is certainly no. I don't think that. Not at all.
I'm asking Ring because this is hanging. Can I get to make a point? Just quickly.
Go ahead, B.
Right. Now, if you're going to bring up Larry Holmes, right? You're saying he never unified, but he was the lineal champion. The reason he never unified was because he was the WBC champion. Right? And no one who had that WBA champion from John Tate to Mike Weaver, right, to Michael Dokes to Garcia could make 2 defenses. They nearly unified, but them guys couldn't get it together. Holmes beat Mike Weaver, who was the WBA champion. He beat Trevor Burbett, who was the WBC champion. He was beating other champions in other sanctioning bodies. He was the lineal champion. He was recognized as the champion. Wilder's never been recognized as the dominant champion.
Never.
Is that your point? Is that your point that he was the lineal champion? That's your big point. That's your big reveal. He wasn't the lineal champion. He wasn't unified. But you guys went through. You went through this whole thing about how Wilder never unified. You went through this whole thing about how Wilder never unified.
That's singular. Smoke. You're singular.
I'll ask it again. Hang on. Let me address the Larry Holmes point real quick.
You're out your depth. Let me tell you why you're out your depth. Larry Holmes was going to unify against Jerry Garcia, right? The South African, but he got knocked out. You're not listening. The WBA champions couldn't make put two defenses together.
And that was the only other belt.
I'm fully aware. I was there watching it while it happened. I remember. I remember when they were trying to. The point because you didn't put any context. You didn't put any context about Wilder not unifying. All you said was he didn't unify.
Wilder had a Charles Martin sitting right there in house for him to potentially unify with. Larry Holmes didn't have that.
I believe Unrivaled already answered that particular thing very nicely. Like, yes, he had a unification there, but the market for unification in the UK, in America, it's really just not that big. It's just not. It doesn't bring you a whole lot. We've had too many unified champions, but the money that Charles Martin was offered for AJ, you can't get that in the American market for that fight. Neither one of those guys had a following at that point. AJ had a following because of who AJ was and because of what the British market is.
Can I try to
hold on. Be that as it may, the point that you're making is that Wilder didn't want to unify because there wasn't enough money in it. But doesn't that still equate to Wilder not wanting to unify?
Right. I mean, listen, Wilder. Really, the point is whether or not Al Heyman would thought that there was enough money in it for the unification.
So,
the point about unification when it comes to Wilder wanting to unify the guy.
I've let everybody talk.
I wasn't done. Finish the answer though. I'm saying when it comes to Wilder unification, I didn't mention Charles Martin. Who I mentioned was Joseph Parker and Anthony Joshua.
Okay, and when it comes to Joseph Parker, he's on camera saying they never made me an offer. He's on camera saying this. I've done videos on it.
I don't know when he made that statement. All I'm saying is that he was tendered an offer. He was tendered an offer that he said was too low. He was also tendered an offer from AJ that he thought was too low, but he pursued the AJ fight and got that number up.
Okay, all I'm going to ask you to do is show me a corroborating link that shows that Parker said that, because I saw Joseph Parker on camera saying that they never entered negotiations with Wilder.
Sure. Does anybody else on the panel also not know that Wilder sent Parker an offer or what?
I think I've heard that, but I wasn't really,
I've never seen an article. I know that Joseph Parker in the New Zealand Herald, before Wilder's fight with Gerald Washington, I believe it was, he said, I'm going to go over to America. I want to fight Deontay Wilder. He shows up at the fight. There's pictures of the fight after when they was, being palling around and whatever and shit. But I never saw anything from Boxing Scene or anything from anyone saying that Wilder sent an offer. What I did see was Wilder claim that he was that Parker was ducking him. I remember that. I saw that, but I never saw anything about negotiations between David Higgins and Shelly Finkel. I've never seen that. So if somebody has a link, please show it to me, because the only thing I've seen in reference to Parker and Wilder is that Joseph Parker was asked if there were negotiations, and he said that there were none.
Now I got you. I'm Googling right now.
He didn't put. He didn't put. They didn't make enough of an effort to get unifications. There's no paperwork you can show where they made enough of an effort. There's not.
Enough of an effort is what? Them actually making the unification? What is the litmus test for enough of an effort?
The proof you need is putting up the bread to get the man in the ring.
Okay, so
a lot of these are common sense arguments at the end of the day. They really are. Your idea, no, hold on, it's my turn. Your qualification, your idea of an offer or making an effort is sending an email. You were asked to produce a contract. Shelly Finkel admittedly said that we're not sending a contract unless you accept our offer. And there was a 24-hour deadline on said offer. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, but okay, there's a 24-hour deadline on the money you supposedly have. You have to send a contract because they're not going to walk into an agreement blindly. They want to know what the terms are. That's any set of negotiations. And if the money's not in escrow, I mean, there's a reason that Brian Castaño didn't fight, I believe it was Michael Soro, for the second time. And it's because they would not guarantee that the money was put in escrow. Coincidentally, that was a big issue with Wilder and Joshua. If you're not going to sit down and meet with us so that these funds can be put in escrow and we know that the money exists, if you're not going to do that, there are no negotiations. You're just sending emails. You didn't contract. There's no money in escrow. So how is this a set of negotiations?
You are aware that Eddie Hearn said that they were in continued negotiations, and the reason why they turned down Wilder's offer had nothing to do with failed meetings or 24-hour deadlines. It was because they wanted to have the fight in the UK.
And Wilder agreed to have the fight in the UK, and then what did he say?
And then he said, if you're going to fight Povetkin next, bring up a whole nother negotiation. I want 50-50.
That's not what he said. Wilder agreed to the money that was offered to him at first to go fight in the UK, and he had the contract for approximately 8 days. And this is per Deontay Wilder, not me. And Deontay Wilder reneged on what he originally agreed to because he changed his mind on the terms, and he wanted a 50-50 split, and he wanted a two-way rematch clause. That's per Wilder himself. That is why Wilder did not sign that initial agreement, initial terms that he had at first agreed to, then went back on. That's per Wilder.
Okay, that's not actually per Wilder. I think you missed out a big thing. The negotiation that they had done from the end of Parker fight to the beginning of Povetkin fight was about fighting next. As soon as Povetkin fought next, that's when Wilder said 50-50. But when they were in negotiation for AJ Wilder being the next fight, the point of contention was about venues and rematch clauses, right? And then once they figured that part of it out, he was ready to sign that, and that's when Povetkin came into play.
But get this, Mark. Didn't he say like he won't sign without knowing the venue, right? But he was more than willing to sign with Fury without knowing the venue or the date.
Yeah, hey, business is about relationships. He felt comfortable with Shelly. All the parties involved felt comfortable with the Fury team enough to do that. Apparently, that's not the same thing as Eddie. In a lot of situations in boxing, the contracts don't even get signed to the night of the fight because the relationships are that solid.
And I can speak on this, DCS.
No, this is per Deontay Wilder as of June 30th, 2018, after the first set of failed negotiations. He says, as champions, it's either we both have a rematch or we don't. It's another example of saying, I don't want the fight. We already took the low money offered deal and are willing to come to your country. But if he beats me, we move on? Hell nah. They should have just come out and said Joshua's not ready. They're not going to let Joshua fight me until Rob McCracken, yada, yada, yada. But that's per Wilder. They wanted a two-way rematch clause.
Because two-way rematch clause is standard. Like everybody gets a two-way.
Hold on, Smoke.
Smoke. Listen.
Smoke.
Even
Smoke. I'm not letting you. I'm not letting you go. No, I'm not letting you go. I am not going to let you go.
Like this, let me finish and then.
No, I'm not going to let you finish because you're going to change the point you made in the previous.
All right.
Because the sentence that you said previously, no, you're going to completely change everything you said.
Yes, he is.
Because last time when you were speaking, no.
No. You're the one interrupting and then trying to justify it by saying it's my fault.
Somebody be the bigger man and let somebody speak.
It's not my fault that you're interrupting.
No. We're not going to do this. To answer all of Get the Smoke's points, I'm sorry that I had to mute you, but you're talking over me, okay? To your point, you said that he didn't ask for the 50-50 in those negotiations, yet it's right here in plain text that yes, since negotiations ceased Tuesday, Wilder has changed his mind. He now wants a 50-50 split to fight Joshua next year.
That's exactly what I said. What I said was after the Povetkin fight came into existence, once they said Povetkin, that's when 50-50 happened.
He had not fought Povetkin yet.
I didn't say fought Povetkin once. Listen, what happened? Wilder said, I'm ready to sign the contract after they figured out the rematch situation. Then Wilder said, fine, it's now worked out. I will fight you. I'm going to sign the contract. At that point, they came out that Povetkin was going to be next. After they announced that Povetkin was going to be next, that is when Wilder went 50-50. That's what I said before. That's what I'm saying now.
Get the smoke. You're all over the place. All right. This is before Povetkin, before Anthony Joshua fought Povetkin. This is why the first set of negotiations fizzled out. You said that the 50-50 did not come until after they had dealt with Povetkin. That's not true. The first set of negotiations fizzled out because of this. He wants 50-50. He wants a rematch clause. This is per Wilder why he didn't sign the contract that he said he was going to sign, the contract that he sat on for 8 days. The WBA then had to satisfy Povetkin because Ryabinski and Povetkin were putting pressure on them to enforce the mandatory. They were ready to step aside. had Wilder signed the contract. You had 8 days to sign it. You said you would come to the UK. You said you'd take the low money, and then you changed your mind. That's what happened, and that's per Wilder. Not me.
I didn't say that that's not what happened. I said the 50-50 part of it didn't come into play until after Povetkin. When Povetkin got called, when Povetkin came into the picture, when Wilder said, "I will sign the contract," we've now worked out all of the minutia between in the terms that apparently there was a disconnect on when it came to the date, venue, and rematch clauses. They've worked all that out, and then Povetkin was called as the next fight. When that happened, that is when Wilder said 50-50, because the negotiations had completely broken down, and it was no longer going to be the next fight. So what Eddie was trying to do, was locking you in to a fight in April. That was for a negotiation that happened in September, and Wilder said, "Catch me in April, then we'll see."
Okay, did they catch him in April for that Wembley date when they offered him $15 million guaranteed at 35% of the upside? Did they catch him?
Did they?
What about when they? What about?
What are you talking about? What are you saying? When they offered him? Okay, first off, he fought Brazil
in April.
He fought Brazil. He fought Brazil in May. So Wilder had a mandatory. Wilder had a mandatory call.
No, you're all over the place because you don't have your dates right. I have my dates right.
Okay, you said,
bro, please stop talking over me. I don't want to be rude. All right. After he fought Povetkin, Wembley in April was an option. Wilder was offered $15 million guaranteed at 35% of the upside to fight in Wembley in April, which you mentioned. He rejected that. That offer was subsequently upped to 40% of the upside at $15 million guaranteed. That did not sit well with Wilder either. So, okay, none of that is good for you, even though, once again, you weren't making that kind of money yet. You weren't. You hadn't fought Fury yet. Your highest purse was $2 million. Or was it 1 million? 1.5. I think it was 1.5. You didn't want to fight.
It was 2 point something for Ortiz. But besides that, if you remember, if you asked if he caught him in April, that was your question. And what happened between him saying "catch me in April" was he actually fought Fury to a draw, and that the WBC ordered they fought and they had a draw, and then the WBC ordered a mandatory, which Fury pulled out, and then Brazil was activated. So there's a stream of events. Did he catch him in April? No, but he already had a fight in May for that situation. He had to fight. He had to fight his mandatory.
No, he didn't. No, he.
And not only that, that AJ started his negotiation for April outside of Wilder. He was trying to get somebody else in the way. And White didn't work. Okay,
you got your wires crossed. Okay, look. First off, the April fight date doesn't happen. And it's not because of Fury, because Wilder fought Fury at the end of 2018. At the beginning of 2018, the Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder rematch gets scrapped because Fury goes to Top Rank. All right? That's why everything worked out the way that it did. So you're not unifying with anyone in April. You could have fought Anthony Joshua in April, but you didn't want to do that. At first, you said the only person you want to fight is Tyson Fury in a rematch. Cool. That rematch is now scrapped because he went to that side of the street. So now everything's got to be rearranged because now we have an American network involved, the biggest American sports network in the country. So you can't fight him just yet. Who do you actually had the option of unifying and you still didn't. They offered $100 million and you still didn't. And that's on top of what they offered you already, which was still in excess of what you normally earn.
Okay, I'm trying to stick to the subject because you're going to accuse me of going all over the place, but you're actually pushing the goalpost to something else even more. But in your entire description of events, you fail to mention the fact that the WBC not only ordered the rematch for Fury Wilder, but they also ordered the mandatory for Brazil.
In the time that it took them to order the mandatory for Brazil, right? There was another mandate that was already out. What was it? What was it? Because you're pretending that the WBC wouldn't have allowed him to put that on the back burner for
No, I'm not allowed. I'm not talking about that at all. What I'm saying is both AJ and Wilder had other obligations. AJ was trying to fix the Wembley date, which ultimately got scrapped. Wilder was embroiled. Wilder was embroiled in ordered fights.
AJ's next title defense was a voluntary. That was to be the Jarrell Miller. Well, really to be the Dillian White rematch, which turned into the Jarrell Miller fight, which turned into the Andy Ruiz fight. So no, you're wrong. AJ didn't have mandatories.
Right. He was embroiled in those negotiations. It started off to be White. First it was White.
He was not
then
embroiled.
Then it was Miller. And then it turned out to be Ruiz.
Now you're outright making excuses, because before it even became about giving Dillian White a second fight and Jarrell Miller and all this, they were dealing with Wilder. They were trying to get him. They offered him $100 million. When that didn't work, when Wilder walked away again, then it became about, okay, do we fight Dillian White for a second time? Do we fight Jarrell Miller in America? Jarrell got popped.
Your timeline's off. Your timeline's off. Your timeline's off. I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how it was. I'm trying to tell you. If you let me finish it in its complete thought, stop interrupting. I'll try to untangle this web. While AJ started to try to fill the Wembley date right after the Povetkin fight, and what they were offering Wilder was 60-40, right? And that was before he even fought Fury. They tried to get into they tried to give Wilder offers. That's then true. Wilder fought Fury, and it was to a draw. So Wilder won, right? But this entire time, AJ was trying to fill his Wembley date. They tried to get Wilder before the Fury fight. After that, they tried to get a bunch of people. Let me just finish it, because you said something about the zone, and I'm trying to work through this timeline. It's all jumbled up.
You're literally jumping throughout the timeline, because
I'm not jumping through. Okay, in December, do you want me to go month by month? I can go month by month if you don't want me to jump around.
I see what this guy's doing. Fury signed the top rank in February. All right. From the moment he signed the top rank, Wilder versus Fury 2 is off for now. It's off for now. Now they start talking about you fighting other people. In that time frame, you were offered $100 million from the zone, but there was already a standing offer of $15 million guaranteed at a 60-40 split, and you weren't interested in that. They turn around, they offered you $100 million. Oh, you're not interested in that either. They start talking about fighting other people, not named Tyson Fury, though. They got time for that. They mentioned Luis Ortiz rematch. They mentioned Adam Kovnowski, and they mentioned Dominic Breazeale as the mandatory, which we all know he could have circumvented with a unification fight. Problem is, he didn't want one.
Oh, okay. So what you for some reason failing to factor into your assessment is that A, there was an order for the Tyson Fury fight and an order for the Breazeale fight, and B, AJ already had a fight negotiated and was already moved off the Wembley date and was fighting in America. But by the time the zone, okay, I got it. So it's just you to interrupt and not me. Go ahead, say your point. I'm in the background, and you just tell me.
I mean, because the point that we're trying to make here is that Wilder willfully walked away from negotiations because he didn't actually want to unify. That's literally.
I got it, and I'm trying to chop it up about this issue, but for some reason, I'm not able to get my entire thought out. When it came to the zone, when it came to time for the zone, AJ had already had a partner and a date for an America. The Wembley date had already been scrapped by that point. There was no April date by the time the zone offer came around.
He didn't have a partner, but you're right that he had a date. He didn't have a partner.
Right. It's because Miller fell through, but he already had the Miller fight. And then they were trying to get it. Anyway, whatever. AJ was embroiled in his own thing, and so was Wilder. Wilder had his issues with the WBC and his mandatories because they put off the mandatories for the first AJ negotiation, and then ultimately for the Fury fight. So once they ordered the Fury rematch, and Fury said no, the WBC said, then you have to fight your mandatory.
And that's not
why was the Wembley date scrapped?
Smoke.
Why was the Wembley date scrapped?
Late to the late.
No, not when.
Why?
Not when. Why?
Exactly.
Oh, why was it scrapped?
Yes.
I wasn't privy to it. I mean, from the outside looking in, it looked like because White and AJ, who looked like they were going to be the fight, wasn't really that great a fight. There wasn't really a lot of demand for it.
No. They ended up. They were going to try and do that after. Originally, it was meant to be Wilder. Why did they move to? Hold on, Ring. Why did they move on? Why did they move on from Wilder? Give me the reason.
Why did they move on from Wilder?
Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure what you said. Like Wilder
Well,
said,
they originally wanted to have
Wilder said to them, I will fight 50-50. Check me. As soon as you give me 50-50, then we can talk. They never offered 50-50. To this date, they've never offered 50-50. So there's never been a reopening of negotiations. There's just been a bunch of other offers that aren't 50-50.
And this is after he reneged with the Povetkin situation, right?
Yeah.
There was no reneging. The actual contract, the negotiations were
They
for
agreed.
fight next.
They agreed
Yes,
to
for
less.
fight next. So that's not it. So there's no reneging. There was actually
there is
non-fulfillment of terms.
there is. That's why you're trying to fit so much into a sentence, because there is reneging. Wilder literally talking over me. Wilder literally released a public statement saying, "Okay, I agree to go to the UK for this amount of money." He said that. That came from him. Then he doesn't sign the contract. He doesn't sign it for 8 days after having received the contract. And they ask him, "Okay, why didn't you sign it?" And he says, "It's because I couldn't have a two-way rematch clause."
Yeah, I got it. They worked all that out, and he said, "I'm going to sign." Okay, I'm sorry. That was a practical pause.
Don't tell me that that's the standard, because not every world title fighter, world titleist, the challenger or whatever, not in every unification fight, there's not a rematch clause. Maurice Hooker didn't have a rematch clause with Jose Ramirez. Jorge Linares didn't have a rematch clause with Vasil Lomachenko. Sean Porter didn't have a rematch clause with Errol Spence.
You said who?
Joseph Parker didn't have a rematch clause with Anthony Joshua.
I hear you. So what you guys are arguing with is Eddie Hearn, because Eddie Hearn says it's standard to have a two-way rematch clause.
No,
when it
I'm
came to him.
arguing
But
with you
whatever.
because
But whatever. I got it. So you mentioned 5 fights, and that's. But we've only had what 10 rematches, 10 unifications. Like mystery with the straw man. Mystery with the straw man. What I'm saying, when you said there was reneging, all the negotiations that you were just describing, the terms were for a fight next. As soon as the fight wasn't next, all of those terms went into the ether.
Fight was
there was no
reneging.
If
the fight was next. Why are you trying to
because Povetkin was next. Because as soon as they said Povetkin was next, all of those terms went out the window.
Once again, now you're literally lying, because Povetkin and Ryabinski were actually prepared to step aside. They were prepared to step aside yet again, where they had stepped aside already to allow the Joseph Parker unification fight. They were going to step aside again for Wilder. They were negotiating to fight Wilder next, not Povetkin. That's
okay.
However,
I've not at all attacked anybody's character on this whole thing. So I appreciate if you don't attack mine. If you think that I'm mistaken, but you're telling me that I know. You're telling me that I have the information that you just imparted, and that and for some reason I'm trying to deceive the people, and I'm not. I'm not lying at all. I'm not lying. I guess everybody gets to interrupt, but not me. Go ahead, knock yourself out. I would really like to make my points, just like you made your points. And I'm not really calling you a liar or anything like that. What I'm saying to you is there was a report that Povetkin was going to be next. At the point that happened, as soon as they said Povetkin is next, all of those terms that they had negotiated previously went out the window, because those negotiations were about Wilder and AJ being next, not Povetkin and AJ being next.
I'm trying to tell you that is not true. Per Gilberto Mendoza, president of the WBA, Povetkin was prepared to step aside, but Wilder sat on the contract for far too long a time, so Povetkin started pressuring them to enforce the mandatory, since this guy still hasn't signed the contract. That's per the president of the WBA.
Okay, I got you.
Bro, you're cutting me off.
I didn't know. Go ahead.
World Boxing News. Anybody that doesn't believe me, just Google it. It's in World Boxing News, WBN.
No, I believe you. I believe you. No, what you're saying is factual. I'm not saying that what you're saying is factual. It's just tangential. What
you're saying that
what Povetkin was willing to do. What Povetkin was willing to do has no bearing on Wilder. Did Wilder know that Povetkin was saying, "Hey, step aside"? And also, the whole issue was Povetkin saying the WBA saying the Povetkin was next. It was incumbent on Team AJ to make that go away. Wilder's not a WBA fighter. He's not the WBA champ. He's not the WBA challenger. Wilder has absolutely no sway over whether or not Povetkin and Wilder.
You're doing is moving the goalpost, bro. Because
I'm not moving the goalpost, but I can't finish the thought. I'm not moving the goalpost. Really, you're just interrupting me because you don't like the fact that what I'm saying is
there are no facts. Listen.
Okay,
every single thing you've said. every single thing you've said is not fact.
Okay. Name the one thing I said that's not a fact. Name the one thing I said that's not a fact about this negotiation, and I'll show it. I'll show you two key facts.
Not a fact is that when they were negotiating with Deontay Wilder way back when, that Povetkin was still going to be next. No, he was not. He was going to step aside to allow
So me showing you the article. So me putting up an article saying the WBA ordered to Povetkin next. That will clear up whether or not I'm lying, or whether or not it's a fact.
They ordered it, but then all that was halted. Povetkin was prepared to step aside for the set of negotiations that were ongoing between Wilder and Joshua. Like, you're basically saying that when they were negotiating with Wilder, Povetkin was always going to be the next opponent. No, he was not.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That's not what my point was at all. Not even close. My point was that all of their negotiations that they had done the summer of 2018 and part of the fall, all that negotiation of the spring and the summer, that went out the window as soon as they announced that Povetkin was going to be next. The WBA ordered Povetkin way back in April. Like way before all of this, the negotiations even started, right? But then they kept pushing it back, hoping to get a deal. When they finally finished out all the terms, and Wilder said, "Fine, I will now fight you. I'm going to sign the contract that you've given me." They've had all the iterations. That is when WBA said Povetkin is next, and that is when all of their terms that they negotiated over that spring and summer became moot, because what Wilder was negotiating was a fight for AJ next, not a fight next year, which would have been the April date.
Once again, that still means the same thing. It's like you're talking in circles only to come back to the same point that I already made. Wilder reneged. You agreed to terms. The terms then subsequently resulted in a drawn-up contract, which you were sent. And
which became moot.
Why are you talking over me? You were sent a contract. You agreed to terms. You told the boxing world you agreed to terms, and then you didn't sign the contract.
Because all the terms became moot once they put Povetkin in. Because all the terms were about the fight being next.
No. Hold on. Povetkin was always in. He was the mandatory. He was always in.
Povetkin was the mandatory.
You even said in your own, "It's not smoke. Smoke, you're not going to interrupt me. I'm about to speak and make my point. So you're not going to interrupt me. You gave out to me for interrupting you. You gave up to Ring for interrupting you. So don't talk over me. You said previously that Povetkin was put on hold. You said this. He was put on hold, and Wilder went into negotiations. He was always going to be next, whether it was the next fight or after Wilder, before Wilder. If they had agreed to it 2 months prior, like there was a 4-month period, they can figure out a yes or no answer in 2 months. Fighters make yes or no answers in 2 weeks. I mean, that could have been sorted, but he didn't. He didn't, and then he decided to say no because Povetkin was going to be next, so I'm not going to take it, and then he never took the fight. Because then he increased. He increased his demands by not double but triple the amount, which is kind of interesting.
No, actually, once the negotiation failed and that all that became moot because it was about their next fight, not next year.
Why did it become moot?
Listen, you can only fight one guy at a time. Both Wilder and Povetkin can't be next. One of those guys is going to have to be after the fight. Right? That's what happened. So what Wilder said was, since I did all of this negotiation and bending over backwards to make this fight and kowtowing to you guys, only to have Povetkin get my slot, now what you can do is offer me 50-50. And that 50-50 offer has never come.
That's a very good violin. But I prefer to care about things. And at the end of it, what you're telling me is because he didn't get he wasn't going to be next. He decided to completely put himself out of the equation.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, if you say he put himself out of the equation,
in comparison of the offer,
I get it that you guys want to blame it on Wilder, and I get it that you're skewing.
I don't want to blame it on anybody. Hold on, I get it.
How are you going to renege on a deal that became moot?
Well, he reneged on a deal that was originally agreed, and then he reneged on it.
Yes, because who changed the terms of the deal?
Everybody chill out. First off, what Get the Smoke is doing is fudging the timeline, because Wilder himself is talking about the failed set of negotiations before Joshua fought Povetkin. So we're not even getting to after Povetkin and what takes place after Povetkin. Wilder was asked to explain why he had the contract. Everyone knew that he had it, and he didn't sign it. That's when he reneged. When you had the contract for 8 days and decided not to sign it. even though you already told everyone you agreed to those terms. You
Well, he
reneged.
didn't tell everybody to agree to the terms. He actually said there were some terms in the contract that he hadn't agreed to, and they were wrong. That's why they needed 8 days to find out, to read through the contract, and then hold on a second. And I'm not messing up the timeline at all. You keep going back to when they fought, as if the date of Povetkin and AJ's bout has any bearing on what we're talking about. We're not.
Day of their
What
fight.
you just said was I'm fudging the timeline. I'm not fudging the timeline. I'm not fudging the timeline. I got my timelines right. What I'm saying is, during that 8 days, they read the contract. They saw some things that needed changing. They took them 8 days to get those things back to them. But you know what? By the time they came up by the time they agreed to those terms in the first place, and Eddie said that I'm going to have a contract for you on Monday next week, it actually took him 3 weeks to produce the contract. So the 8 days, fine, he had the contract for 8 days. But you know what? It took 3 weeks to produce the contract in the first place. And it's actually Eddie who's the one who knows all about the Povetkin negotiations and the WBA. It's not Wilder. Wilder doesn't know any of this stuff. Well, I don't know what he knows. Let me not go there. I don't know that Wilder doesn't know that, but I haven't seen any evidence to show that Wilder was part of whatever was going on with Povetkin and AJ and the WBA.
Speaking of the 3 weeks prior to him rejecting that, what was going on in those 3 weeks? Didn't Wilder make an offer for a set amount of money that they would have had to sit down and confirm and set up an escrow account, except that Shelly Finkel rejected several invitations to meet? Because that is the timeline.
No, that's not the timeline. I'll tell you what the timeline was. The timeline was 12 and a half flat. Wilder said came over the 12 and a half flat with a couple of different variations. We don't need to go into it. Came out with the 50. The 50 got rejected. That's when Wilder said okay to the 15. It said the 12 and a half became 15 after the 50 million. So Wilder said yes to the 15. And then once those terms were agreed to, it took 3 weeks to get a contract.
So, okay, it took 3 weeks to get a contract, but you got it. What's taking so long now? You got it.
Right. He got it, and he saw things wrong with the contract that he sent back to them and said correct.
He wanted a two-way. We covered that, though. He wanted a two-way.
I understand that. Right. And then once they figured all of that out, everybody was happy with the terms of the contract. Then that is when that's when it was reported that Povetkin was going to be next, thereby blowing up all of the negotiations.
This is what's being left out of this conversation. Was it a requisite for Joseph Parker to get a two-way rematch to fight Anthony Joshua? No, it wasn't. But he wanted to fight, so he took it. He bite the bullet because we've done the tit for tat thing long enough. What you're removing is a lot of context. Wilder at this time is not earning anywhere near what Anthony Joshua is earning. That is fact. He's not earning that. You're not bringing in the kind of gates and generating the kind of pay-per-view buys that he is because you've never even been on pay-per-view in your country. But you want half of what I get. Now, anybody with a brain knows that this ain't happening, bro. They're not giving you that. But that is what you're asking for at a time when your highest purse is what? 1.5, 2 million? What are you, like, you on crack? We're not giving you that. No.
But he got the two-way rematch clause.
No.
Got it.
Eventually, after the fight got no. Once again, you're removing context because you're only making my point even further by showing that over time, they actually acquiesced to some of those demands because at that time, they made sense. The fight a year from now is bigger than it was a year ago. So you know what? If you want that, if that's a sticking point for you, fine, we'll give you that. This is a much bigger fight than it was a year ago. But when you initially asked me for this, it made no sense for me to give you that. This was not the fight then that it is now. It's worth a lot more money now. So, okay, here's a two-way rematch clause. But in 2018, in June, that made literally no sense. And that's the context. That is the context that's being left out. Your highest purse, you got what, 900,000 for Gerald Washington. You get, what was it, 1.5? I think it was 1.5 million for Ortiz. You don't even make 12, okay? This is literally 12 times your highest purse. 12 times.
I mean, but it's a tangential argument as to whether or not in the negotiation. Let me. Okay, I'm just.
It's not a tangential argument.
I didn't even say what the tangential argument was, dude, because you interrupted me. It is a tangential argument to talk about purses when they're talking about whether or not they negotiated a rematch clause beforehand, and when they got the contract, it wasn't there. And what Team Wilder was saying was, we already negotiated this two-way contract, and once we got the contract, it didn't stipulate that. So you need to go back and fix it.
Why is it tangential?
is tangential because because his purse has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not there should have been a two-way rematch. They're just two separate topics. They don't relate in any sort of way.
Okay, here's where two-way rematch clause does relate. Joseph Parker wanted to fight Anthony Joshua more than Wilder, by the way. He didn't get a two-way rematch clause, did he? Did he?
I don't know what that has to do with the fact that they negotiated a two-way rematch clause before the contract, beforehand.
Because you're forgetting by constantly moving goalposts, by the way. Because you're forgetting that the whole idea behind this conversation was how bad did Wilder want to unify? Because in 10 years he hasn't, even though other people have.
Okay, so I guess he wanted to unify. I guess he wanted to unify so bad that he wanted to fight AJ next and was willing to take $15 million flat fee and go to UK to do it.
Did he take it?
He agreed to it. Then the fight disappeared because it wasn't next.
Okay, so you're saying that he agreed to it, but the fight never happened. Why didn't the fight ever happen?
Because Povetkin was next, not because they were negotiating. I've said this a billion times. I've said it a billion times because they were negotiating. I got it because they were because AJ Wilder was supposed to be the next fight, and it turned out to be Povetkin.
No, it wasn't, and that's not what Wilder said. So you're gonna stop making baseless accusations.
Okay, Wilder didn't say that the fight was supposed to be next. Wilder trying to say that they weren't negotiating for the fight to be next. That's a new thing.
Brody, Wilder didn't mention Povetkin. I'm looking at Wilder's own words right here.
No, I said Wilder AJ was supposed to be next. Wilder, the whole negotiation between Wilder and AJ was supposed to be next.
The other strange thing that you're doing is you keep saying that Povetkin was going to be next. I'm talking about when Wilder rejected the offer. Okay, when they were dealing with this guy, that was supposed to be the next fight. Povetkin would step aside and Wilder would be next. So stop bringing up Povetkin being the next fight after that. Nobody's talking about that. But
you keep asking what happened to the contract. What happened to the contract was Povetkin was next. That is literally what happened to the contract. He said I was going to sign it, and then Povetkin was next. That's what happened to the contract.
When they offered Wilder $15 million or whatever it was, Wilder was next. Povetkin would wait. That's what the contract was. Wilder was next. Yes. Povetkin would wait. And Wilder did not accept those terms. Come to find out, even though he said to everybody he agreed to them, he said
he did. No, he did accept those terms.
Then why didn't the fight happen?
Because they called Povetkin.
No, that's wrong. That's a lie.
No, that is completely what he said. I was going to have it. He said I was going to. Okay, Team Wilder.
If all of this stuff is true, I can produce the articles that say everything I'm saying. Can you?
Okay, okay, great. All right, so okay.
No, enough.
I'm gonna.
All right, produce mine.
One second. Can I just take two? You do realize that the WBA actually gave AJ and Eddie an extension to get the world up, and he didn't sign the contract.
He gave him more than one extension. The question wasn't about whether or not he signed an extension. The question was whether or not he signed an exemption, because what he needed to do was get an exemption, not file multiple extensions. And if you're going to file extensions, then it shouldn't take him 3. And since he's the one who's filing the extensions, it shouldn't take him 3 weeks to produce the contracts, knowing that the WBA is breathing down your neck.
He can't get the exemption if Wilder doesn't sign the contract, and Wilder didn't sign the contract.
Okay, I got you. He had already filed 3 extensions at that point. So what are we talking about?
I think the real question is what Smoke is trying to get to. Should we give Wilder a hard time for not coming to negotiations?
Yes.
Beats, get your point out. Let Beats get his point out because he was talking. Beats, go ahead.
Sorry.
How long do you think the WBC have Povetkin mandated? Povetkin already gave up space for the Parker fight. So Wilder has to sign what was taking Wilder that time to sign a contract? Why didn't he sign?
Again, why didn't he sign it, or what took him so long? What took him so long? He was reading through the contract and he found errors that he sent back to them so that they could fix it.
No, that's not what happened. What happened? They weren't replying. They wasn't replying back to Eddie.
They got the contract. They said, these are the things that we negotiated, but two-way rematch was something that they had already negotiated and that wasn't in the contract. So they said, we negotiated this thing, but it's not in the contract. Also wasn't in the contract was a date and a venue. They sent all of those things back for them to get fixed. Then once they got the contract with the revisions, with and they came to an agreement on the terms. Wilder said, "I will sign it. You'll have it by the end of the week." The very next day, the WBA ordered the Povetkin fight.
I just want to ask: did AJ have a rematch clause when he fought Charles Martin? He might have, and I'm not sure. Did he?
I don't know. Eddie said he always has rematch clauses for his champ. I don't know. I didn't see the contract.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
I mean, that's what he said. I don't know. I literally don't know. I didn't see the contract.
Kell Brook didn't have one when he lost to Errol Spence, did he? No, he doesn't.
It was a mandatory fight.
That was a mandatory.
Yeah.
Well, GTS, do you have the article that says that Povetkin was supposed to be the challenger for AJ?
Well, I mean, Morris Hooker. I'll give a point. I'll give the point to Beats. No, we're not going to move on yet. We're not moving on yet. Just from Beats' point, Morris Hooker didn't have a rematch clause with Jose Ramirez.
Right.
Listen, I'm not. Did I say that every single unification has a rematch clause? All I'm saying is that having a two-way.
You said it's standard practice.
Yes, I said it's standard practice. Means it's right. It's standard. That doesn't mean that you can't have situations where that doesn't have where you don't meet the standard. I just said it was standard. And not only that, it was negotiated and agreed to by both parties.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Just show us the article so we can, just put this thing to an end, hopefully. So, because I just think that the fact of the matter is we just have to look at it, and I think that was my whole question: of should we give Wilder flack for not taking the fight? So, if we can get if we could,
the development argument that the guy was weird. I mean, like, who makes that argument? Like, oh, well, it's taking me long to get my shit together. You have to understand. When?
I mean, I'm no slave to the boxing game to where I'm no slave to the boxing game where
went out and fought like the top guy in his second fight. But I mean, usually it's standard to let a guy develop.
Yeah, here. This is my thing. I'm no slave to the negotiation thing that people do. How people will try to turn you against a certain fighter because they'll say they ducked here or they're not doing negotiating. I'm not a party. I'm of Doc's philosophy. If they didn't get the fight happen, it's both of the fighters' fault. So, usually I don't adhere to that argument. That I have to take sides on top of these stuff. I just say that I mostly criticize both fighters when a fight doesn't happen.
Well, look. The bottom line is, when Fury wanted the belts, he just went across to Germany. He was mandated. He didn't put himself in a position where he could fight Burns to Burn. He put himself in a position where he could fight Vlad. AJ didn't have that choice because Fury was off the map and Vlad was retired. AJ didn't have that choice. He had to fight Charles Martin, right? But Fury.
Wait, guys, are we done making bullshit excuses for Wilder? Because that's what those were.
So here's the thing. I put the article in backstage.
Yeah,
I'm not rinsed up, so I can't put it in the chat.
Yeah,
you want to call them bullshit arguments? I think you guys' accusations are specious and facile. Actually,
wow, and you're talking about lack of insulting people. Anyway,
okay. I didn't say that at all. What? Listen, I heard bullshit excuses. I'm saying if you think that what I'm saying is a bullshit excuse, what I think you guys are doing is facile and specious arguments.
What am I doing?
Okay, you specifically? Nothing.
No, I've got the article that you got. Can I read? Have I got permission to read out the article?
I don't I think your use of the word renege is not correct. I think that's factually wrong. But
okay,
that's about it.
I think there's a few things you said that are factually wrong, but that's beside the point.
Just go ahead and read it, all right?
I'm asking Ring. Can I read out the article?
Go ahead, read it.
It's from the Denver Post. So this is by the Denver Post, published June 26, 2018 at 6:06 a.m. to give the exact timeline. From London, Anthony Joshua was ordered to sign a deal to fight with Alexander Povetkin within 24 hours, or face being stripped of the WBA portion of his world heavyweight boxing titles. The WBA lost patience with the talks between Joshua and WBC champion Deontay Wilder for a unification bout and want Joshua to fight its mandatory challenger from Russia. WBA President Gilberto Mendoza said on Tuesday in a statement the WBA have allowed over a month extension to negotiations with Povetkin and also ongoing discussions with Deontay Wilder.
It appears the Wilder team have not returned the contract for the fight, and therefore we are requesting a date for the Joshua versus Povetkin fight with immediate effect. His promoter Eddie Hearn told Sky Sports on Tuesday they will not relinquish the WBA belt to wait for Wilder. Joshua owns 3 of the big 4 belts and aims to become the first undisputed champion since Lennox Lewis in 2000. Well, it's 1999, but not 2000. But fair enough. His WBA and IBF belts were joined by the WBO version he relieved from Joseph Parker in March. We're not going to lose a belt to the WBA through ordering a mandatory, Hearn said. If Povetkin is ready to go, then that will be next. It will be in September. And then we fight Wilder straight after if he signs a contract. The WBA originally gave the promoters of Joshua and Povetkin until May 5th to reach an agreement, then extended the deadline twice because of a potential deal with Wilder. Hearn said they gave Wilder's team a contract 9 days ago, and their reaction didn't come until Sunday, when they proposed to offer comments this Friday. Okay, we good?
Yeah. All right, then we can move on.
Yeah,
I mean the whole point was that while they were dealing with Wilder, the focus was to fight Wilder next, not Povetkin. That's basically the point. Povetkin was going to step aside. So when they were dealing with Wilder and they offered him that to fight in the UK for that amount of money, it was to fight him next, not Povetkin. And that's when Wilder backed out of the deal because he wanted a 2-way rematch clause.
He didn't back out. The 2-way rematch clause wasn't a sticking point. They figured that out. He got the 2-way rematch clause. He didn't back out of the fight because of the 2-way rematch clause. There was a negotiated point that wasn't in the contract, and once they sent the contract back, they worked that part out. Once everything was worked out for the contract, the WBA pulled this move.
Okay, I didn't catch that last part. Once again, Wilder backed out of the deal because he could not get a 2-way rematch clause.
But he didn't back out of the deal. They just fixed the 2-way rematch clause. They just fixed that point. What was the 2-way rematch clause?
What were the initial terms of the deal? What were they? About 15 million. About 15 million and the fight in the UK. That's what the deal was.
And the 2-way rematch clause.
Bro. Like
I never sent back the contract.
Like this is none of
to put the article about him saying all the terms now agree to and I'll sign, and he'll have it at the end of the week with the 2-way rematch clauses right before the WBA pulled this because Deontay Wilder accepted they fixed the 2-way rematch clause issue. They fixed that.
He wasn't going to get a 2-way rematch clause at that particular time. He wasn't going to get that. Eddie Hearn is on camera saying that stuff. Now he wants a 2-way rematch clause, yada, yada, yada. You weren't going to get that at that time. That did not get incorporated into part of a new deal until many months later, after the fight had grown in value. At that time, in June and May and April, you weren't getting that 2-way rematch. I mean, you weren't going to get that. You weren't.
Okay, so according to Team Wilder's side, is they had already negotiated the 2-way rematch clause, and the contract was incorrect. They said we came to terms about a 2-way rematch clause. When we got the contract, it wasn't there.
Yeah, I remember Eddie Hearn specifically not being on board for a 2-way rematch clause. And at that year, in that window of time, those 3 months from April to June. So I would like to see where.
All right, cool. I'll put that thing up also. The issue, and also that they resolved the 2-way rematch issue. That before this whole Povetkin thing, when Wilder said, "Fine, you've now you made me comfortable with all the terms. I know now we'll sign the contract." The very next thing that happened was the WBA saying, "AJ Povetkin next."
Povetkin, like I don't understand why he keeps bringing up AJ Povetkin next when the WBA.
Because that's what happened to the contract.
AJ Povetkin was on hold contingent to Joshua fighting Wilder. Why did Joshua end up not fighting Wilder? Because Wilder did not sign the contract.
No, because because of the article that Unrivaled just read. The WBA had gotten tired of the fact that the contract wasn't signed.
Who didn't?
Well, there might be a reason why for that. Do you know how long they were left waiting?
Yeah, I got it. It's because, and also I understand that it was because they were filing for extensions, not exemptions.
You can't file for an exemption unless you're gonna unify indefinitely.
I mean, that's what it was for. It's for unification.
Be that as
Yes,
it may, unless
yes, but you can't file for the exemption until the fight is actually signed for undisputed. Then you file for it. You can file for an extension.
So now
Then no,
I've
hold
showed you
on,
my link.
Smoke.
Can you show me
Hold
yours?
on.
Okay,
There's
go ahead.
people
Go ahead.
listening. Whether you get the point or not, there's
Go ahead.
people
Go
listening.
ahead. Just go ahead.
If you file for an extension, it gives you a chance to be able to make a negotiation. Once you finish negotiations and it's signed, you then get an exemption. That's when you're able to file for it, and 100% of the times it gets exempted. 100%.
Okay, so now show me where you
unification. That's where it comes in.
Please show so for everyone, for all, just like you read the article out. Please show me that part where the WBA you need to actually get the extensions before you get the exemption. That you can't just go and get the exemption for unification.
And then also show me in the WBA rules where you have to sign for an exemption. If you can do that for me. Because you keep saying the word
should. It'll be the same thing that I just asked for you to provide. I already provided one. You just said that.
Fine, dude. I'll go into the fucking WBA rules for the next 15 minutes and come back.
Awesome. I just had to do it. I did do it twice already. Like,
I mean, be that as it may, it equates to the same thing. Wilder didn't sign the contract, which is what I said, which is why they didn't fight.
Okay, the reason why he didn't sign the contract is because the terms had become the terms has expired since he was actually negotiating for the fight to be next, not for the fight to be in April.
It was always going to be. Then that's what I'm lost on. Why does he keep saying that that Povetkin was going to be next? Had Wilder signed the contract, he would have been the next guy that Anthony Joshua fought.
Right, but the WBA ordered Povetkin to be signed in 24 hours before Wilder signed the contract.
That's true, but do you know why? Do you know how long Povetkin was waiting for that title shot?
Listen, I'm not blaming the WBA. I'm not blaming the WBA. I get Povetkin was waiting a long time. I understand Povetkin was waiting a long time, but for some reason, I'm hearing words like Wilder reneged.
He said he reneged. I can pull up an article where he says he agreed to the terms and whatever they are. I can pull up an article where he said that. Then I can pull up another article where he's explaining why he decided not to sign if he agreed to the terms.
Right, because the terms were for the fight happening next.
Not and it was going to be the next fight. It was
until the WBA said Povetkin needs to be next and he needs to be signed in 24 hours.
He had already. Oh my goodness. You're going in circles, all right?
No, you're going in circles because for some reason you don't get the fact. Okay, I'm gonna put in another article. I'm putting another article where Wilder says, "I'm now agreed to the terms, and you'll have a contract by the end of the week." And then you'll see that the very next day, the WBA ordered Povetkin to be signed in 24 hours.
All right. Me try to say this slowly. When Wilder received the contracts, hypothetically speaking, if he would have signed it that day, Povetkin would not have been next. The fight that they were negotiating was Anthony Joshua's next fight. Now, that means if Wilder signs the contract, that's who he's fighting, and Povetkin has to wait. The problem is Wilder didn't sign, so deadlines. There's a deadline looming the whole time this is going on. Eddie Hearn is warning that they need to hurry up and sign the contract because Povetkin is waiting and he's putting pressure on the WBA to enforce the mandatory. But if you hurry up and sign, we can have this fight. Now you didn't sign. It is what it is. But
yes, with no date or venue, there's absolutely no guarantee that what they were negotiating was for the fight to happen next.
Tyson Fury with no date or venue. He was
right.
okay.
My point.
Hold on. You're talking over me and it's my live. He was okay to fight Luis Ortiz for a second time without a date and venue. How long did it take them to make that, to iron those particulars out? But you were okay to fight those guys with no date and no venue. So all you're doing now is making excuses. That's all you're doing.
Okay, I think that
the negotiations that they were having were for Anthony Joshua's next fight. And if Wilder would have signed, that would have been the next fight, not Povetkin. But
maybe not. But the language of the contract.
No, enough. We've dealt in enough semantics because that seems to be all you're relying on is semantics. That was supposed to be the next fight. Wilder was supposed to be the next fight.
But it wasn't.
But
it wasn't. But it wasn't the next fight, was it? Well, you know why it wasn't the next fight? Because before Wilder,
Gilberto Mendoza said in plain English, Wilder didn't sign the contract, so we got to go ahead with the mandatory.
Correct. And did Wilder say exactly what you just said? Now the question is, was Wilder now holding out for something, and that's why the contract didn't get signed? No, Wilder had already agreed to everything before Mendoza said what he said. So at the point of Mendoza losing his patience, Wilder had already acquiesced and agreed to all the terms. Both sides had come to an agreement. They'd already worked out the details before Mendoza said what he said.
They didn't come to an agreement as far as a two-way rematch clause. They didn't allow Wilder that concession until many months later.
No, okay, so now that's the next thing. Them saying that they worked out the rematch clause. I'll just bring out that article.
You're not listening, okay? You're saying that Eddie Hearn agreed to give Wilder a two-way rematch clause. What was that, June of 2018? No, he didn't.
Yes.
That's actually inaccurate.
Okay, fine. Great. So let me just pull that up. Let me just pull that up.
Okay.
We don't need to argue over facts. So that's what we're all good men of conscience, and we're just boxing lovers. We don't need to argue about the facts. Let's just accept the facts.
I'm gonna pull up Wilder's own words. We'll do that. I'll pull up Wilder's own words and email it to myself, and then I'll put it in the live.
I mean, I'm not trying to, take over your live anyway. I apologize if I'm like talking over you and all that stuff. That's not really I'm just, it's just free fall. No disrespect to anybody on the panel at all.
You good, bro? GT, yes. Because I was, it's you bring in some good points, man. You got to come with the quickness.
Now let me put the date in there. Okay. Let me highlight that too. Okay. Okay, email. Let's send it with the date. Okay, now let's go to the email on the joint. This is okay. Now, how is it that I put screenshots in this joint? I forgot how to do that. How do you put a screenshot on this joint?
Share screen.
Share screen. I bet. So let's open this bad boy up. Okay. Now, share screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. Okay. Now this is per June 30th, 2018. It says in plain English, their primary problem was that there was only a rematch clause in their contract in the event Joshua lost. So when Eddie Hearn sent them that contract, there was no two-way rematch clause. They never agreed to that. According to Wilder, let's go back. As champions, it's either we both have a rematch clause or we don't. We already took the low money offer deal and are willing to come to your country, but if he beats me, we move on, yada, yada, yada. That was his initial problem. There was no two-way rematch clause. Eddie Hearn didn't agree to give him a two-way rematch clause until many months later. I got to pull up that article. But initially, they weren't going to give him a rematch clause. I mean, I don't know why you I don't know where you're coming from with that, but they never agreed to give him a two-way rematch clause until much later. Then they made a concession.
Yeah, so according to Shelly Finkel was saying that they had already negotiated a two-way rematch clause, but when they got the contract, it wasn't there. That was Shelly Finkel's stand.
Okay.
Right, and then they worked out the rematch clause issue, and then Wilder said he's going to sign the contract, and then the WBA called Povetkin. That's been my contention this entire time. That's still what's happening.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Getting nothing but stuff in 2020. Let me put the year in. Got a live and nobody's talking. Somebody sing a song.
Martin wants to go to boys.
I'm here, you know, like.
Yeah, I
like
wanted
come
to talk
from a
about.
land down under.
I've been following.
You're not from Australia, but
I've been following American boxing a long time. I don't remember people arguing. Oh well, Terry Norris isn't ready to fight for this fight.
No, I mean, look, that's because these are excuses. That's because you can read between the lines, and these are excuses. I mean, the fact that we're here searching articles for things verbatim is ridiculous when you can see that the guy didn't want to fight. You're asking for 50-50. Like, look. At the end of the day, this is tantamount to when Adrian Broner said he wants $20 million for Devin Haney. Bro, you ain't getting that. Get the fuck out.
I think the problem comes into play when because I was preaching for Wilder before GTS stopped doing. I think because it seemed to me his body language seemed like he wanted to fight, but they just couldn't come to an agreement, which is fine. It happens in boxing. It makes me mad as a fan. I don't want to see that happen. I want to see the fights happen. I think the problem comes in the fact of the matter is, the problems arising of should we hold the fighter accountable of the actions, that different parties having to play, or sometimes their party having to play. Well, in this situation,
when it's a recurring theme, it's a common sense argument. It's a recurring theme in this guy's career. A lot of this stuff is just like all these excuses that he went 7 years and never fought a top contender, much less a champion. That all these other guys have had unification matches or been unified champions, but he has not, and he has been here the same as, if not a longer duration of time than them. It's all obvious that you had. Hold on. This is not a debate. I'm telling you what I see. All right. This is what I see, and these are matters of fact. All right. You've been around since 2008. You didn't unify with anybody. Cool. You didn't fight very many top contenders, if any. You only actually fought 3 in about 10 or 11 years. These are not coincidences. Your own handlers are calling you a baby, a prospect, at a time when you win a world title. I've never seen that outside of Wilder. I've never really seen that. I've never really seen that before, to be honest. Samson Lukowicz, he did say something similar when he was talking about Rosario, I'll admit, but we are talking about postmodern boxing, because the boxing I grew up with, I never heard that shit. I saw Wilfredo, but how old was he when he won a title?
I'm with you. I'm with you on all of that. I'm with you on all of that.
So this stuff coming from Wilder, this is not in keeping with what fighters do when they want to fight. Joseph Parker wanted to fight the same guy that Wilder claims he wanted to fight. The difference is Joseph Parker actually fought him with none of the hangups that Wilder had. None of the hangups.
Yeah, they weren't in the same. They're just not in the same boat. But whatever.
I don't see how they're.
I'm just saying. My point is Parker can't come up with $50 million to bring AJ to New Zealand, but Wilder was able to come up with $50 million to bring AJ to America. They're not really the same thing.
Hold on, now you're saying that Wilder came up with $50 million to bring Anthony Joshua to America, that's not confirmed. We don't know that he came up with $50 million because those negotiations never got far enough to verify that money.
Oh, okay, so you said that. I mean, that was part of what is being asserted, but Stephen Espinoza said that he actually secured the funds. And can we just make a couple of just points of fact when it comes to Stephen Espinoza, right? He is the vice president of Showtime Sports. He is not the owner of Showtime, right? He is an employee of Showtime. Yeah. Showtime is a subsidiary of CBS, which is a publicly traded company. And I'm saying all this so just to get some context about what Shelly Finkel is saying on Twitter, that he put this out here, that they secured the $50 million and that Sky was supposed to be the #1 broadcaster. And I know I'm bringing in another point to this whole this debate that we haven't come in yet.
Okay, but you do realize, listen, that's fine. We all know what Stephen Espinoza said. We also know that same Stephen Espinoza is the same Stephen Espinoza that just passed on a Deontay Wilder fight because he said it didn't make financial sense. Well, you can conjure up $50 million for a UK guy who never sold a pay-per-view in America. Apparently, Wilder, an American-bred fighter, doesn't make sense to take on his fight. Fine, whatever. Fine, I'll take it. But at the same time that Stephen Espinoza said that, Lou DiBella confirmed on the Boxing Voice that the money wasn't coming from Showtime. It was coming from BT Sport, where Anthony Joshua can't even have a fight.
Actually, I was in the Boxing Voice while Lou DiBella's on there. You can see me commenting, and Lou DiBella said no such thing. As a matter of fact, he said the exact opposite. As a matter of fact, he said the exact opposite.
He said when you're dealing with,
he said literally said it doesn't matter. He said, let me just finish my like I was there.
This is why this is going on.
I got it.
And this is what's supposed to make y'all the fans. This is what is supposed to make people like Deontay Wilder.
Who said this is supposed to be about people liking Deontay Wilder? This is about boxing fans chopping up facts. Who cares about this? Who cares about? Listen, I'm not cheerleading for Deontay Wilder right now. We're just talking about facts. That's it. That's all we're talking about.
What are you saying? What are you saying? The money didn't come from BT.
No, yes, he said okay. First, he said a few things. He said first, the money didn't come from BT Sport. He also said non-exclusive contracts wouldn't have been the deal. It wouldn't have been a deal breaker. And he also said that he doesn't care about the UK contracts.
Bro,
I'm just trying to answer the question, but I can't get.
Bro, what you're doing is honestly, it's a waste of time and it's playing with words, because that same Nestor Gibbs from the Boxing Voice asked Stephen Espinoza himself about what Lou DiBella said. So
that's fine. I didn't. Right? He did. He sure did.
No.
He sure did. Like, no, I'm agreeing with you. He did.
Okay, cool.
I'm totally agreeing with you.
Okay, cool. Amazing. Whatever. You're agreeing. Whatever. If he didn't say what he said, because you're telling me that Lou didn't say that, whereas I actually watched Nestor Gibbs ask Stephen Espinoza about what Lou DiBella said.
Yeah, I saw it too.
But you just told me that he didn't say that.
Because he didn't.
So then why is Nestor Gibbs asking Stephen Espinoza about it?
Because listen, either he got it wrong, or he's trying. If you want me to jump in Nestor Gibbs' mind, I will.
Nestor Gibbs got it wrong. Who asked the line of questionings? He got it wrong, but you got it right.
Well, I mean, it's really easy to go back and listen to what Lou DiBella actually said.
Bro, I've listened to the same interview you've heard, and I heard what Lou DiBella said.
Okay, I got you. And then once again.
Also, furthermore, this is corroborated on both sides, both Wilder's side and the BT Sports side, because Frank Warren said that Shelly Finkel was trying to get the money from them. They were trying to get it through BT Sport. So this isn't just coming from Lou; it's actually coming from the people over there at BT.
Okay, so what Frank Warren said was that Shelly Finkel asked him to come up with a bid. And there was one of several bids, and Lou DiBella actually could. And Lou DiBella. Okay, listen. I can't. This is not going to be a discourse. It's not going to be a discourse if in the middle of every time I finish answering a question, somebody jumps in freely.
Wait, Beats. Let him go ahead. Let him finish.
Damn. Like what Frank Warren said was he was putting together a bid. One of several. What Lou DiBella said was they didn't need BT Sports money. It wasn't coming from BT Sports. And not only that, it didn't even matter about UK rights for them.
I don't recall hearing Lou DiBella say any of that, but
Cool.
I mean,
That's cool. So now put up the boxing.
I remember DiBella saying when he was asked if the money come from BT, he said, "Well, what does it matter if it's coming from there?" That's what he said.
exactly. I mean, I know.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, it doesn't matter.
No. I can think of what Frank Warren said word for word. He said that that's where the money is coming from the fight landing on BT Sport, and therein lies a fundamental problem. That fight can't land on BT Sport. Joshua was exclusively contracted to Sky. You shouldn't be involving them to begin with. No money. No, bro. No money for that fight should be coming from BT Sport if Joshua's on an exclusive contract to Sky. So why are you with them to begin with?
Okay, because what they were buying, because what they were shopping was the actual ownership fees, not broadcasting rights. So let me finish.
That's not true.
Like
bro,
God,
you're paraphrasing and making.
Okay, I got it.
You're paraphrasing.
Go ahead. I'm not paraphrasing. I'm not even done speaking. I'm not paraphrasing. You just interrupted.
You said that they wanted to get the rights for the fight, but they weren't going to show
ownership rights. It was a bid for ownership rights. That is what BT Sport put in from Shelly Finkel's request to what Frank Warren actually produced. What he produced was a bid for the fight for the ownership rights, not the broadcasting rights, the ownership rights.
He said we were going to put the fight on BT. I'm pretty sure that means they're trying to show the fight via BT Sport.
Not what he said. What he said was they put in an offer for both fights.
Okay, I'll pull up what he said. I can get the audio. That was Boxing Social, Frank Warren. I got to do this because this guy wants to cry while the river.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's not even cry while. And really, we're talking about BT, but are you going to, for some reason, we're completely negating the fact that Stephen Espinoza said that they had secured the money and that Sky was going to be the exclusive broadcaster. That's where the $50 million was coming from, not BT Sports, but Showtime, as per Espinoza's own words. And if you want to talk, well, no, you said you already conceded $50 million for AJ. Is not the same as however much money they wanted for the Ortiz rematch.
What about the fact they didn't send the contract? What about the 24-hour deadline? What? Yeah, and you weren't aware of none of that? Now you're gonna.
What happened after that? What happened after that whole 24-hour deadline was that they still kept negotiating. As per Eddie Hearn's own words. Eddie Hearn said, I can put the interview up. I can put the interview up where Eddie Hearn said, we're still negotiating behind scenes, which is okay. I don't need proof of funds. I even asked for proof of funds.
Okay, can I play the audio that corroborates the audio from Frank Warren that corroborates what I've been saying? Can I do that without anybody talking?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. And he's not saying that the fight was going to go on Sky, by the way. He's actually saying the opposite of that.
Buying the rights to the fight. I didn't know that. Explain how that side of things works.
Well, that's what they were doing. They offered the guarantee of the 50 and the 30 on the strength of buying the rights to put the fight on. Now, I'm sure if I'd have been in Hearn's position, I wanted the fight, and I'd say, well, no, it's got to go on Sky. But the fact was, that was the conversations I was having with Shelley. We wanted to get it out. We wanted to put the fight on BT, and we had a lot of conversations about it. But I said to him all along.
Okay, now where in there does he say that the fight was going to go on Sky Sports, bro?
You didn't hear that? Like right in between. He just said.
It's in plain. He said if I was, bro, he literally said if I was Eddie Hearn, if I was in Hearn's position, I would want the fight to go on Sky. But the fact of the matter that's the conversations we was having. We wanted to put the fight on BT Sport. And the guarantee of the 50 and the 30 was coming from BT Sport. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's not my opinion. That's what he said. Nowhere in there is he saying that the fight was going to go on Sky.
Okay.
Like
right. What you just talked about, what you just played was about $80 million offer that BT Sport put up. Right. That is not the offer that actually was presented to AJ. That's first. Right. That's just the very first thing. There was no 50 and 30. So the BT Sport that you just played, that wasn't even presented. That offer wasn't even presented to AJ. But let's go back to what you just said.
No, stop. There was no offer offered to AJ about the offer presented to AJ. They didn't get a contract.
Okay, an offer is not a contract. Those are two separate things. You said, dude, an offer is not a contract. An offer, you can do an offer. A contract is something else.
They wouldn't have a meeting.
Yes, I got it. Okay, great. This is now semantics. I'm with you. I'm with you now. You want to move on from the semantics? Let's do it.
Eddie Hearn tried to move it over because I'm not going to ask for proof of funds, but I want a meeting. I want a contract. He got neither.
He said that they were meeting. When he said he didn't ask for proof of funds, he said that they were talking behind the scenes, which was good. And what the issue was where the fight was going to take place. He felt like AJ had done enough to ensure that the fight happened in the UK. That's what they were negotiating, where the fight happened. Not the amount of money, not whether or not the money existed, but where the fight happened.
Dude, if you know anything about boxing like you claim you do know that multi-million-dollar fights have meetings. And they wouldn't give him a meeting. You have to have a meeting.
He said after the 24-hour deadline had elapsed that they had been talking about the offer. And the reason why, and what the point of contention that they had come up with was where the location of the fight.
He didn't send a contract and they wouldn't give him
because they were still negotiating terms. You don't get the contract until you agree on terms. That's when you do the contract. They never agreed on the terms because they didn't agree to where the fight was going to happen. Okay, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I would say in Eddie's own words why he rejected the 37 million pound offer from Deontay Wilder. Maybe that'll clear it up.
Stop it. 24-hour deadline. Stop it. You don't do multi-million-dollar deals without a meeting. Stop it.
Now, that was easy. So it's right there in the back for anyone who would like to read it aloud, or just read it to yourself if you like, or you can post it in the chat for the people or whatever.
I would read it, but I can't. I'm on my phone. I'm trying to. Hold up. I'm trying to access it right now. All right. I'm pulling up the article now. All right. You want me to read it? You said?
Sure. Unrivaled set up a pretty good precedent of saying who the publication was and time and all that stuff.
Okay, so this is from Telegraph. It's titled Anthony Joshua will turn down $37 million pound fight to Deontay Wilder in the U.S. insists it takes place in Britain. This was uploaded May 22nd, 2018, and this is by Gareth A. Davis. Anthony Joshua was ready to turn down a $37 million offer to fight Deontay Wilder in the USA by insisting...
That's pounds, not dollars.
37 million pound offer to fight Deontay Wilder in the USA by insisting their world heavyweight unification bout takes place in the United Kingdom. Joshua's promoter Eddie Hearn told Telegraph Sport that the final decision over the staging of the fight will be finalized in the next 3 weeks. But Hearn said that Joshua, holder of the WBO, IBF, and WBA titles, should be allowed to have home advantage against Wilder of Alabama, who holds the WBC crown. Joshua was prepared to take a pay cut of more than 7 pounds. I think that's that weight. Yeah, 7 pounds to fight in front of his home fans. Wembley Stadium, I might butcher this. Twickenham Stadium and even the Olympic Stadium are 3 possible venues for the blockbuster contest to take place, with the preference being for an outdoor venue to stage the fight in September. One thing is for absolute certain, AJ wants Wilder next, Hearn said. He's made that clear. He also feels, though, after talking to Rob McCracken, his trainer and manager, that this is a fight that should be delivered in the UK. 1, for the fans, and 2, he feels like he's earned the right. Joshua has been offered a baseline of $50 million to face Wilder in America by the WBC champions team, but Hearn insists that AJ is not really swayed by the extra 10 million or 15 million pounds. He'd rather do the fight over here in front of his fans. Is that enough, or do you want me to read more?
Oh yeah, because the next line is even if it means making less money. They were wanting to do the fight in the UK. It had absolutely nothing to do with deadlines or meetings or none of that other obfuscation. It had literally had to do with the location of the fight. It had nothing to do with BTS Sports or none of that stuff.
Just the next paragraph, right?
I mean, it's there. If Ring wants to put it in the chat for the people, then he can. But whatever.
Okay,
That's my point. My point's done.
Here, let me try to bring it back to basis. So your argument you came in was, you were trying to argue time frames of Wilder, not becoming a champion because, I think it was of our impression that Wilder, in a sense, in our mind, because could have became a champion, could have, fought the best, but he didn't do that at the time frame that we thought he should have. You said the time frame as far as when it came to Wilder facing Vladimir or Vitaly, we probably already knew Vitaly wasn't going to have that fight, but it didn't fight Vladimir because he probably wouldn't make no money because around that time Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather were fighting. So why do you think that our opinion is flawed if we, come to the conclusion that Wilder, took too long as far as becoming a champion unification fighter? Because when it came to the comparison to Canelo Alvarez, he didn't have really an amateur career compared to Wilder. So I think we can come to the conclusion that Wilder should have, took those risks at even going through his development, because for the simple fact that he had the experience, in my opinion, to do so.
So I mean, really, what I've heard is a knock on Wilder's his path because of his level of competition and his lack of unification. That's what I'm hearing, right? For me, there is no higher level of competition than Tyson Fury in the division today, right? He didn't win those fights, but that is pretty much the highest level of competition. There is no higher level to me. AJ is on the same level, at least, right? Like that. To me, there's no difference in level of competition. Now, if you want to talk about, he didn't have a Povetkin on his fight on his resume. We all know why he doesn't have a Povetkin on his resume, right? And we don't need to go into the machinations of that. Other than that, I don't know really what it is we're talking about because,
we had an opinion.
He went into some truncated negotiations with Parker that didn't go very far. And, I'm not going to say that what Wilder offered Parker wasn't, a huge sum of money. It seemed like a little low to me. It was under $1 million, either 600,000 or 700,000, something like that. Fine. You don't want that. I'm not eating Parker's lunch for going the AJ route or even trying to get the AJ fight. With the
thing in mind, if we don't,
he's not trying. He hasn't tried to unify.
With that in mind,
Can I talk now? Because I haven't talked. I've had to order pizzas and people keep fucking talking to me in the background. Right? Look, I'm sorry, get the smoke, but you haven't proven that Wilder has tried to unify. All you've done is come with convenient explanations that try to excuse him for having not done this. But no, he didn't try to unify. He rejected offers to unify. That's a matter of fact. He rejected several different kinds of offers over the course of well over a year. He wasn't trying to unify before he wasn't really trying to become a unified champion before he became a champion himself, and he didn't try to unify after that. You said that he made an offer to Joseph Parker. That's where we started. You never proved that he did. I can show you a live video where Joseph Parker said they never even entered into negotiations. So I want to know, when did he try to unify? Because all I've seen him do is reject offers to fight.
Okay, so I think you might have been on the pizza run when Battle Rifle just read why Team AJ rejected 37 million pounds. But that is certainly an offer and certainly an effort to unify. But now we can go back to Parker.
You're talking about the $50 million email?
No, I'm talking about the 37 million pound rejection.
Okay, read that to me because I didn't get to catch that.
Want me to read it again?
Yeah, because I didn't hear that.
Okay, this was on Telegraph.
It's in the backstage link if you don't want to,
Let me
subject
see.
other people to do it. And I can go look for the Parker because everybody here was there. We're here for that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I think I see. All right. I can't click it though. It won't open.
You got to copy it. That's what I did.
Yeah, you got to copy and paste it and put it in your search
and
bar.
put it in the address bar. Okay. Copy. Paste. Let's see what it do. Y'all can keep talking. I'm reading.
Okay, but yeah, get this smoke. Okay,
I gotta look for the Parker stuff. But go ahead, Bottle.
With that in mind, why would you think that it's within the sense? I may be wrong. Why would you think it's within the realms of not counting the fighters that pop dirty and with Povetkin and whatnot and being.
Okay, I'm back. Hold on, I'm back. Yeah, this is the $50 million email, dog. Look at the fucking date. It's May 2018. You're trying to make no, wait. I see. This is what I mean. This is why I keep saying you're getting creative. You tried to make it seem like that was some other offer other than the one we've been talking about the whole fucking time. That's from May 2018. That's the $50 million email.
But we ain't talking about no email. We're talking about negotiations that went way past the 24-hour deadline thing.
Bro, that's the 50.
Okay, great. I didn't understand.
About is the $50 million email. That's what they're talking about.
They're talking about an offer. They're talking about an offer to unify. I don't know why you keep saying $50 million email.
Because
they're talking about the offer to unify.
That's the email that they're talking about. They're talking about the email.
No, they're actually talking about money. They're not talking about any email.
They're talking about money because money was never confirmed.
Okay, literally, he says he's rejecting the money. He didn't say rejecting fake money. He didn't say I need the money confirmed.
Well,
he said I'm not going to take the fight because it's not in the UK. That is what he's saying.
Okay, but if you're going to hold him to his word, you then have to factor in that via Wilder's own word, he said he'd be willing to fight in the UK after this article came out.
Right, but the point of contention is whether or not Wilder tried to make it unification.
It doesn't look like it when he went back on his own word.
So coming to the $37 million or 37 million pound offer is not him trying to unify. That's what we're saying now.
I mean, no, because you never confirmed that those funds were real.
Awesome. Then, and by your definition, then no, he didn't try to unify, even though he gave offers. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the Parker offer, but it won't matter anyway because offers are not an attempt to unify by your definition.
Well, I'm sorry, but when you send an offer of that amount and you're asked to produce a contract or to have a meeting to sit down and negotiate the terms, when your manager rejects those kinds of meetings, no, you're not trying to make a fight. Why would you?
Because they went after that happened later on. So the offer was tendered in April. At the end of April, like around April, right around 420, right? That's when the offer was tendered. In May,
before we negotiate, I have a question. When I told you that this was about the $50 million email, why did you try to make it seem like this was some separate offer? This is the same offer that I was talking about.
Because it's not about any email. I don't know why you're putting email in there. It's not about the email. It is literally about an offer to unification. When the point is about unification, it has zero to do with an email.
No, you're trying to make it seem like because they used pounds instead of dollars that it's some other offer that we weren't already talking about.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that email has nothing to do with it. I don't know why you keep saying $50 million email. But that's not how I'm describing the offer. What I'm describing, how I'm characterizing the offer is a $50 million offer to unify.
Okay, this is what it says in the same article you posted. Joshua has been offered a baseline of $50 million, parentheses 37 million pounds, to face Wilder in America. They're talking about the $50 million email.
Okay, so is that an attempt to unify or isn't it?
No, it's not, because beyond the email, you didn't do anything.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to put up to Joseph Parker, and you can say that's not an attempt also. However, it's my contention that the fact that he made those offers is an attempt to unify.
Okay, it's not an attempt to unify when you send the offer, interest is expressed, and then you reject, or no, you decline meetings. You sent an email. Hold on, dog, stop trying to interject, because that's what you're doing. You try to interject mid-fucking sentence. You've had the floor for a long time now, all right? Now, you sent an offer. They said, yes, we're interested. Let's meet. You said no. There's no point in meeting until you say yes. Well, we can't say yes if we don't know what the terms are. You didn't send a contract.
Right. So what you're describing is what happened in April. You're still done? Okay, sorry. I thought you were done.
And you're saying that they were trying to make a fight without a meeting and without a contract.
Okay, what you're describing is the events that happened in April. In May, Eddie, that's when that offer and the 24-hour deadline and the rejection of meetings happened. That was all in April. In May, they were still negotiating the $50 million. The $50 million offer didn't get rejected to the end of May. If you look at the actual date on this, and it has nothing to do with proof of funds. It has nothing to do with meetings that didn't happen. Nothing to do with any of that at all, because that already had been adjudicated later in May.
Okay, you're saying that when Eddie Hearn requested meetings with Shelley Finkel, that had nothing to do with it. It took 3 weeks, and those 3 weeks, right? While all of this is going on, they're trying to verify whether or not the funds are real, yada, yada, yada. AJ's sticking point, according to AJ, is that he wanted to fight in the United Kingdom, right? That's his sticking point. That's what he says in this article. Coincidentally, Wilder agreed, okay, we can have it in the UK for the amount of money that you offered me. Cool. Wilder never signed the contract, which goes back to the earlier discussion we were already having.
So
never signed the contract.
Again, we've argued this particular point into the ground, but the reason why the contract wasn't signed, because when they finally came to terms, the WBA ordered the Povetkin fight to happen, have a deal for the Povetkin fight in 24 hours. That's where the negotiations stalled. That's what was the fly in the ointment. That's why the fight didn't happen.
Okay, the fight didn't happen according to Wilder because he wanted a two-way rematch clause. That's why it didn't happen.
Okay. I mean, I get it. You need to blame Wilder on this, but I mean, go ahead. You need to do it. Yeah, you are. You keep saying that the reason why it didn't happen was two-way rematch. The reason why the fight didn't happen.
We've heard enough. Listen, we've heard enough of the song and dance. When I'm quoting to you what he said verbatim, that he wanted a two-way rematch clause and they weren't going to get one, and that was his primary problem. That's what it says. I'm not.
Nowhere that Wilder said he wasn't going to get one. Wilder didn't say that. That wasn't what Wilder said. That's what you said.
Contract, bro. I'm not going to keep playing this game with you. Wilder verbatim says that they didn't give me a two-way rematch clause, and that's the problem. Okay,
they didn't say he didn't give him one. He said it wasn't in the contract that they sent. They got the two-way rematch clause. They worked that out, and they got it put into the contract.
No, once again, no, he was, and this goes back to the point that I made earlier. Wilder was not going to get a two-way rematch clause in June of 2018. That concession wasn't made until well after that, okay, if you want a two-way rematch clause, we'll give you one. As far as that set of negotiations, they never agreed to give Wilder a two-way rematch clause. So what are you talking about? You're trying to make it seem like Hearn acquiesced to giving him a rematch clause in June. He never did. That didn't come into it until many months later.
Okay, but then we have another point of contention over facts, right? So I'm just pulling up the facts where Shelley Finkel said we had already negotiated this, but when I got the contract, it wasn't in there, so I sent it back and they fixed it.
Can you show me where he said that, please? I'd like to see that. I would like to see that.
I'm pulling it up right now.
I also put another link in the backstage where it shows the offer and Deontay Wilder ready to sign a fight deal, which is written by Dan Raphael on June 25th.
Ellie's asking if they signed it. Why didn't he? If they fixed it, then why didn't he sign it? That's a fair point. That's assuming
because he said once Wilder said, now it's all good. I will have the contract to you by the end of the week. The very next day, the WBA enforced the Povetkin mandatory and said that deal had to be made in 24 hours. Even though it wasn't even made in 24 hours, it still took weeks to come to terms. But whatever. But that's what the WBA ordered.
This is all. Where'd you get that source from? What's the source? I want to see that source from you guys.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too. As far as everything I saw, as far as all the news,
which point would you like for me to source?
Which point you want him to source on Beats?
where he said that about AJ, the WBA demanding the Povetkin fight. That's why the talk stalled, and that's why they have to. That's why the fight. Yeah,
that's not how the WBA said it. To be honest, if you want to know what Gilberto Mendoza himself said, it's because Wilder didn't sign the contract, so we have to go ahead with the mandatory. That's what Gilberto said.
Yeah,
the WBA.
If you got a source to quote where the WBA demanded the Povetkin fight. If you got a source,
I'm gonna pull that up. I'm gonna go to that right now.
Yeah, I already read that. That's what Unrivaled read earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Unrivaled already read that. It's in the back. It's backstage. It's the Denver Post article.
Well, yeah, that's because they were stalling on the fight. They must know that AJ has a limited time, or he's got to fight his mandatory.
Yeah, they knew that because Eddie Hearn was telling them that they have to make the fight sooner than later because Povetkin and Ryabinski are pressuring the WBA. He was saying that the whole time, so it's not. It was a secret.
Right. Here's the thing. And we can, Unrivaled. I'm not sure if he's still looking for it or if he's on to other things. But there's a point of contention on whether or not the WBA would have granted an exemption, because from what I understand is that you can get an exemption for unification. What Unrivaled asserted was that you needed to get extensions first, and the contract had to be signed for them to get an exemption. I have never seen that. All I know about it is exemptions and extensions. I haven't seen anything saying that you need to have one in order to get the other. So
like you're actively making the fights, and Wilder's team was not compliant. Whether you like it or not,
I get that you're saying Wilder's team was not compliant, but the guy that's filing the extensions is taking 3 weeks to produce contracts. But it's Wilder's side is not Wilder's side is the one that's not being cooperative. Whatever, knock yourself out. All I'm saying is, once you get a contract, you should probably read it, not just sign it. But you guys do you.
So this is AJ's fault, yeah? That a fight didn't happen.
No, AJ's fault. I never thought it was AJ's. The only time I thought it was AJ's fault. The only time I thought it was AJ's fault is when AJ said, "Give me 50 million," and then made it about being in the UK. That is the only thing that I thought. And also the original 12.5. Also the original 12.5 flat fee.
AJ got the offer. AJ said he never saw the money. Show me proof where he saw the money.
I think he actually confirmed on camera that the 50 million was real. He just
no, he didn't.
No, he just said it was. He just said that because of his.
No. See, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop this foolishness. Anthony Joshua is on camera with Coogan Cassius saying that he never saw the money. He's saying the opposite of what's being said in this live chat, and that's available for anybody to look it up. He never saw the money. Eddie Hearn never saw the money. Nobody saw the money. So as far as money being seen, all I've seen is that they're saying the opposite. They never saw no money.
Okay, you heard Steven Espinoza say he got it. You're just ignoring the fact that Steven Espinoza said I secured it.
I'm not ignoring that Steven Espinoza said that. I acknowledged that earlier that he said that, but I also acknowledged that at the same time, Steven Espinoza is the same guy that said that Lou DiBella didn't say what he said to the same guy that was talking to him. That's the Gibbs. I'm not denying that Stephen Espinoza said that. I'm saying that that's only one thing. At the same time, he said that Frank Warren and Lou DiBella were saying that the money's coming from BT.
Okay, the offer that BT once again that BT made was for 2 fights. That is not the offer that was tendered to AJ that AJ turned down. AJ didn't turn down a 2-fight offer for 80 million. He turned down a 1-fight offer for 50. That is not what the BT Sport offer is.
That is the BT Sport offer. Listen. We gotta stop playing games. There were not look, Beats. This is simple because he's playing with words and shit. All right, there was one offer of $50 million, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, just one. There was only one. And I noticed that you tried to turn it into 2 and 3 offers when I pulled up an article that says 30. You said something about 37 million pounds. That's the $50 million email offer, bro. There was only one offer. There weren't several. There was one. That's
Okay.
the same one. Hold on. That's the same one that Frank Warren was talking about. That's the same one that Stefan Espinoza and Lou DiBella were talking about. It's the same offer.
It's not the same. It's not the same offer. The offer that BT Sports came up with, the offer that BT Sports had was 2 fights.
Where are you getting it from? Where are you getting it from? Where are you getting it from? No, dog, enough. Where are you getting it from that they made several offers to Anthony? They made one, dog.
I know that they made one, and it wasn't the BT Sport offer. The BT Sport offer was for 2 fights. That is not the offer that was tendered to AJ. AJ did not listen. Let me finish. AJ did not turn down an offer. AJ did not turn down an offer of $80 million for 2 fights. He turned down an offer of $50 million for 1.
Fights, bro. You the only one that's saying that. Where did you hear Frank Warren talk about having 2 fights?
Okay, in the clip that you just played, it was $50 million for 1 and $30 million for a rematch. It was 2 fights for $80 million.
That's the same offer that we've been talking about.
That is not the same offer. That is an $80 million offer for 2 fights, not a $50 million offer for 1.
That's dog. You got to stop with this. I know you like.
I feel like you guys are. I feel like you guys are either like you're not catching what's happening, or you're willfully not catching what's happening. Frank Warren said out of his own mouth that all Shelly Finkel asked him for was a bid, so they could gauge what the market.
I'll tell you what Frank Warren said and why I brought it up in the first place. You told me that they went to BT to get the license for the fight or the rights to the fight, but they weren't going to show it. That turned out to be false. Okay, they were
no. That's just the clip that you played. Okay, he said more than that thing.
Why are you talking over me? You told me that they weren't trying to show the fight, that Sky was still going to show the fight, but BT would have the rights. That turned out to be false.
That's not false. I can show you the clip. It just wasn't. It wasn't in your clip.
Opposite of that. Frank Warren said the opposite of that. He said, if I were Eddie Hearn, I would have wanted to fight on Sky. But the fact of the matter is, that's what was the conversations that we were having. We wanted to put it on BT. That's the opposite of what you said.
Okay, so what your point of contention now is that Frank Warren wasn't just getting a bid for Anthony Joshua, that it was actually his $50 million and it was for a BT fight. That's what you're asserting.
It's not a point.
I just want to know if that's what you're asserting or not, so I can know what to debunk. I just want to know.
Yeah, that's real nice. It's not a contention when he's saying word for word that we're trying to put the fight on BT Sport.
Okay, I'm asking about the thrust of your argument. Is the thrust of your argument saying that Frank Warren wasn't getting a bid at the request of Shelly Finkel?
Bro, what I'm saying is very simple. What Frank Warren said in that interview is the opposite of what you just told me.
No, it wasn't. The clip that you played is what doesn't say. He said more than just that one clip. You just talking about one clip.
Brody, stop talking over me. You told me it's a 2-fight engagement. You told me that they were trying to get the rights for the fight, but they weren't actually going to show it, that Sky was going to show it. Frank didn't say any of that. You're the only one saying that.
Okay, why don't you try playing the whole clip, and why don't you try playing the whole interview, and then you'll hear it, instead of just that one clip. Because that you said way more. There was an entire interview. There was an entire interview on a radio station. It wasn't just one clip. It wasn't just one quote.
Hold on. Explain something. How would the first fight be worth 50 mil, and then the offer the next fight decreases to 30?
I don't know. Why are you asking me?
You don't know?
I didn't come up with the bid. I didn't come up with the offer. Like, why are you asking me to do? Anywho, like back to this whole thing. Like, what do you mean? Why is it next with 30? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Beats, I don't know. I don't know. Do you know why it was for the second one's fit 30? I don't know if it matters because AJ turned it down.
Do I know what? It doesn't listen.
It's never been pretended to him. Like
listen. If you do a 2-fight deal as a businessman in boxing, the objective would be that the second fight would be worth way more.
I think the 30 million. I think the 30 million was a guarantee to the loser.
You think?
I think, yes, and that's what I said. I think if you want to look it up,
dude, stop trying to improvise. You ain't as clever as what you.
I already said I don't know. I already told you I don't know why. I already told you I don't know. Like, right? Why is it $30 million? If you want me to hazard a guess, I don't remember. I probably am correct that it was 30 million. The 30 million was a guarantee to the loser.
Nonsense. Now you're bugging now. You're bugging.
Okay, I'm bugging. That's why. How is that? I mean, I'm just using common sense. I'm not even using my memory. I'm just using common sense.
Brody, all right. In all honesty, the last thing that you're using is common sense. You're using a lot of semantics, but you're not using common sense because
Yeah,
Wilder's
I'm using
track
common
record.
sense.
Listen. Wilder's track record speaks for itself. If we're going to use common sense,
It speaks to you. It speaks to you, and it speaks to your conclusions that you've made. But your conclusions don't stand up to the facts of the actual situation. What you are doing is putting some standard that Wilder's supposed to live up to, and he's not. And that's fine that you have your standard and Wilder doesn't live up to it. Fantastic. Let me finish. You have a standard. You have a standard. I don't think your standards are unreasonable. However, there's more than one way to skin this cat.
Please stop trying to talk over, because I know you like Wilder and that's why you've been defending him so vigorously. But at the end of the day, you just made my point for me. There is a standard that Wilder does not live up to. Most people. Bro, not my standard. Beats is my name Boxing Beats and Rhymes?
But I'm talking about your standard. Okay, you and Beats and whomever else. There is a standard out there.
Me and how many other people? There's a standard. You've been trying to explain away, Brody. Enough. You've been trying to explain away why Wilder took so long to develop, why he couldn't fight Vladimir Klitschko after 7 years as a professional boxer and an Olympic amateur background. You've been trying to come up with reasons why all of this is supposed to be okay because it's okay to you. It's your standard that you're concerned with. But as far as boxing goes, there's a reason everybody's been saying that Wilder hasn't fought anybody. They were saying that before he became a champion. They were saying that after he became a champion. He didn't start fighting somebodies until the last, 2 years? But he's been around for 10, 11. So just because that standard, the standard of boxing, doesn't matter to you, it matters to everybody else. And that's why they refer to Wilder as a guy who kicked a lot of cans. All right? You can give him a pass. You can give him a pass for everything because you like him that much, but that is not in keeping with the standard of the sport of boxing. I'm sorry that that's not a big enough concern for you, but for boxing fans, yeah, it's a big concern. When are you going to get around to doing something worth talking about? Drawing with Tyson Fury is the only thing you've done worth talking about. That you've done. You drew with him. Couldn't even keep him down.
Okay, that's revisionist history, but okay. That whole didn't fight anybody was ended in 2018 when he fought Ortiz the first time. But whatever. In your mind, it wasn't until Fury. But whatever the hell it is. I finished. Okay, cool. You guys talk over me. You guys talk over me, but chastise me for talking over you. Go ahead. Your point's more important. Go ahead.
That's because you've had the floor longer than I've had. I've been on a pizza run for like the last 15, 20 minutes.
So what you missed was battle rifle. What you meant was battle rifle reading, not me talking.
Yeah, reading something that we were already talking about, a $50 million email that you tried to make it seem like it was a separate offer from what we were already talking about.
That's not what I was trying to seem like at all. I'm just divorcing the whole email aspect of it and talking about an offer to unify.
Well, listen, Brody, that's all it ever was an email. It didn't get further than that. I'm sorry that
you say it didn't get further than that, but clearly it did get further than that because he rejected it a month later.
Brody,
because of location, not because it wasn't real, not because of BT, not for any other straw man obfuscation you guys keep coming up with. It has nothing to do with what he said. The reason why he turned down the offer.
You see what he's doing, and he want to act like he's not in love with Wilder. You're talking over me when it's not a straw man. Brody, are you gonna act like an adult or not? All right, now listen. It's not a straw man argument when it's based on something real. It's not. It is real that they wanted to verify whether or not those funds existed, and they never got to that point. It didn't go past it being an email. They never got past that. That's confirmed by Eddie Hearn. That's confirmed by Anthony Joshua. It's even confirmed by Shelly Finkel, who admitted they didn't send him a contract, and they never had any meetings to negotiate that fight. So it never got it past being an email, which is why I call it an email, because as far as negotiations go, that's all it was. No contract was drawn up and sent, and no meetings were had. No funds were put in escrow for that fight.
Okay, so Stephen Note is saying that he secured the $50 million is no funds, but is not having anything. Hold on, I just listen. I would like to respond to what Big IQ just said. Can I respond to what IQ just said? Okay, I was trying to both of you guys, and hopefully you won't interrupt me. Go ahead.
I remember Eddie Hearn actually saying, "I'm gonna be in New York. I want to see Shelly Finkel."
He was in New York. He was in New York. He was in New York the week the offer was made, and they already had a meeting set up, which Shelly Finkel canceled after the email was sent. It did not get passed. It did Get the Smoke's argument seems to be that it was more. No, it was just an email. It never got further than that. They never met up. They never set up an escrow account to deposit the funds in on a certain day to verify that the funds was real. They never got that far. And that's what they've been saying the whole time. Anthony Joshua himself gave them the benefit of the doubt. He said maybe they could have got some American investors to finance it. But as far as the fight itself for that time, no, I never saw no money. He sold at the Coogan Cassius. I did several videos about it. That's how they own mouth.
Okay, so I just put another link. I just put another link in the back.
Brody. The question then becomes: do you somehow know more about what Anthony Joshua was offered than Anthony Joshua?
No, apparently I just know more about it than you. But anyway, I just put a link in there from May with Eddie Hearn talking about how they're still negotiating the $50 million in May for an offer that got tendered in April. That you said never got passed. That you said never got passed. That you said email. That you said never got past an email. Even though they were still discussing it in May and didn't reject it to almost June.
That doesn't stop it from it being just an email. When Eddie Hearn was talking to Dillian White in the hallway about the $50 million email, he said the exact same thing I'm saying. He never saw any money. He never got a contract. Anthony Joshua.
What did that have to do with Eddie Hearn saying?
Brody. All you're telling me is that, they were still negotiating. Okay, so did it get past it being an email? Show me where it says that.
It's backstage in the link right there. I can't put links anywhere but backstage.
I'll go look at it to where you can show me where it was just an email.
Yeah, it was Eddie Hearn's face, Eddie Hearn's words, all of that. We're in negotiations. It's behind scenes, but we want to fight in the UK.
Do you know why Eddie was saying he didn't want to see proof of funds? Because they were saying, this is an insult. You're trying to say we ain't got the money. We're not going to deal with this. That's why Eddie was saying that. They still didn't prove it. Dillian was running his mouth. I don't know what he was saying. I saw the escrow and all this nonsense, right?
I don't know how you do an escrow. Yeah, then that didn't make sense. How are you going to set up an escrow? How are you going to set up an escrow account for $50 million, right? That's supposed to be for Joshua versus Wilder when they never met up. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, because you guys are stuck on one conversation as if that one conversation didn't precede five other conversations. There's more conversation that happened after the one that you were stuck on.
Yeah, and there's more. All right, yes, and there's more testimony from the aforementioned parties that specify they never saw any money. Why are you ignoring that?
Because the party who secured the money said, I secured the money and told you I secured the money.
Okay, so then
Stephen Espinoza.
What you're basically telling me is that you're just believing whatever Wilder's side says about it.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so now you want to talk about the burden of proof. Okay, fine. So what Stephen Espinoza said, he said it in a Twitter message, right? For all to see, right? So when you write down something that is not true and you talk about somebody else, what that is called is libel, right? So what you're saying is Stephen Espinoza libeled himself to make a point. And what Stephen Espinoza is, let me finish. Stephen Espinoza is the vice president of Showtime. So if what he's saying is, let me finish. If Stephen Espinoza is misrepresenting Showtime's position in this negotiation, Stephen Espinoza is opening himself up to be fired. Furthermore, the CBS is a publicly traded company. If you give faulty financial data to the public, that is an SEC violation, which is punishable. Let me finish. It is punishable by a fine and confinement. So what you're saying? What your point is that for some reason, Stephen Espinoza has opened himself up to a libel charge and an SEC violation in order to lie about a negotiation.
Listen. Stop going in the dictionary and going, my diversion.
You're talking over me because you don't like what I'm saying. That's really all that's happening.
The reason, you know why he's talking over you and why I'm talking over you? Because
there was nothing signed. They didn't send no contract. He would bind it to nothing to violate anything.
There's nothing. I mean, in all honesty, what he's saying is ludicrous because you're basically saying that you deposited $50 million into an escrow account for a fight to which a contract hasn't even been drawn up. Because Shelley Fink already said that they never sent them a contract. But you're saying, Brody, enough. Like, dog, enough. You're saying somebody, investors, deposited 50 million of their dollars into a random escrow account for a fight that never materialized because no contract was ever drawn up because no meetings were ever had. But they're gonna just, let me just deposit $50 million in this random escrow account for no good fucking reason.
I didn't say any of that. I didn't say any of that. What Steven Espinoza said was they secured the $50 million. I didn't say that they opened up an escrow account. I didn't say went to sponsors and did it. I didn't say any of that. What I said was what Steven Espinoza said is that they secured the $50 million and they sent that information to Eddie.
Okay. You're saying they did that. Okay, cool. Eddie Hearn himself, if we go by Eddie Hearn's side of it, Eddie Hearn says he never saw no money. Anthony Joshua never said he never saw no money. So now what you got to do is, who do you believe? Because Stefan Espinoza is saying this, and these guys are saying that. And it looks like you just believe whatever Wilder's side says.
It may look like that because you're overlooking the fact that I put in why Eddie Hearn said he turned down the money. And it has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Eddie Hearn said he turned down the money.
Brody,
I got it. Eddie Hearn, okay.
I never got into.
Eddie Hearn never said. Eddie Hearn said why he turned it down.
All right. I see what I got to do. I see what I got to do. When I'm talking, I'm just gonna have to mute him, I guess. Okay. We already know that Anthony Joshua's sticking point was he wanted to fight in the UK. We already went over that. So why you keep trying to I don't know why you keep trying to skirt past that, but we've addressed that already. That Anthony Joshua's sticking point was that he wanted to fight in the UK. To which Wilder,
with what though?
Bro, you see what he's doing, and you see what he's doing. So when I address the point, the fallacy that you're making about what's supposed to be my argument, you presume to interrupt me. Now, we've already addressed that Anthony Joshua's sticking point for things having worked out the way they worked out is he wanted to fight in the UK. Wilder said he agreed. He agreed on the finances. His problem was he wanted a two-way rematch clause, but he wasn't going to get that in June of 2018 because you're in no position to ask for that. We just had a unification fight with Joseph Parker, and he wasn't able to get that. So who the fuck are you?
Let me go through the email dialogue with Stephen Espinoza and Eddie. And Stephen Espinoza, contract was sent and Matchroom saw it. Contract said Sky got the UK rights. Eddie says Stone Cold lies. Stephen Espinoza lies. You mean when you told Klitschko and HBO that AJ didn't have a multi-fight agreement with Showtime even though there were still 3 fights left on the deal? Experiences like that are why we keep all the receipts. I'm sure this excerpt looks familiar to you. Eddie Hearn dared Stephen Espinoza, show the contract you sent. Here's Stephen Espinoza.
I saw that whole thing.
Never said it. Never said it. I sent it. Wilder sent it, and you confirmed receipt. Right? Hearn told ESPN that he indeed received the offer by email from Wilder's personal account. Eddie Hearn, smiley face laughing. So now you're saying the personal email from Wilder that was one paragraph offering 50 mil was a contract. Ha ha ha. Contract was requested and never sent. You know what I mean? Espinoza, 3 detailed pages, not one paragraph. Eddie, I repeat, despite requests, we never received 1 page, 3 page, or 50 pages of any contract. If I'm lying, then show the contract you sent.
Exactly.
Right? Espinoza, mischaracterized much, never said we sent a contract. I said a contract was sent. Well, how the fuck do you know?
Hold on, Beats. That already deflates Get the Smoke's comments because he's saying that Stefan Espinoza said he sent a contract when Stefan Espinoza, via Stefan Espinoza, said he never sent a contract.
Okay, so actually what I said was Stephen Espinoza said he secured the funds. I like that you guys keep conflating. Okay, now you're interrupting me. Again, you're interrupting me. So here's the thing. I'd like to finish a complete thought and then you respond to my thing instead of just going bro in the middle of my thought. There's a difference between an offer and a contract. In the offer stage, you negotiate terms. When you come to an agreement on the terms, then a contract is sent. What we are doing, you guys are conflating the entire thing. What you're saying is, from the beginning, when it comes to this $50 million or 37 million pounds, is that it came from BT Sports and that it didn't exist, and that Wilder never actually tried to unify. None of those things are actually, to me. Listen, if we can agree that if Wilder sent the $50 million and it was real, that was an attempted unification, then we can move on.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick to the fucking facts as they are, which is what I've been doing all along. Eddie Hearn said that he never saw no money. Anthony Joshua said that they never saw no money. Eddie Hearn said that he never got a contract, and he dared Stephen Espinoza to produce the contract. If you sent one, then produce it, because you're admitting that the only thing that was sent was from Wilder, not even from you, not from Showtime. The only thing that got sent was a personal email from Wilder. The only point of contention is whether or not there was a contract in it. But we know that that's not up for debate, because Shelly Finkel, before Eddie Hearn and Shelly Finkel had that argument on Twitter, Shelly Finkel himself said that they didn't send a contract, that you'll receive a contract when you accept the offer. And that was within the 24 hours that the email was sent. That's telling you that when Wilder sent that email, there wasn't no contract attached to it.
Correct. But what you guys are, again, you guys are conflating.
There is no conflating of anything.
All right, like what Wilder sent has nothing to do with Espinoza sent. Like what Espinoza was. Okay, go ahead, Beats. Go ahead.
Right. And to add to that, there's no way Eddie could just accept the deal, because in New York, a verbal contract, as far as I know, was binding.
It is.
Yeah, listen, before you start getting into contract law, you need to have consideration and damages. You can't just go into a verbal contract and say yes and then that's it. You have to show damages. So no, that's not how it works. But you're in the UK. That's fine. You don't know New York contract law, and you're not expected to.
Hold on, Speedy. You're replying to what I said. I want to hear.
I was also going to reply to what Ring IQ said too.
Hold on, boss. Hold on. You're replying to what I said. Now, I want you to say what you said slowly, so I can catch exactly what you said.
Okay, no sweat. In any sort of contract, this is U.S. law, New York law, whatever. In order for you to have a verbal contract, right, you can say yes or no to it. But in order for you to recoup any sort of thing, you have to show damages. You have to show that you did some action in reply to them saying yes. Them saying yes is not enough for you to sue them and get anything from it. You must show damages.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, that's just that point. That's just that point.
Established.
That's what Ring IQ was saying. I would like to address what Ring IQ was saying, right? So the idea. This is too tough, guys. I gotta go smoke some weed, man. This is too much. I would really like to continue this whole thing, but at this point, there's no respect about listening both ways. There's just a bunch of interruptions, right? So I'm good. If I can get a thought out, if I can finish a whole thought, that would be great. We can continue this on. But if it's just going to be a bunch of interjecting and going off the sides, like leave me alone.
Hold on.
I would like to address what Ring IQ said.
Listen. You're saying you have to get damages for a verbal contract to be binding, right? That's what you're saying, yeah?
Yes, you have to show damages.
You have to show damages. Okay. What would that consist of?
That would consist of you going out and making some sort of acts based on them saying yes.
No. Stop doing this some sort.
You want me to answer the question? This is the answer. Like, listen. How about this, B? How about this? Instead of using me as a lawyer, you just go check out what it takes. Just do a cursory search.
Can I get to the point?
Just do a cursory search on verbal law, on verbal contract in New York or in America on YouTube.
Can I get to the point? Because the point keeps getting lost in the sauce here. You brought up Stephen Espinoza, and you brought up the things that he said as verification that an actual contract and actual terms and all of that was already ironed out. You brought him up. So then the emails, the Twitter war between Stephen and Eddie was brought up. And in those tweets, you see that Stephen didn't send anything, where you said that he did. And that's the point.
I didn't say he did. I said he secured it.
Bro, I already let you talk. You brought up what Stephen Espinoza said as verification that a contract was sent. When Stephen Espinoza himself is saying in his own tweets that he didn't send anything. So that already debunks your earlier point, because you brought up what Stephen Espinoza said as confirmation that the funds were real. Where I've been telling you the whole time, as far as what Eddie Hearn and Anthony Joshua was saying, those funds were never verified. Now I got to get my pizza.
Okay, cool. So let me just answer. I never said not one.
Shit.
I never said one time that Stephen Espinoza sent a contract. Never did I say that. I said Stephen Espinoza said he secured the contract. Listen, I got you. what Stephen Espinoza was speaking to in that particular Twitter was about was about Showtime's involved. Let me finish, dude. Like God, like for real. Let me finish. Okay, if you want me to talk to you, cool. If you want to just scream about what I'm saying, then I can go off and you can just scream what I'm saying.
Can I say something, Ring IQ?
Go ahead, Battle.
I mean, this is the talking point we're going to talk about forever, and I know people got stuff to do, and maybe you guys want to talk about it. That's not my place to just dictate whether you want to keep talking about it or not. I would just be willing to ask Ring IQ and GTS, would you like to, discuss this on another platform where we can,
Yeah, I'm down for whatever. Like it seems like it would advance a little bit farther if if there was a mediator, but maybe not.
A moderator.
But
Where the hell did Mark go?
I don't know.
I don't know.
He left
He was
like an hour ago, actually.
To my point, what Stefan Espinoza says is no confirmation that those funds exist, because Stefan Espinoza already admitted that no contracts were even drawn up for that fight that he sent. He cited Wilder's He cited Wilder's original email, which is what I said. It didn't get past an email. It didn't get past the original email. It didn't get past the original email that Wilder sent. Stefan is not saying that he cooked up a term sheet and all this extra shit and sent it over. He was talking about the email that Wilder sent.
Okay, again, you're conflating issues. What the Twitter thing that Beats just was alluding to, what he just read, was about broadcast rights, not about $50 million. That's why what they're talking about was about Sky being the exclusive broadcast. Oh my God! Okay, I'm out. It's been cool being IQ. I'm gonna come back at some other point, and we can continue this on. Thanks for having me. And you've been a great sport. You've been a great sport this whole time. And I apologize if I've been talking over people.
Hold on, look, I don't have any smoke. I'm gonna go chill now.
I'm gonna go chill the fuck out.
Okay. Everybody stop talking. Everybody stop talking. Get the smoke. Always a pleasure. Feel free to come back. Nothing against you. At least we got to discuss it like gentlemen, right?
Yeah, next time, bro.
All right. Now apparently H Money, he wants to come here. I don't know. He's saying I'm ducking him. But the link is in the thing. Didn't this guy used to come on here and shit on Wilder?
I recommend you not put him on. He's going to. If you want to.
I haven't spoken to Get the Smoke, right? The last time I spoke to him, I was live like I am now, and he was literally shitting on Wilder. What I'm hearing now is he's a fan of him. So maybe he can make that make sense for me, because he came on here shitting on him. You feel what I'm saying? He literally came on here months ago shitting on him. Now, I guess, I don't know. He changed his mind. He can make it make sense better than I can. I don't even know why he would say that I'm ducking him. Like, I don't understand. Like, why would I duck you, dog? Like, why would I?
He tends to do that. So I mean, you can bring H Money on, but I mean,
well, it depends on how he behaves himself. If he can't behave himself, I'll kick him off.
He usually doesn't, but if you just want to laugh, I guess.
I mean, I don't know. Like, the link is in the description box, so if he want to come on here and say whatever.
The last guy tells so much lies that it was for broadcasting rights. What the fuck has Wilder got to do with broadcasting rights?
Listen, look, what he was doing was convoluting was a very simple situation, okay? At the end of the day, we all know how boxing works. All right, is that him? I think that's him. All right.
No, that's Eric. That's Eric.
All right, what's going on, Eric? Where's H Money?
I don't know. He hasn't clicked the link. I'm guessing. I wouldn't let him on if I were you.
I'll let him make a fool out of himself for a little while, because remember, all I gotta do is go back to the video where he himself on this channel was shitting on Deontay Wilder. I still have.
He used to go on the Boxing Voice and do the same shit. I said this last week. I said he used to go on the Boxing Voice every day or every week, shitting on Wilder, shitting on the LDBC.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden he's LDBC. I said this the other day when he was on a live, and I had to jump off because I couldn't deal with him. He's just an idiot.
Yeah, like if he wants to come on, like I don't even know why he would still be coming here. But like I said, the link is in the description box if he wanna come on here and say whatever it is he wants to say. So don't accuse me.
I mean,
go ahead.
Well, the thing about what happened with him is just that I think at a certain point, what he was doing was like when it came to me and him in this scenario, what he was doing was it seemed like he was going after these certain channels that wasn't against him in the first place. He just did it just to do it, it seemed kind of strange to me, but it seemed around the time he started, getting in Fred Barbershop conversations, to where he just started turning on other channels, and it got weird. I don't understand.
Because Fred gave him a platform.
Yeah. And Fred, and I don't even think Fred even knows does he know who you are at Ring IQ? Because he never even.
Think so.
Yeah, I don't think he's never made any videos about Ring IQ or.
I know that. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just saying there are all members who know who I am. They just won't say my name. They won't. I'm like the boogeyman, and that's facts. Those videos are still up. I'm not joking. They won't say my name. That's cool. Don't say my name. But as far as Fred, I don't think he knows who I am. I don't think so.
Yeah, and it is.
Hey, you a bitch, Ring IQ, racist ass bitch. Why you hate all black fighters, bitch? You know what I'm saying? Hating on Devin Haney, Demetrius Andrade, Deontay Wilder. Explain that, you pussy. Explain that shit.
He does this on everyone too.
Now, nigga. You got other people talking for you because you a bitch. I'm here to explain.
I don't hate none of those fighters. What's he talking about?
Hating on all black fighters.
I like Demetrius.
Hey, Ring IQ, just to remind you, don't try to get into a yelling match with him. Just keep muting him.
Yes, bitch. Hairy ass bitch.
I don't know. What is he talking about? I don't like.
Yeah, I told you he does this with he does this with everybody.
I want him to come back. Come back,
I'm literally telling you, there's no rhyme or reason to it. There's not no legitimate reason. Okay,
is he schizophrenic? He doesnthink look like.
Yeah,
I think he does it. I think he does it just for trolling purposes. Like literally, like if you know who El Jefe, he went on El Jefe's channel multiple times, did it to him, and of course there wasn't really no beef. El Jefe never called him out his name, never said he disagreed with anything he said. He just did it just to do it, and that's the recurring theme with H Money. He just does it just to do it. It's not no real rhyme or reason to it.
Not on some real shit. What I think it is. I look at his face. I remember he was talking one time, right? This was months ago. This is when he liked this channel. I guess he don't like it no more. But I remember listening to him talk, and I was like, yo, this motherfucker sound like he got a learning disability. So then I see what the motherfucker look like, because motherfucker started posting pictures of the motherfucker. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker look like, I don't know, like he got like a brain problem or something. Like, where do you get, like, huh? Like, what are you talking about? Like, the fuck are you talking about, dog?
Like I said, he's been doing this for a while. He switches. He just switches. Whoever gives him a platform, he'll switch. Now Fred's giving him a platform. He's with LDBC. The moment Fred switches and says something he disagrees with, he's gonna be against the LDBC. He'll be saying "fuck the LDBC," the bunch of racists. He'll be saying the same shit. He's an idiot.
What the fuck?
The guy is an idiot.
What the fuck? If I can interject real quick, I'm sorry. H Money has multiple personalities, man. He has a mental disorder. I'm dead. I'm not even trying to be funny, man. I'm not even trying to be funny. That man has a mental disorder, man. He obviously has behavioral issues, something that happened to him as a child or something in his teenage years, but that man is not right, man. He's not
he said, I don't like Demetrius Andre. Bro, I'm probably one of the only people on planet Earth that likes Demetrius Andre, because my boy don't got no fucking fans, but I like watching him fight. The fuck is he talking about? I literally was just saying the other day I like Devin Haney. What is he talking about, dog?
Where have you got Terrence Crawford in your pound for pound rankings?
I want to have him at number 1, but I don't, because that's not how the rules are. But I don't have him at number 1. I got him at number, I think, 4 or 5.
Okay.
I would like to have him at number 1. If it was up to me and I didn't have rules and standards and requisites, he'd be number 1. But I don't have him.
Okay, that's enough. That is enough. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't talking. I was my mic wasn't muted.
But where does what the fuck is wrong with what is he like? At least name fighters that I don't like. If you'd have said I don't like Deontay Wilder, you'd have been 100% right. If you'd have mentioned the Charlo brothers, the Charlo sisters, you'd have been 100% right. I don't like them.
They should have said you don't like Tank Davis.
He said who?
He should have said you don't like Tank Davis.
Yeah, he should have said that because he'd have been 100% right. Well, you
Yeah, because
I do like. What are you talking about?
let me tell you a story about him. Like, literally, he was calling for me. He said, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so what I was doing was I told a friend of mine that I wanted to debate him, and I remember a friend of mine got mad at me because he thought I was just trolling him. But I wasn't trolling. I said, hey, set up a debate between H Money, me, and let's have a debate. Let's talk about it. So he went on a whole tangent. He was like, okay, battle rifle, don't duck me. I was like, all right, I ain't gonna duck you. I got into the debate. I was like, okay, go ahead. And what happened was I kicked him out of the hangout. he went on a whole tangent. They kept adding him back, and I just kept kicking him out. And he just wait that's why he got beef with me, because I wasn't willing to debate with him. I know he was just gonna keep yelling, so I just kicked him out of the hangout.
No, I dig it. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, too, you gotta realize as a grown ass person, right? You're not just gonna have somebody just standing there cursing. Like, bro, you too old for that shit. And I look at his face, and he looked like he looked like a high functioning person with Down syndrome. That's what he looked like. Like, he could still cook eggs and shit like that. He could still make some like eggs and fried egg, but he not all eggs. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dog? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't hate. Like, what are you talking about? At least name fighters that I don't like.
Yo, that's one thing I'll say, bro. You call it right down the middle, bro. That's why. First of all, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. But second of all, that's why I like your channel, bro. You call it right down the middle. It ain't about tribalism. It ain't about what outfit the person fights with. Call it right down the middle. So for someone to come on and say you hate a certain type of fighter from a certain race, that's just ignorant. That's someone that doesn't listen or doesn't really hear what you're saying on your channel.
Well, we've established. Look. Anybody that follows this channel, right, knows that I'm a massive Floyd Mayweather fan. So when he tell me that I'm like, what are you talking about, dog? That's why I just put the link in the description. Go ahead. Put the link in the here go, H Money. Why don't you try talking about something that is factual? Talk about fighters that I don't like. Cause right now you sounding fucking stupid. I ain't forget. No, let me talk regular. I'm gonna talk regular. I'm gonna talk to him how he talked to me, because that's what he want. You cocksucking bitch. You came on this show and you was hating on Wilder. That was your stupid fucking ass. I got the video, you dumb motherfucker. All right. Now I could just enough, because I gotta stop being mature with immature people. You dick riding bitch. What you trying to win cool points with Fred? You hot hairline having yellow motherfucker. The fuck is wrong with you, bro? What you rode the short bus to school? You silly looking motherfucker. You think I don't know what you look like? That you got T-Rex arms and a pot belly? Silly looking motherfucker. Need to shut the fuck up is what you need to do. Click the link, Brody. Click the link. H Money. Your broke looking ass still wearing champ sweaters. Poverty stricken motherfuckers.
I'm telling you, as soon as you put them on, I'm telling you, as soon as you put them on, do them like BFTV. Put them on mute and don't let them say anything. Like you're not allowed to speak on this channel.
Fuck BFTV. You fool.
No. I'm gonna give BFTV his props. He put this dude on blast. Like when I say he embarrassed this dude.
Wait, now he lying. Now he trying to lie, saying that he never been on here. I have it recorded, you clown. I even know exactly which video it is. H Money. I have it. It's your corny look.
Please.
Yeah, like man, I know it's the one where I was talking to the German. When I was talking to the German. Yeah, Ellie saw it. Ellie been on this channel a long time. Like, what's wrong with this man? Yes, you have, and we've seen you, you retard. We've seen you. We've heard you. That's why I knew who you was. Yo, H, why is there a video where you talking shit about Wilder, and then when you get around Fred, you want to start talking about how you like Wilder? It's a video. You in both videos, bro. You in both videos. One video, you talk the shit about Wilder. Then when you get around Fred, you want to act like you a Wilder fan. It's out. It's out. It's like he really that far gone psychologically that he doesn't realize there's a video on the internet of him talking shit about Wilder, like everybody else, and then all of a sudden he want to be down with the LDBC, so he gonna flip the script. What you need, a friend? You ain't got nobody to chill with you during lockdown? Is that what it is? Because you quarantine and you lonely, you want to join the LDBC? Why you wasting money on haircuts when you going bald? That's a waste of money. Why you going bald? And you losing your hair. Why are you wasting money on haircuts? Why you gonna have the barber shaping up your high ass hairline when you going bald? That don't make sense.
That's half a haircut. That's half a haircut right there.
Look, I'm saying it today. H Money don't need a barber. He don't need a barber. Like, you don't need a barber, you go bald. What's going on? Let's look at his hairline. Somebody drop off so I can look at his hairline.
Yeah, you can put me backstage.
I'll go.
You go.
Come on, H Money. Come on, H Money with your high ass hairline. Hotline for a hairline. 1-800-TAPER. Come on, bro. You don't need a barber. Stop wasting money on that shit.
Yo, I gotta be honest. I'll speak from experience. Going too high, you gotta go with the Jordan. You gotta go with the Marvin Hagler. You gotta just shave it all off.
Yeah, like you gotta make that sacrifice. Like his hairline, like he don't have a hairline. Like all the light hits him right on the brain. That's you know what it is? All that sunlight cooked his fucking brain, and that's why he acting like that. All right, come on, H Money. It's 2 open slots. It's 2 open slots, and it's a link in the description. I don't understand why these like motherfucker, you balding, bro. Why you wasting money on haircuts? Spend that money on books.
It's time to shave your head, brother. It's time to commit.
Word. Spending all that money, $20 a week, probably $25 a week.
That shit don't go back that quick.
That's what I'm saying. Spending all that money on haircut and you going bald, bro. Do what your man Fred did. Do what Fred did, bro. Do what Fred. Fred is bald like you are bald, right?
Bro, do what Floyd Mayweather did. That guy's got a shaved head himself.
Word, you love Floyd. I like Floyd too. He got a baldy. You need to do what Floyd did. When Floyd seen that his hairline, when Floyd seen that his hairline was going in the championship rounds, right? Man, fuck this bald motherfucker. Still go to a barber. The barber just shaking his head like, you know what? Easy money. All work.
Oh man,
what's wrong with him? Like coming on here, and I'm like, yo, he really gonna act like he not the same dude that was on here. Devin Haney, he like, yo, he was going off about Devin Haney, right? And nobody was saying nothing bad about Devin Haney, like, but he was acting like he wanted to massage Devin Haney's back. That's how he was acting. And Devin Haney is special. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, why you like that?
Yo, what's really funny is I know from videos that you don't dislike Devin Haney. You actually like Devin Haney. He's a pretty good fighter, but his comments are his comments. You got to call it right down the middle.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
No, and the funny thing, this is what I'm not gonna do. Right? This is what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna sit here and justify myself. Like I shouldn't have to do that to begin with. But I'm gonna say I'm not gonna sit here on a Devin Haney appreciation day to appease this clown. Like, yo, you a clown, bro. You trying to get known on YouTube. Like, that's what you trying to do. Go ahead, Brody. You been on here and everybody saw you. That's the crazy part. This is like if you tried to hide an elephant behind a light pole and the elephant like, nah, you can't. Yes, motherfucker, that was you. I remember you. What's wrong with you, dog? Like, you need friends? I'm gonna let Hustle on here. Hustle, was you here when H Money was on the live?
Yeah, what's going on in my H Money voice?
Yeah, like yo, yeah, we don't see you, dog.
That man, like, can you mean, bro?
Nah, cause I don't even know what his I don't talk to this guy. Like he was on here months ago. I haven't seen him since, and now he's with the LDBC. Okay, but that don't change that you was the one talking shit about Wilder, and we have the footage.
But Green, by all jokes, next week he won't be with the LDBC. He'll be calling you the coolest guy in the world. I already know how this motherfucker works. I just seen him in that.
I'm like,
yeah, I already been on him. He go on everybody's live. It's like old boy say he been on LFA's live. He was cool with LFA. Next thing you know, LFA a racist. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Y'all was just cool.
Nah, but I think
that's his go-to though. That's his go-to, calling people racist. That is literally his go-to.
I legitimately think, yo, you could come on here at H. I ain't gonna say nothing. Go ahead, you could curse me out. Link is in the description box. Hotline for a hairline, bro. Come on, let's get the money up.
I tried to come on here earlier, but I broke my fucking phone like the other day. So I'm always on the tablet, and while I was on the tablet, wouldn't let me on. And while y'all was talking, boom, knock on the door. My new phone came in the mail, so I'm on my new phone right now.
Oh, I dig it. That's right on time. I dig it.
But that's the crazy shit though, because next Wednesday, my other new phone will be here.
Well, you got 2 new phones.
Accidentally, yeah, I'm gonna have 2 new phones.
Come on, H Money, you can come on here and curse, but it's kids in my house. Like, you can't be talking like that. What's the matter with you? I got little kids in the background, and you over here. You know how crazy, like, yo, I don't like having to say this, right? I don't like having to say this because it feels like I'm trying to appease this idiot. But guess what my wife is?
Yep.
Just guess.
I already know, bro. I already know, bro.
Like, I don't understand. What's wrong with this guy? Like, you crazy, yo?
Shit, my kids here too. All 3 of mine here.
Yeah, and he over here talking about you a racist. Fuck, like, what's wrong with you, dog? Like, you can't be talking like you don't know who I got in the background, cursing and all that stuff. You crazy?
Man, shit crazy, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah, what I notice is when people make a point and they can't really express themselves like full-grown adults, that's when they resort to cursing and insulting and things that are basically just immature.
Yeah, but he acting the reason that you know that he's insane, and I really do believe that he's insane, is he was literally on here. Like that was him. He was on here, but he want a turncoat and he want to roll with the LDBC. You could do that. I don't give a shit where you go. Like, I forgot you existed before you came here just now.
Hey, who was the dude that was debating earlier?
Oh, that's
Got the smoke.
No. Before I get the smoke, it was like when you first came on. Earlier when you first came on, he was like,
that was he who greased with fire. I asked him, do you know what the break-even point of a pay-per-view is?
Yeah, I'm upset. We tried to. I don't know if anybody else caught it. I heard the motherfucker on the rest time I said, yeah, that coon shit. I said, motherfucker, you lucky I can't get on this live because I would have lit your ass up for that shit.
Bro, you can't listen. In all honesty, this is from the heart. He who greets with fire is a fucking loser. H Money is a fucking look at him, y'all. Look like how the champs say. That dude is a fucking loser, bro. Like, you can't let these losers, you know what I'm saying, invade your force field. Like you a loser, bro. Like, this is what you doing with your time. You dead ass in my comments lying when you was on here, bro. You was on here. We saw you, dog. Like, I don't know what's wrong with him,
bro. That shit crazy. But yeah, I've seen dude on a lot of other people's live. He done been on BDA's live or getting on them. He been on a lot of people's lives. He do the same shit as soon as he get on there. Oh, you're a fucking racist. You're a racist. I'm like, bro, don't nobody want to hear that shit. Go.
Word, like, bring up Q got exposed. He was like, what is he talking about, dog? Yo, if I got exposed, why is this link in the comments waiting for you, dog? And I got 2 open slots. Come on, man. Let me see that hairline one more time. You want to show it to me? Let me see your hairline, bro. Come on.
Let's see the what is it? What is it called again? The Widow's Peak. The Widow's Peak. Is that it?
I'm gonna tell you something. He looked like somebody hit the pause button when they was making Steph Curry. He looked like a beat the fuck up. Like if they was making Steph and he was growing and then you just paused the shit. That's what he looked like. He looked like a Down syndrome Steph Curry. What's your jump shot look like, H? You got a jump shot?
Motherfucker get 5-minute haircuts.
Let's see the horseshoe. Show the horseshoe.
Good.
I actually have a legitimate question. Quick. If they fought today, if they fought next, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, who takes it?
Devin Haney beats him.
Devin Haney. If it's like tomorrow, I would go Devin Haney. But it depends. Like the longer the fight takes to make. Remember, they're both young guys, so they got the ceiling. They got the same potential to grow. But right now, you make that fight, that's Devin Haney.
I'm 50-50 on that fight.
I agree.
I'm 50-50.
I have to agree. I think Haney would beat him too. However, I think Teofimo Lopez would beat Devin Haney if they fought next, in my opinion.
I could see that.
Because like those three guys are like the same, they're like the same age around. They can't coming up the same time, and like I like what Lopez did when Lopez beat Comey in the middle of the ring. He made me a believer, bro. Like 100%.
I'm gonna say, I agree that Lopez would win the fight tomorrow, but I also have to say that Devin Haney has a higher ceiling than Lopez. That a couple of years from now, I feel like Haney gonna be doing all right, but I don't know about Lopez because 140, he don't got. Look, Haney got the dimensions for 47.
Yeah,
Lopez
he does.
barely has the dimensions for 40. He a little dude.
But I don't trust Lopez in the 12-round fight. If it go all 12, he might fuck around and lose.
That's true. I agree with that.
Yeah, if it could go there, but Lopez might take him out in 7 rounds. You never know.
Yeah, Lopez can take anyone out.
Well, we don't. This is the thing. We don't know how Devin Haney deals with a hard shot. He ain't really fought no punches yet, so it's still bad questions that we got when it comes to Haney. With Lopez, he answered some of those questions, but he got question marks too, though. Like he do. Because I don't know how he gonna do with that shoulder roll against Lomachenko. You probably just gonna end up getting punched on the top of the head, bro. Or he gonna straight left hand instead of. You probably could roll his right off. You probably could roll his right hand off the shoulder, but he could still hit you with that straight left down the pipe. So I don't know. Okay.
Okay, out of Haney, Lopez, Garcia, which one of those three would have the best shot at beating Lomachenko? If they fight, let's say,
Haney, Loma, all right. It's Haney and who else?
Haney, Garcia, or Teofimo Lopez. Which one has the best shot to?
Right now it's Teofimo. Right now it's Teofimo because Teofimo proved that he has real one-hitter quitter power. You're not going to win no boxing match with Loma. Not right now. Maybe when he slow down, but not right now. So your best bet is to knock this motherfucker out. Teofimo showed that he has real bankable power against a real puncher. So it would be Teofimo that stands a better chance than any one of them. Like Ryan Garcia, he don't have his man strength yet. He's still young.
Yeah,
that's true.
Ryan still hasn't proved anything yet either.
I'm about to go feed these kids. I'm about to get up off of here, man. Nice talking to you today.
Yeah, I'm about to go finish off this pizza. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody that was on the panel. H Money's hairline. Pray for peace.
Good looks.
There you go.
Peace, yo. Peace.